That's not possible. Asuma-sensei, you okay? Naruto asked worriedly. Asuma responded by pulling out a shuriken. Naruto, I'm going to throw this a little to your right. I want you to swing at it, but I don't want the blade to make contact. Just try to get it within a foot. Asuma pulled his arm back into throwing position. Right, I'm ready, Asuma-sensei. Asuma let his shuriken fly. Naruto swung at it and missed like he was told. To everyone's surprise, the shuriken split in half anyways. Whoa, that was sweet. Naruto looked at the blade in awe. Well, I'll be damned. He has the wind affinity after all. What luck. That makes 2 of us in the entire village. Asuma ran his hand through his hair. But Naruto, I thought your sensei told you to go light on the chakra? I have to put in a lot to get it to go that far. But this isn't a lot for me. If I was going all out, something like this would happen. Naruto pointed the blade at the tree. Naruto, wait! Guy spoke too late. Fortunately, there were no adverse effects. Instead, the tree he pointed at had a hole in it, and the tree behind that, and the rock behind that. Lee went to inspect, and the others thought he got lost after a while. Finally, Lee reappeared. It went just short of a quarter mile, sensei. He reported. Asuma whistled while Choji and Ino's jaws hit the ground. Even Shikamaru's eyes widened slightly. Guess I've got no choice but to train him now. He could really hurt someone if he doesn't learn proper control. Naruto smiled brightly and bowed down before his new weapons trainer. Thank you, Asuma-sensei. Yeah, don't mention it here, take this one too. Asuma threw Naruto another one. I tend to wield them in pairs, so you'll be learning that way too. Your agreement to teach Naruto is most appreciated, Asuma-san. However, we must leave you for now. Naruto and I have an appointment with another teacher in less than 15 minutes. Guy patted Naruto's shoulder. Geez, don't work him too hard. I expect you to start eating brunch with my team, Naruto. We'll start practice immediately after that. Yes, Asuma-sensei. Naruto saluted him. Soon Naruto, Lee, and their sensei were off towards the Hokage Tower. What an incredible kid, wouldn't you guys say? Asuma looked around at his students. Huh? Where's Shikamaru? Choji and Ino just noticed he was missing too. Shikamaru trailed a few buildings behind Guy and his students. Abruptly, Guy came to a stop and turned around. Naruto and Lee turned around as well. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. He walked up to the group of 3. Can I help you, Shikamaru-kun? Guy asked in a knowing voice. Shikamaru clenched his teeth. This guy was definitely smarter than he let on. Please teach me to play shogi. He wouldn't meet Guy-sensei's eyes as he spoke. Of course! Shikamaru looked up in surprise. Just like that? Guy's smirk got bigger and Shikamaru knew he was in over his head. I have a requirement now for anyone I teach anything to. They must participate in my morning sparring sessions at 5 in the morning. Shikamaru had to concentrate, really had to keep his jaw in place. 5 in the morning was unheard of. Yet he really needed a stronger shogi opponent. Shikamaru cursed inside his head. I'll do it, he said through clenched teeth. Excellent. We'll work out the details when I see you tomorrow morning. Here's a map to get you there. Now if you'll excuse us, we are really running behind. Shikamaru nodded as he stared in amazement at the map. The nut job had actually known he was going to come ask him and had a map prepared already. I gotta get back to my team anyways, he finally said as he turned and ambled his way back in the direction of his sensei's house. Man, what am I getting myself into? How troublesome. Guy checked the time again. Right. Let us make all due haste. He took to the rooftops followed by his students. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, 2 men sat waiting for Guy and Naruto. They are late. I guess I should expect no less from Kakashi-senpai's equal. Patience 10 Yamato. The Sandan caught himself from using the man's old code name. Guy is not one to be late normally, I am sure there is a good reason. Just as he said this, Guy and his 2 students burst into the room. I apologize for the delay, Hokage-sama. Guy threw himself to the floor in apology. Me and my students will do 500 laps around Konoha on our hands to repent for such an error. Yamato wasn't sure what surprised him more. The idea of such a cruel form of punishment, or the fact that his students looked rather excited by the prospect of it. To further his surprise, the Hokage burst out into laughter. Don't worry about it, Guy. You were hardly late at all. I hope Naruto is ready though. This man here is Yamato. He was a former ANBU but has taken a temporary leave so he can train Naruto for us. You are too kind, Hokage-sama. Guy was up immediately and in front of Naruto's newest teacher yet. The man's gaze kind of creeped Yamato out a little. I recognize you. You're that cute little kohai that was always following Kakashi around. Well, I wouldn't exactly say followed around. Guy suddenly took Yamamoto's hand in both of his. Please take good care of Naruto in this dangerous training. I wouldn't be able to bear it if anything happened to any one of my cute little students. Guy looked on the verge of tears. Of course. No harm will befall him with me around. In fact, today we won't even begin any training. I simply intend to open his seal a little so he is capable of letting more chakra through. Yamato leaned his face back slightly. Oh, excellent. Do you mind if Lee and I stay for this? Yamato shook his head. All right, Lee, let us take a seat and observe. Guy and Lee were immediately in seats. Yamato blinked twice to verify that it had happened so quickly. His eyes then settled on Naruto, who still stood in the middle of the room. Hello there, Naruto-kun. My name is Yamato. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yamato walked up to Naruto and stuck hand out. Naruto eyed him suspiciously. You can really teach me to control the fox? Yamato couldn't blame the boy for his skepticism. I cannot really teach you. I am more going to help you teach yourself. Naruto stared at him curiously. Maybe it would make more sense if I demonstrated my abilities. Yamato ran his hands through a set of seals. A tree started to sprout up next to him. Awesome, how the heck did you do that? Naruto's previous insecurities forgotten. You could say that through an interesting series of events I now possess the same genetic makeup of the Shodaime. Yamato patted his fully grown tree. As you are of course aware, he was capable of controlling the Bijou to a certain degree. He was? That's incredible. That explains why you're training me. Naruto started climbing the tree. He really didn't know that, and when did he get up there? It occurred to Yamato that this might take more work than he had originally thought. Naruto, come down here and let me take a look at your seal. Naruto immediately complied and jumped down. He then pulled his shirt off and began channeling chakra. Soon the seal was visible. The Yondaime was an incredible person. This seal is still in perfect condition, hardly any chakra is even getting through. Yamato inspected it carefully. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to tamper with your seal just a little. All I'm doing is making it so you can consciously pull more chakra out of it on your own. Yamato immediately went to work on it. Say, Yamato-sensei, are there risks on me pulling out its chakra when you've changed the seal? Naruto looked down curiously as Yamato went about his slightly ticklish work. There are always risks. The fox will try to control your mind. The more chakra you let through, the more influence it will get. Yamato didn't pause or look up to answer Naruto's question. That should do it. Already? Naruto looked down curiously. His seal didn't look all that different to him. He never really studied it either, though. Yes, now we're going to just test it today. The way it works now is by visualizing your seal. Once you've done that, just image yourself pulling at it. The harder you pull and the more chakra you'll get. Yamato ran through seals as he was talking. 4 pillars rose up around Naruto. These are just to absorb the chakra you leak out. We are not going to work on controlling it today. Normally when you pull out chakra from the seal, it stays until it is all used up. Depending on how much you pull depends on how long it lasts. Right, so just pull out a little bit today and we're done? Naruto asked as he began to focus and visualize the seal like Yamato said. Exactly, we'll work on maintaining your sanity tomorrow. Today is just to make sure it works and find out if there are any negative side effects from opening your seal up a little. Yamato held his hand up. A marking appeared upon it. Naruto nodded and became completely still. Everyone watched with bated breath to see what would happen. At first it was nothing. Then they began to feel it. An oppressive chakra started to hang in the air. Then they saw it. Red chakra began leaking out of Naruto's seal. Soon it began wrapping itself around his whole body. Naruto, how do you feel? Yamato questioned cautiously. I feel powerful. His voice came out slightly feral. Is this what it feels like to open the gates? Do you feel yourself? Yamato pressed on. Naruto gave him a confused look, but with his new slightly sharper teeth it looked more like a snarl. I don't feel anything, I don't think he's in my mind. Naruto held his head as he talked. The chakra began disappearing. Soon it was all gone and Naruto looked completely normal again. Man, I feel kinda dizzy. Naruto swayed a little and leaned on one of the pillars Yamato had erected. That's not surprising. I'd say today went quite well. I look forward to training you more in the future. Is noon good for you? Naruto seemed to think about it for a minute. One would be better. I got weapons training that starts at 10. Yamato nodded a couple times. What it is then? Yamato stuck his hand back out. This time Naruto took it without hesitation. Yeah, thank you for all your help, Yamato-sensei. Guy stood up and walked over. Yes, we are all overjoyed by your youthful assistance. May you flames burn just as bright when we next meet. Guy also shook his hand. Yosh! Naruto, you were most impressive in your foxy aura. Lee walked up and slapped Naruto hard on the back. Guy checked the time as this was going on. We still have plenty of time. You were both dismissed until 3 o'clock. At that time, Lee, you were to report to the typical training field. Naruto, I need you to report to the place where you learned how to water walk. Naruto gave his sensei a confused look. Just trust me, you'll be glad you did. Alright, Guy sensei. I believe you, let's go, Lee. I got a bowl of ramen with my name on it. Naruto turned to walk out. Yosh! I am yearning to meet up with Ayame-chan. Lee followed him out the door. The Sandaime let out a big sigh once they were gone. Are you really sure you want to go through with this guy? Both Jonin turned to face their superior. I have no right to tell him no. I explained myself yesterday, Okage-sama. Yamato peered curiously at his senpai. Naruto-kun shows a lot of promise. I feel that I can properly guide him through his training. You have no need to fear. Yamato bowed down before the Hokage. The old man let out another big sigh. I know. I trust both of your judgments. I just worried for the boy is all. He's had such a hard life. Naruto stumbled his way through the forest towards the river. It always amazed him that the village could have such greenery within the village bounds. It spoke volumes for the village's size. Soon Naruto stumbled out of the brush and onto the clearing. There he was faced with Zabuza and Haku as they were squaring off with their swords. Haku was panting heavily and appeared to have various cuts throughout his body. Man, you guys are still going at this? Naruto made his presence known as he stepped onto the water with both of them. They both lowered their blades as they acknowledged Naruto's sudden appearance. 3 o'clock already? Guess we've really lost track of time. Zabuza said as he walked up to Naruto. I don't understand. What's going on here, Zabuza? Naruto looked curiously between his two companions. That's Zabuza-sensei to you. The former Kiri shinobi pointed proudly at his chest. Zabuza-sensei? Why would I call you that? Naruto scratched his head. Were you dropped on the head as a baby? I am officially your Suiton ninjutsu instructor. I'll be training you and Haku together every day at 3 while Guy continues to work on your other teammates' taijutsu. Naruto's eyes grew wide. Are you serious? You're going to be teaching us kick-ass water moves? Naruto started jumping around in excitement. This is awesome. I can't believe Guy-sensei finally agreed to let me learn ninjutsu. Calm down there. I won't deal with none of that hyperactive crap. Naruto immediately quit jumping. Listen, learning to use elemental ninjutsu is tricky and sometimes dangerous. If you mess up, you could seriously hurt yourself or others. You must learn to remain calm, especially for Suiton. It requires fluid, precise actions to maintain properly. So what are you going to teach us first? Zabuza resisted the urge to hit the kid upside the head. Instead, he settled for a big sigh. First is the Suiton Suibin. It is the perfect technique to teach you how to control the water and bend it to your will. The seals are Neinuashi. Zabuza ran through the seals. Practice those until you have them down. I will then give you a demonstration. Naruto and Haku nodded and began running through the seals for a few minutes. Zabuza watched until he felt they were ready. Alright, that should be good enough. Now observe. He ran through the seals again, but this time the water next to him rose up slowly. Oh, that's awesome. It looks almost like a snake. Naruto shouted with excitement. Suddenly the whip flew at Naruto and wrapped itself around him. Naruto lost his balance and fell down into the water. A second later and he came up gasping for air. What the hell was that for? Naruto pulled himself back up so he was standing on the water again. For talking out of turn. Now I want you both to try and make this same thing. Making it will be the easy part. Getting it to go where you want and work the way you want is the hard part. Zabuza stood back as his two students started running through the seals. Naruto, who was still a little pissed, put more chakra in it than he had intended. A massive wave rose itself up from under his feet, knocking him over and forcing Haku to break his jutsu and jump away. When Naruto fell, the jutsu collapsed and Naruto went falling back under the water again. He came back out gasping for breath. Too much chakra. Captain Obvious said as Naruto cursed and pulled himself back up again. I got it this time. Naruto ran through the seals again. This time one just a little thicker than Zabuza's came up out of the water. Naruto brought it up to his shoulder level in a straight line and stopped it there. How's that? Naruto looked over to Haku to see that he had accomplished the same thing. Not bad, runts. Like I said though, any fresh genin can do that. Now I want you two to launch them at each other. Don't worry about hurting one another. Pain tends to be a powerful teaching tool. Zabuza laughed a little too hard at his own joke. Haku's whip started flying at Naruto. The boy almost took a step back on instinct. He needn't have worried. Haku's whip cut off at the base and the rest plunged into the water before it even made it halfway to him. My turn! Naruto focused on shooting his whip towards Haku. Suddenly it set off, but instead of flying at Haku it just smacked down into the ground. It came up and smacked again. Oh crap, what am I doing? Naruto panicked and then his whip turned and slapped him in the face. Naruto fell into the water for the third time that day. When he came up his ears were grazed his Zabuza's laughter. Yeah. Really funny. If you're our sensei you should be trying to teach us how to control this thing. Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the older man. Zabuza's laughter immediately stopped. I told you! You must remain calm. The reason your whip flew out of control is because you were trying to pace yourself too quickly. You need to learn to slow down. Naruto looked down at Zabuza's harsh words. What did I do wrong, Zabuza-sensei? Haku spoke up for the first time since Naruto had arrived. You had your whip under control, but as you stretched it out you didn't put enough water into its base. When it was severed from its source you lost control of it. The best way to fix that is simply to apply more chakra. Now again. Haku and Naruto both ran through the seals and rose the whips up. Haku's flew first again. This time it made it all the way to Naruto and nicked him right in the cheek. Naruto almost rose his hand to rub it but stopped himself. He had to stay calm. He wasn't going to lose control here. His whip took off again and this time flew at Haku. It made jagged turns and looked more like a zigzag and Naruto ended up overestimating its turn and it flew right over Haku's shoulder. They both let their jutsu collapse. That wasn't bad. Haku has a natural advantage over you with his water affinity, of course. You were too tense, that's why the jutsu was going all over the place. Don't force calmness on yourself like that. Take deep breaths and let it come naturally. It'll work out, trust me. Zabuza's voice was much calmer now, it almost seemed hypnotic to Naruto like that. On his next try Naruto's came out a little crooked at points but it managed to nail Haku in the shoulder. Haku had gone for Naruto's other cheek. I really think I'm getting this. Naruto said excitedly as he let the jutsu drop while rubbing his bruising cheeks. Don't get too excited. You both have a long ways to go. You have to learn how to wrap it around your opponent yet use it as a shield against small weapons such as shuriken and learn to ride on it yet. We get to learn to ride it? Naruto felt himself wanting to jump around again. One look from Zabuza expelled that thought though. You both have a long ways to go until then. Today I'm not going to teach you any more than I have. You will both do it until you don't even have to think about it. Now go! Naruto and Haku immediately started up again. An hour and a half later Hinata and Lee were greeted by the sight of Naruto and Haku both bruised and slightly wet as they walked into the training ground. Oh, Naruto-kun! Hinata ran up to her boyfriend upon seeing the condition he was in. Are you alright? It doesn't sting too bad, does it? I got some healing salve, just a moment. Whoa there, hold on, Hinata. I'm fine. The fox will have these all patched up in a few minutes anyways. Haku might want that salve though. Naruto gestured to Haku, who definitely looked more beat up than Naruto. It's funny, he got me way more than I got him and he still looks worse for it. Hinata reluctantly handed Haku the salve. Thank you. Haku mumbled as he applied it to all his visible bruise marks. This stuff actually works pretty well. Haku stared incredulously at the tiny bottle as instant relief washed over him. Of course. Hinata made it herself. Naruto wrapped his arm around Hinata's shoulder. She's a genius, isn't she? Hinata felt herself blushing slightly under Naruto's praise. Yes, do you mind if I hold onto this? Haku asked as he held out the salve. Hinata shook her head and Haku stuck it into one of his pouches. So Hinata, did you get to choose a weapon? I just realized that we haven't seen each other since 9 this morning. We're going to have to go to Ichiraku's together after this. What did Gai-sensei teach you guys today? Naruto bombarded Hinata with talk before she could even reply to his first question. I did get a weapon. I choose the bow and arrows. They are amazing. The feeling you get when firing them is thrilling. Tenten-senpai says I'm a natural. Guy-sensei just had me work on Juho Sashiken some more today. He says I need to build up my chakra reserves so I am not completely drained after using it. I would also really enjoy eating together afterwards. I missed you today. Naruto blushed slightly at the last bit and he looked the other way hoping she wouldn't see it. How cute! I greatly enjoy seeing young love and embarrassment. Guy boomed with his hands on his hips. Reminds me of my youthful days as a genin. Guy-sensei, you had a girlfriend when you were a kid? Naruto asked curiously. Even Lee had to look at his sensei questioningly. Guy leaned forward very closely to them all. It's a secret, he whispered with great breaks in between. Oh, come on, Guy-sensei, no fair. Naruto shouted while the others looked disappointed. Naruto, you aren't upset at all that I've referred you to Zabuza for teaching, are you? Guy quickly changed the course of the conversation. Naruto gave his sensei a confused look. No, why would I be? I just don't want you thinking I don't want to train you is all. Remember, no matter how many senseis you get, you are my pupil. Guy made a big point of emphasizing the my. Guy-sensei Naruto's was touched by how much his teacher really cared. I understand why you let Zabuza train me, he's a master at Suiton after all. I'm more surprised he actually agreed to train me. He's taken an interest in you. Haku answered before Guy could. At Naruto's questioning look, Haku continued explaining. Zabuza-sensei has always been fascinated by special abilities. That is why I was able to travel with him. So he's only interested in me because of the fox? Naruto sounded slightly hurt. Enough about that. We must get back into our usual routine. I trust you all remember the pace you were when we left the village? Guy was met with nods from each of his students, albeit Naruto took a while to respond. Good. Haku will need to set up a schedule for you. I'll just see how you do tonight and I'll have one written up for you tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be able to keep pace with whatever exercise they're doing. Haku smiled good-naturedly. He'd never been more wrong in his life. The Hokage leaned back in his chair and peered at the two jonin that stood before him. Guy stood at his usual exuberant attention. He was practically bouncing off the balls of his feet. Kakashi stood the complete opposite. His shoulders were drooped and his nose was buried deeply in the usual orange book. I assume you both know why I called you here today. The elderly shinobi finally spoke. Of course! Came Guy's expected response. Kakashi said nothing, but his book did vanish to show his attention. Later today I will call all of the Jonin sensei together. Today is the day we decide who is ready for the Chunin exams and who isn't. The Hokage paused to take a drag on his pipe. The two of you are a special circumstance. Your teams will compete in the exams. Unless of course you want to forfeit and accept your punishment for losing the bet? My team is more than ready. They will blow away the competition. Of course that means your team as well, Kakashi. Guy sent a sideways smile towards his youthful rival. You may be surprised. I haven't been so easy on my team either. The Hokage had not expected that. Apparently Kakashi was taking the bet more seriously than he thought. Then again, a chance to see Guy in something other than spandex was a good motivator. I would expect nothing less from you. Guy was of course unsurprised by his rival's claim. What are your teams doing at this moment? I gave them the day off when I received your summons. Guy returned his full attention back to his superior. My team is probably waiting for me to show up, Kakashi said after an innocent moment of thought. The Sandaime let out a tired sigh at Kakashi's typical antics. Take these. They are the application forms for your team. Make sure they fill them out and have them ready for the exams. He held them out to his two subordinates. The exams start in 1 week. I understand, both Jonin said simultaneously. One more thing before you both leave. I want you to meet the proctors for this exam. The Hokage held his hand up in the air. The two Jonin turned around just as the proctors walked through the door. Guy's eyes widened as he caught sight of them. You guys. Meanwhile Naruto and Lee sat inside their favorite ramen stand. Neither had their usual energy though. Something not unnoticed to the stand owner and his daughter. What's wrong with you guys today? How can you both look so depressed? Did something happen? Ayame couldn't take it anymore. Both of them sat hunched over the table. Neither had said anything. Not even to order. Lee looked up first. I do not understand, he shouted. Ayame didn't even flinch. She was long since used to her somewhat boyfriend's loud voice. What don't you understand? She chided. She was getting nowhere like this. Why did Guy-sensei give us the day off? It is not that time of week. We are making such great progress too. This is going to completely throw off our rhythm. What shall we? Lee's rant was cut short as Ayame slapped him upside the head. Are you joking me? Her voice practically reached his level. That's what you're upset about? I know you were really into working out and everything, but that's just ridiculous. Besides, you don't need him to train more. Just improve on what you know. Lee's face suddenly lit up. Ayame nearly fell over the counter. And don't give me that great idea face. Any normal person would have thought of that immediately. She then turned her attention to Naruto. And what about you? Don't tell me it's the same reason as him? The boy in question finally turned his head up. It's not that, he said. Then what? Ayame leaned in closer. Hinata went off to do extra practice and left me behind. Ayame wanted to hit him upside the head too. That's what I told you guys to do just now. Naruto's face suddenly lit up the same way as Lee's. Are you joking me? Ayame buried her face in her hands. You sure are a genius, Ayame-chan. Naruto spun on his chair towards his teammate. What do you say, bushy brow? I say it is an excellent idea. Ayame-chan. Give me a miso ramen first. Lee pumped his fist into the air. Naruto, while we wait, let us arm wrestle to strengthen our arm vitality. I like it. Naruto set his arm down on the counter. Ayame could only sigh. She turned around to place the order, but her dad was already making some. On 3. Lee grasped Naruto's hand in his. 1. Both of their arms tensed up. 2. Ayame walked over with the bowl her father had already prepared. 3. Ayame set bowl down just as they started. Or rather, just as Naruto lost. Lee's workout routine was still well ahead of Naruto's, and it showed. He slammed Naruto's hand down just as the competition started. Unfortunately, there was now a bowl of ramen there. Their hands just barely hit the edge of the bowl, flipping it and sending it flying from the counter and out towards the street. They didn't see where it landed once it flew out there, but they definitely heard it. Hot! What the hell is this? It's freaking hot! Naruto and Lee quickly bolted outside of the store to see who it hit. They both stopped short outside of the stand. They weren't sure who it was they had hit, but one thing was for sure. He wasn't from around Konoha. Hey, does this belong to you guys? The man with face paint and a black cowl with what looked like cat ears said as he slammed the bowl down onto the street. It crashed loudly and pieces went flying everywhere. Neither of the two genin noticed though. Because on the man's back was a big mummy-like object and across his forehead was a headband. One from Sunagakure. Hey assholes! I'm talking to you. The Suna shinobi stepped forward and reached his hand out towards Lee. The two immediately jumped into action. Lee knocked his hand away and assumed his fighting stance. The unfamiliar shinobi stepped back and reached for the object on his back, but paused. On any side of him was a clone of Naruto. What is a foreign shinobi doing here in Konoha? Lee demanded. The Suna shinobi made a face of confusion. What do you mean by that? Are you stupid? Answer the question. The Naruto to his right snarled. Instead of doing that, the cat-like shinobi chuckled. Bad move, punk, he whispered. While the clone didn't get any farther as a giant blunt object crashed into its head and dispelled it. Damn! They're shadow clones, said the newcomer. A tall blonde kunoichi who held a giant metal object in one hand. She also wore a Suna headband. Without missing a beat, 2 of the remaining Narutos charged the new girl. At that same moment, Lee and the last Naruto charged the one with face paint. Not good! He dropped down his mummy just as a chilly voice reached all their ears. That's enough. All movements stopped at once. Systematically, they all turned their heads down the street to where a single red-headed shinobi stood. Gee Gaara! This isn't what it looks like. A glance from the petite-looking shinobi silenced the older Suna one. Kankuro. Temari. Both gulped as he spoke their names. Instead of disgracing yourselves further, just explain why we're here. Naruto and Lee had yet to move from their spots yet. Lee couldn't believe it. How could this little kid shake these two up so bad? He didn't look like much. He figured Naruto shared his thoughts, but was surprised to find that Naruto seemed to be trembling as he stared at the boy as well. Right, well. We're here for the Chunin exams, of course. The one called Kankuro said aloud, not really looking at anyone in particular. Lee had to mentally kick himself. Of course. The Chunin exams. Now it all made sense. I assume you'll be participating as well. Gaara spoke up again. Lee was surprised to see that he was staring directly at Naruto. Arrow, of course we are. One of the Narutos managed to break from his stupor long enough to respond. Then as a fellow container I look forward to the chance to be able to slaughter you. Lee's eyes nearly doubled in size as a malefic grin settled across the young Genin's face. That look was not sane. And did he say fellow container? Was he referring to the QB? Naruto didn't respond this time. It was probably more accurate to say he couldn't respond. Let's go! Gaara spoke as he disappeared in a whirl of sand. Temari immediately leapt away herself, but Kankuro paused. Hey kid, he said while looking at Naruto. The blonde's eyes didn't leave the spot that Gaara had just been at. My name's Naruto. His voice came out very dry. Naruto. I don't know who you are or why Gaara just selected you out. But I'd be really scared if I were you. That guy is dangerous. You'd be better off not competing in the exams now. Just a fair warning. Kankuro turned and jumped off without waiting for a response. The clones popped out of existence as Kankuro left. Lee walked up to the last remaining Naruto and placed his hand on his shoulder. Hey! You alright? Naruto seemed to snap out of his daze at Lee's touch. Bushy brow! Naruto turned and grabbed a hold of Lee's spandex. That guy, that kid. He's like me! He's exactly like me. Whoa there, Naruto! Lee rested his other hand on Naruto's other shoulder and took a couple small steps back. What do you mean? He has part of the QB sealed inside him too? Naruto shook his head quickly. Not the fox. No, it was something else. I don't know how I know though. I could just feel it. He was able to feel it too though. He knew we were similar. Naruto was breathing heavily now. Lee started to fear he was going to hyperventilate. Naruto! You have to calm down. You can't let this kid shake you up. He's gone now. Lee shook Naruto to try to get through to him. But I told him we were competing in the Chunin exams. I don't even know what those are. How do we even enter? Lee paused. He didn't have an answer now. At least not in entering. It just so happens I have the forms to get you guys into the Chunin exams right here. Naruto and Lee both spun around to see Guy standing right there. Guy-sensei. They both turned and stood at attention in front of him. Guy looked between the two of them, trying to read their faces. You guys talk first. I'll explain the exams later. Both wasted no time in explaining the events of just a few minutes ago. I see. That is most troubling indeed. Guy looked between the two of his students. He then smiled brightly at them. Do not let it get you too down though. No matter how strong he is, I know you guys are stronger. Remember the intense training I've been putting you through. You guys can handle anything. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. All the tension seemed to drain out of Naruto immediately. So what are the Chunin exams, Guy-sensei? Exactly what they sound like. They are going to test whether or not you are ready to become Chunin. Shinobi from all over the continent come to compete in them. And you are going to let us compete this year, Guy-sensei? Even though Naruto and Hinata are still fresh Genin? Guy had told Lee and his team no last year for that very reason. I believe that with you there with them they are more than ready. Have no fear. Guy gave the two of them a thumbs up. He then pulled out a sheet of paper for each of them. Have these filled out and ready within a week from now. I will then submit them and tell you both where to go to start your exams. Yes, Guy-sensei. They each took a paper and saluted. Now where would Hinata happen to be? All three of you need to enter to be able to compete. Guy looked around briefly for his third pupil. She went to go do some training with Tenten. Naruto said somewhat bitterly. I see. Guy was glad they were getting along so well. The problem now was Tenten was about to quickly become an enemy. One of the big ones they needed to do better than at that. If Hinata got too close to her that could cause problems. Well, I'm going to go find her then. Bring those with you tomorrow if you could. With that their sensei was gone. Well, let's go find Asuma-sensei's team. Naruto said excitedly. I wonder if they're competing too. All his past fears of Gaara seemed to be gone now. Lee was glad for now. If they were lucky they wouldn't run into that group at all. Yeah, let's go find them. Ready, aim, fire. Tenten and Hinata both released their arrows at the same time. 6 arrows slammed dead center into 6 different targets. Damn. Hinata. You got this down. Tenten punched her trainee lightly on the shoulder. Thank you, Tenten-senpai. Hinata smiled happily as she admired the result of all her hard work. No need to thank me. I'm getting way better at this whole archery thing now too. We're learning together. Tenten pulled more arrows from the quiver on her back. You ready to go again? How pointless. No matter how hard you work, the outcome won't change. Both girls spun their heads in the direction that the voice just came from. Sasuke emerged from behind the trees and walked up to the two of them slowly. Sasuke? Tenten looked at him curiously. What are you doing here? Where's Neji? She didn't see her remaining teammate around. What? You miss him? Hinata felt the temperature of the area drop a couple of degrees. No, I'm just surprised you aren't following him around like a lost puppy like you usually are. Sasuke sneered slightly at her. Look, I'm just here to give you this. Sasuke handed out the application form for the Chunin exams. Oh, I see he has you running his errands now. Tenten took the paper. Neji sure trained you well. Sasuke's ever-present scowl deepened a little. Tenten put the paper and turned to continue her practice. Hinata and Sasuke didn't move. Tenten fired an arrow perfectly into a target, breaking the arrow that was already in it. Were you waiting for a treat or something? No. I just felt I should inform you that training this girl is pointless. She was always meek and untalented in class. Just because she found out she has a knack for archery won't help her. She'll always be a failure. An arrow suddenly flew past his head, grazing his hair lightly. Sasuke didn't even flinch. Tenten turned her head in surprise to Hinata. Her Byakugan was active and she was making a face at Sasuke that Tenten didn't think she was capable of. I'm not the same as I was, Sasuke-san. Also, you were not Neji and I-san, so quit trying to act like you are. Sasuke smirked. I could tell before you even let the arrow loose that it wouldn't hit me. My eyes don't miss anything these days. He turned and started to walk away. Speaking of your cousin, I could say the same about you. Hinata's Byakugan slowly faded and her face returned back to its usual calm demeanor. Tenten walked up and punched her lightly in the shoulder again. That was awesome, Hinata. Man, I wish I could do that sometimes. That guy can really get on my nerves. Hinata turned towards the older Kunoichi. You really don't get along with him at all? Tenten shook her head. At first I tolerated him and Neji outright despised him. I don't know what happened, but Sasuke started following him around. He was constantly asking for spars and he would often begin to repeat some of Neji's fate lines. Neji gradually accepted him. The two are practically brothers now. It makes me sick to my stomach. Tenten pulled out another arrow, spun and fired without aiming. It hit its mark perfectly. Skilled as always, Tenten. Both Kunoichi instantly recognized that booming voice. Gai-sensei. Hinata spun and saluted while Tenten ran up to her old teacher. It's been a while. We haven't met since I started training Hinata. Tenten stopped just short of the tall man. Yes, and I can tell she has been improving remarkably. I knew I was right in trusting her to you for weapons training. Guy patted his old student lightly on the shoulder and then walked up to Hinata. This is for you. He held out an application. It is. To enter into the Chunin exams. Hinata finished his sentence for him. Well informed as usual. Have you received yours yet, Tenten? Tenten pulled her form out. Just a minute ago. I'm surprised you're letting your team compete this year. Two of them being newbies and all. Guy smiled and ruffled Tenten's hair. Of course I have to compete with Kakashi after all. Guy let out a boisterous laugh. Of course. Tenten smiled at him. I forget sometimes that he is your eternal rival. He's just such a nonchalant guy most of the time. Damn that Kakashi and his hip attitude. Guy screamed pointlessly into the air. What kind of example are you setting for the children? No, I think you should be asking yourself that. Tenten whispered gently to Hinata, who couldn't help but giggle. I must find and scold him right this minute. Guy disappeared only to reappear a second later. Have that filled out for tomorrow morning, Hinata. Guy was gone before Hinata could respond. What a crazy guy. Tenten joked to herself. What do you say, Hinata? Let's take the rest of today off. Yes, I must return home and fill this out immediately. I know how important this will be to Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled slightly to herself. What the hell do you mean you guys don't have any time to train this week? What the hell are you two doing? Naruto shouted at his ninjutsu instructor and partner. Look, Brad, it's classified. We got a secret mission going on for the next week. Zabuza spoke in the annoyed tone that only seemed to come out when Naruto or Guy were around. But I got Chunin exams in a week. I need all the training I can get. Naruto was started to get irritated. First Guy-sensei canceled their training for the day. Asuma-sensei got called off to some Jonin meeting so he didn't have time today. Now Zabuza said they were done training for a week? Just rehearse all the basics. We all know you need all the extra practice you can get. You don't need me stranding over your frickin' shoulder. Zabuza growled at the blonde before him. Now if you don't mind, I got work to do. Zabuza turned and walked off. Sorry, Naruto-san. Haku bowed to his friend. I would like to train more too, but I've been selected for a mission. You won't be competing in the exams then, Haku? Naruto felt a little sorry for the boy in front of him. There will be other opportunities for me to become a Chunin Naruto. Just do your best to pass this year so we are not forced to compete against each other next time. Haku straightened up and extended his hand. Naruto shook it. You got it, Haku. They dropped their hands and Haku then hurried after Zabuza. Well, guess I better go fill that sheet out. I really hate paperwork too. Naruto sighed. He then turned and walked the other way. After a good 10 minutes of walking, he emerged into his team's training ground. Naruto-kun, there you are. He was surprised to see none other than Hinata running up to him. She was panting hard and it took a lot of running to get that anymore. She must have been looking for him for a while now. Hinata? What's up, you look panicked? Everything alright? Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders. Naruto, my father. Did that bastard do something to you again? Naruto interrupted. I'll knock him on his ass if he did. He'll pay if. Hinata put her fingers up to Naruto's lips. My father wants you over for dinner tonight. She completed her sentence. She pulled her fingers away. Naruto didn't say anything though. Or more, he couldn't think of anything to say. Hinata was the only person who had successfully put him at a loss for words twice. Huh? Was the most intelligent remark he was capable of making. Just come with me, we're already going to be late if we don't hurry. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and started pulling him along. But shouldn't I change? Naruto's brain was slowly starting to kick back on. Don't worry about it, I am in my shinobi attire as well. She looked back briefly to see a complete look of horror on her boyfriend's face. Why am I doing this? Naruto couldn't think of a nicer way to pose the question at the moment. The Chunin exams came up and he'd like to eat with us before we participate in them. Hinata continued to hold onto his hand as they ran through town. Oh, I see, what should I do and say? Naruto felt the panic mounting. He'd never eaten at someone else's house and the Hyuga house didn't seem like a good one to start with. Just be yourself, Naruto-kun. It'll work out. They arrived in front of her house. Hinata, myself is not a good way to go with this, trust me. Naruto stared nervously at the house doors as they slid open. It'll be fine, Naruto-kun. You can do this. Hinata ran back, gave him a kiss on the cheek and pulled him inside. Hinata quickly pulled him through the numerous twists and turns that made up the Hyuga house. Soon the two of them stood outside a sliding screen door where Hinata paused. Just follow my lead, it'll be alright. She whispered very quietly into his ear. Hinata? A voice called from the other end of the door. Would you and your guest care to enter? Hinata mentally flinched. Leave it to her father to have been watching with his Byakugan. As if Naruto hadn't been nervous enough already. He was practically trembling now. Yes, we'll be right in. Hinata gave Naruto one last glance before she slid the door open and walked inside. Seated at the head of the table was her father. Hanabi sat on the left side of the table close to him. On the right side of the table were two extra sets of silverware where they would sit. Hinata bowed low and she watched Naruto do the same. Good evening, father. Gee, good evening. Naruto's voice cracked and went up a couple of octaves at that moment. His face quickly took on a look of horror which then turned into red-faced embarrassment. Hinata heard Hanabi stifle a small giggle. Her father made no outward reaction. Good evening to you both as well. I am glad to see that you could both make it on such short notice. He gestured for them to take a seat. Hinata nodded and led Naruto over to the two cushions that were their seats. She sat down on the one closer to her father and he sat down on the one right next to her. As soon as they were seated, a server walked in carrying 4 bowls of soup. He set one down in front of each person present before quickly retreating out the door he had come. Naruto sighed in relief. He could handle soup. It looked a lot like ramen after all. It couldn't be so bad. Naruto went to grab his utensils when he realized he might be in trouble after all. And where's the chopsticks? He saw quite a few different spoons. A couple knives and a fork. But no chopsticks. We are dining to a Western-style dinner tonight, so chopsticks will not be necessary. Hinata's father answered in between sips of his tea. Of course. Western food my favorite. Naruto laughed nervously. Great, now he had to figure out which spoon to use. Hinata nudged him gently. When he turned to her, she was gesturing to the spoon she was using. Naruto nodded his thanks and quickly grabbed his own. Naruto observed the others for a quick second. They all ate theirs with an eerie silence. A feat he only prayed he could accomplish. He rose his spoon to his lips and gave a quick slurp. The sounds probably went 3 rooms down, causing Naruto to freeze in his tracks and Hanabi to cover up another round of giggles. Hayashi continued eating as if nothing had happened. Naruto then did the most sensible thing he could think of. He set his spoon down and waited for this portion of the meal to end. If this offended anyone, they did not show it. Naruto figured they probably understood, so he didn't say anything. Soon the soup was taken away. Next, a tray of appetizers was set out between them. This time Hayashi did not make a grab for anything. He instead took a long sip of his tea before he set it down and turned his attention to Naruto. I understand that you and my daughter are to be participating in the Chunin exams in the coming week. And yeah, that's right. That was not the thing Naruto had expected to hear. He had been waiting for some kind of formal insult, but instead it actually seemed like the guy was making light conversation. Those exams can be perilous. Naruto snapped out of his train of thought. Do you think your team is prepared to handle them? Could they handle them? Good question. With that Gaara kid there, they definitely had something to be nervous about. But he couldn't say that. He was going to become Hokage after all. One little redhead couldn't stop him. Of course we're ready. I just feel sorry for all the other guys that have to face us. Naruto gave him his biggest smile to prove he was serious. Hayashi studied his face for a few moments. Then I can assume that you will make sure my daughter makes it out of them in one piece? The smile on Naruto's face quickly melted away into pure determination. If anyone hurts either of my teammates, I'll rip them apart myself. Now Hayashi smiled lightly. That's more like it. He then turned his attention to the food in front of him. Everyone else did the same. After the meal was done, Hinata escorted Naruto out to the main gates. That wasn't so bad, was it? She said once they were both outside and the door shut. Naruto was surprised by how dark it had gotten. The only source of light was the near full moon that was up. Not so bad. I kept waiting for him to snap at me for messing up. It was driving me crazy being in there. Hinata giggled lightly at his antics. But you got through it. Now the Chunin exams should be a breeze for you. She giggled again, but Naruto didn't share in her laughter. Hinata noticed right away. Naruto-kun, you okay? I think you're asking the wrong question. Naruto sighed and leaned up against the wood wall. Are you okay with this? I don't understand, what do you mean? Hinata rarely see Naruto this way. I mean, are you okay with me? I mean, you're seriously like a princess when you're in there. Me, I'm just like some kind of lowly street kid. How can you? Idiot! Hinata smacked Naruto on the top of the head. Ow, Hinata! Naruto didn't have enough time to say anything else as Hinata wrapped her arms around him. It's always been you. Hinata said quietly. I've always wanted to be with you. I don't care about anything like status or heritage. All that matters is that I care about you. Naruto could do nothing but return the hug. You're right, Hinata. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to some things here. I know. Hinata pulled back. We both are. She smiled lightly at him. Naruto was suddenly taken by how striking she looked when colored in the moonlight. He wondered how he could have missed something like that before. Without thinking, he leaned in and kissed her quick. And Naruto-kun. Even with the little light, her blush was quite visible. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Hinata. Naruto took off down the street. We gotta start training extra hard for these exams. He disappeared down the corner, leaving her alone in the street. Good night, Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered to no one before she turned and went inside as well. Naruto, Lee, and Hinata stood in front of a massive building. There were multiple entrances on each side, and the building itself easily stood 10 stories tall. Numerous shinobi from all kinds of villages were walking into the building at that very moment. I don't remember there being a building this big here in the village. Naruto stared in awe at the huge structure that stood before him. Me either. I wonder why they are having us meet in such a big building? Lee too was admiring the height. Well, there are a lot of shinobi competing, it would appear. Hinata was more impressed with the amount of people she saw going into the building. I wonder what we will be tested on in here. No way we're going to figure it out just standing here. Let's go inside. Naruto marched forward, followed quickly by his two teammates. They entered the building and took a quick look around. To their surprise, they were in a small room with 3 sets of staircases going upwards. How curious. Lee mumbled and looked around. Apparently they weren't the only confused ones. Some groups stood there in an absolute stupor, looking at each stairwell intently, waiting for something to happen. Not too much later, and a group came walking down one of the flight of stairs. They did not look pleased. What the hell? We tried all 3 and not one of them got us to the top. What are they trying to do? One of them shouted as he punched a wall. It would appear the exam has already started. Lee mused while he rubbed his chin. So if we don't get to the top before the designated time, we get booted before we even start, huh? I like this already. Naruto gave a feral grin and turned to Hinata. Her Byakugan was already active and he could see the gears in her head spinning. The set of stairs the one group just came down from is the correct path. Hinata whispered just loud enough for her teammates to hear. Neither responded. Instead, they walked towards it. All 3 were sure to keep a look of uncertainty on their faces as they went up so as not to alert the other groups to their find. Once they reached the next level, which was a long hallway that went 2 separate ways, Hinata reactivated her Byakugan. Left, she said, and started moving. Don't bother saying it aloud, Hinata. We'll just follow you. She nodded to Lee's instructions. After making it up nearly 3 levels, they stopped. We're being followed, Hinata whispered again. Naruto and Lee both nodded. They sensed it too. Naruto rose his hands up and formed his favorite seal. 3 clones popped into existence. 2 of them hinged themselves as his teammates. At the next turn, the team went one way and they went the correct way. After nearly countless twists and turns, ups and downs, Hinata finally stopped walking. We're on the top floor, she announced. Nice going, Hinata. Naruto wrapped his arm around her shoulder and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Naruto Hinata blushed just a little. She didn't move away from him though. I'm just sorry my clones weren't able to lose those guys that were following us, Naruto said a little louder than necessary. All 3 of them turned to see a very strange-looking team of shinobi walk up the stairs. 2 of them looked normal enough. The 3rd member looked like a mummy though. His hunched-over posture and one visible eye didn't help his appearance. I must admit, said the mummy ninja, that it was rather difficult deciphering which set of footsteps to follow. However, no small difference escapes the ears of us Odo shinobi. Odogekure? I have never heard of it, Lee said skeptically. Oh, you will soon, the other male responded. That's right, we're going to be famous once we conquer these Chunin exams, the girl finished. Now if you'll excuse us. The mummy spoke again. All 3 walked past Team Guy and proceeded into the doors where the exams truly began. Team Guy walked forward as well and stopped outside the doors the team in front of them just went through. No turning back once we go past these doors, Lee said. As if I'd turn back anyways. We're going all the way here, Naruto shouted. That's right, Hinata added. Music to my ears. The team whipped around to see their sensei standing there behind them. He held up his hand before any of them could say anything. Just listen, he said in a normal volume. These exams can be rigorous. However, I have trained you hard and I am proud to say that you are more prepared than most for the tasks ahead. Now know this, it is not common for first-timers to pass. So no matter how far you get, I'm proud you are my students. Naruto chuckled at his teacher. Come on, Dai-sensei. We knew all that already. We'll show the world what it means to be trained by the greatest taijutsu expert. Lee gave Guy the nice guy pose. We'll teach them what it means to be a genius of hard work, Hinata said quietly but vehemently. Guy felt the great urge to cry at that moment. You guys, good luck. Guy spun around and vanished before he had the chance to shed a tear in front of them. All right, let's go. Naruto grabbed the doors and flung them open. All 3 of them stepped inside to the massive room. Unsurprisingly, they walked into a big room with 16 separate doors, each one being the entrance from one path or another. What was surprising was the massive amount of genin who had managed to make it into the room still. Among them were a ton of people they even recognized. The group from Suna was there and so was Kakashi's team. There were also the other rookies that Naruto and Hinata had gone to class with. Lee Hinata. Tenten took notice of the new group and came running up to them. Begrudgingly, Neji and Sasuke followed after her. Tenten-senpai. Hinata smiled at her friend just as she made it up to them. I see you guys made it. Of course it was probably no problem with the Byakugan. Neji's got us here in no time at all. Tenten talked in a hushed voice, trying not to glean the attention from other teams. That's right. Hinata is amazing. Naruto shouted loudly as he patted his girlfriend on the shoulder roughly. Everyone else in the group cringed at Naruto's voice as it instantly drew the attention of many other teams. Are you stupid? Sasuke asked as he glared at the blonde. You do remember that being a shinobi means keeping a low profile, right? Naruto snorted. That kind of stuff is overrated. It doesn't matter if they notice me or not. I'll beat them all down anyways. My, that's quite the proclamation. All 6 genin turned to the newest person to make his way over to their group. A tall, older-looking boy with white hair and glasses stood in front of them with one arm partially raised in greeting. Who's that guy? Naruto asked quietly as he leaned towards Lee. I've never seen him before either. He has a leaf headband on though. Lee peered curiously at the older-looking genin as well. I apologize, I forgot to introduce myself. The white-haired boy said, obviously having heard them. My name is Yakushi Kabuto. I am another participant of this exam. Do you have business with us? Sasuke asked, suddenly glaring at the older boy. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and gave a disarming smile. No. I simply thought it seemed more lively over here and decided to check it out. You're all first-timers in this exam, aren't you? All 6 genin shared a look before they all nodded back to Kabuto. Must be nice. I forget what it is like to be ignorant to what's coming next. Kabuto smiled sadly at them all. This is my 7th time taking the exam. 7th? Naruto, Lee and Tenten all shouted at once. Kabuto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Yes, well, I just have very bad luck, you see. Kabuto mumbled to himself. Neji snorted. It sounds more like fate is against you. Kabuto gave a wry smile at his comment. Fate may be so. Regardless, it has allowed me to gain extensive knowledge on all the villages. I could show you my cards. Information on anyone and everyone you want to know about. He pulled out an impressive-sized stack of colorful cards as he talked. Anyone interested? Lee rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why are you interested in helping us? What do you gain from it? Kabuto again gave his disarming smile. Perhaps future allies? There is no need to be suspicious. He said a moment later, taking note of the doubt in everyone's eyes. I showed a few other rookies some cards just a few moments ago. I simply want to help you. Well, there is one kid I'm interested in. Naruto suddenly spoke up. Lee and Hinata looked at him with slight worry in their eyes. They knew who he was going to ask about. Gaara. He's from Sunagakure. Gaara it is. Kabuto grabbed onto a card. Before he was able to reveal it, a white mist settled in over the floor of the room. All right, runts. You better pay attention or I'll chop you in half. The first exam has officially begun. Naruto couldn't believe it. He definitely recognized that voice. He turned slowly and his worst fears were realized. What the hell? It's you! Naruto screamed and pointed at none other than Momochi Zabuza. Quiet down over there, you blonde-haired brat. Or do you want me to kick you out right now? Naruto lowered his finger and instead fumed quietly. What the hell is Zabuza doing? Is he really the one testing us? Lee patted him lightly on the back. Think of it as a point in our favor. We know the guy after all. Maybe he will go easy on us? Naruto looked at Lee like he grew a third eyebrow. You don't hang out with the guy much, do you? He's a sadist, he said through his teeth. All right. Here's how this exam is going to work. Zabuza broke up their conversation. The rules are very simple. You have 10 minutes to make it back to the bottom level and out of the building. You will descend with your teammates. If one of you gets lost and doesn't make it out, you all fail. You will of course notice a few differences on your way down. The first being the whole area is now covered in a thick mist. There was a wave of grumbling amongst the assembled shinobi. Shut up! If you don't like it, then don't participate. I'd be more than happy to fail some of you now. The grumbling immediately quit. Now you will also have to be wary of traps we set up. Most of the traps are designed to maim, not kill. However, if you do somehow die, you fail. Now select one member from each team to come draw a pair of numbers. There will be a red and a blue one. Red is the number door you will enter to begin your descent. Blue is the order in which you will go. You will begin exactly 10 minutes after the group in front of you goes. No exceptions. But what if the group in front of us sets up additional traps? Kankuro shouted out. That sucks for you. Part of this exam is luck. Zabuza let out a dark laugh. Now line up. When you get your number, show it to an assistant and tell him the names of you and your teammates. Well, I suppose I better get with my team. Kabuto smiled at the group. Perhaps I can show you the cards another time, he said while walking away. We're gonna split too. No need in hanging together, we're rivals now. Tenten gave the group one more wave before running after her teammates that had both left already. Naruto sighed. Well, here goes nothing. That is right. Lee patted his teammates again before he stood completely straight. Hinata, could you go draw our random number? He gave her a wink. Yes. Hinata walked up and placed herself into one of the lines. I gotta hand it to you, Bushy Brow. You're pretty smart about this stuff. They won't get mad at us for cheating though, right? Naruto suddenly felt nervous for Hinata's safety. Not if we do not get caught. If this is a true shinobi test, then our ability to get away with things like that is also part of the test. Naruto smiled and nodded a couple of times. So all we need is to go first and we're set. Wrong, Lee said. What? Let me explain. Lee held up his hand to stop Naruto's question. Are you more afraid of a trap set up by already skilled Jonin or Chunin or by Genin? Well, the Jonin, of course. Naruto stated obviously. Exactly. The groups that go in front of us will undoubtedly set off those traps. Meanwhile, they themselves will be setting up their own. That means the later we go, the more troublesome traps will be taken care of, and we will only have to deal with the poorly constructed traps instead. Lee summed up for his younger teammate. Man, you really got it all figured out. I hope Hinata knows that. Naruto looked back to his girlfriend who was still in line. I am sure she does. Lee answered. After what seemed like an hour of waiting, Hinata finally showed up with their numbers. I got us third place in door number 1. That's the door we came through. 3 is the last place, by the way. Lee gave her a thumbs up. Nice work, Hinata. That was the best outcome we could have hoped for. Not entirely. Hinata's hushed whisper caused them to lean slightly towards her in concern. What do you mean? What is wrong? Lee asked, his bushy brows furrowed. The Sunagakure team is the team to go right before us. There is no telling what they are capable of. Especially Gaara. Hinata was peering nervously at the Suna team the whole time she talked. We are just going to have to try. Right, Naruto? Lee nudged his best friend lightly, ripping him from whatever thoughts he was trapped in. Yeah, definitely. Naruto nodded his head vigorously as if to convince himself. All right, punks. The first teams line up in front of your doors. You got 1 minute. The teams began scurrying to get to their places. Soon all the motion stopped as the groups got into their respective lines. Zabuza watched it all with mild amusement. It felt really good to be giving orders again. He looked down at his watch. The doors will open in 3, 2, 1. 1 second later and all the doors swung instantaneously open. The groups in front ran through. The doors swung shut behind them. Everyone in the room shuffled forward slightly. The room was now deathly silent. No one was making a noise at all. Naruto fidgeted nervously. Gaara was only a few feet away from him, and the whole time he was staring at him with a murderous gaze. Naruto didn't understand it. What was it about him that Gaara wanted to kill so bad? Was it 'cause he had a demon too? Zabuza's voice came out monotonously as he called out 5 minutes for the next team. Then 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 second. The door would swung open and then the next team ran through. Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief as Gaara's murderous gaze was finally off of him. Zabuza's voice called out 5 minutes for the last team. Only 48 teams had made it to the top of the building, and now only 16 of those teams had left to go. After calling off 30 seconds, Zabuza walked towards Guy's team. Listen, you brats. He whispered quietly. As a proctor, I can't show any favoritism here, but just know I'm pulling for you guys. After some of the shit you've been through, I know you guys are ready for this. Without waiting to hear a response, he took a couple of steps back. 3. The group looked to each other and nodded. 2. They all turned their attention to the door. 1. The whole room held its breath as the last groups prepared to enter. The doors swung open, and with Hinata in the lead, they charged in. They ran quickly to the edge of the steps when Hinata stopped short. What's wrong, Hinata? A trap? She shook her head. My Byakugan is useless here. This mist must be enhanced somehow. We'll have to proceed without the use of my eyes. The other two nodded. I still remember the route we took, so that won't be a problem. We just won't see any of the traps until we're on top of them. Bring them on! Naruto shouted and formed the ram seal. 3 clones popped into existence. Charge forward, guys. We don't have all day. The clones nodded and took off down the stairs. When you guys reach the bottom, go right. Hinata shouted after them. Rog 3 popping sounds were heard before they were able to finish speaking. Jump! It's a tripwire! Naruto shouted as he formed 3 more clones. They all jumped just in time and cleared the first obstacle. They then instantly turned right, with the clones staying several steps ahead of them. Some kind of liquid! Naruto shouted as one of his clones slipped and fell over a pool of something. The whole group stopped slightly to observe what it was they had slipped on. Their eyes widened as they realized what it was. Blood. The dangerous reality of the exam was now starting to sink in. The bodies are nowhere in sight. The cleanup crew must move fast. Lee observed as they all cautiously stepped around to the pool of blood. Once past, Naruto created 3 more clones and they were off again. Down, left, forward, up, right, down. The 3 of them continued to sprint through the obstacles with ease as Hinata ordered the clones forward, who would then trip the traps. Before they could even reset, they would be past that trap and on their way to the next one. This is cake! We've got this! Naruto shouted happily. His teammates both gave small smiles. It was their luck that their skills played out perfectly for this first exam. The biggest concern was they had yet to come across a trap of any kind set by the Sand siblings. Suddenly Naruto skid to a stop as he felt his clones pop. What? Lee asked excitedly. What kind of trap was it? Naruto slowly shook his head. It wasn't a trap, more like a figure lunged out of the mist at them. A person! Naruto pushed both his teammates into the wall and then dropped down just as the figure flew over his head. Did someone stay behind? Hinata shouted as she began to move forward. She was forced to roll out of the way as a group of kunai flew at her. They thumped loudly against the wooden walls. Impossible! It must be one of the examiners. Lee shouted as he jumped in the air and delivered a spinning kick. The figure blocked his kick with its arm and pushed Lee back, smashing him against the wall. These close quarters are not helping us. Kagebunshin no jutsu! Naruto shouted as 3 clones appeared and tackled the figure to the ground. The 3 clones wrestled around with it for a few moments before it finally lay motionless on the ground. Who are you? Naruto shouted as he bent down to examine it. He gasped in surprise when he got close enough. What do you see, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as she also began to lean closer. It's a puppet. Naruto mumbled, confusion evident in his voice. The sound of something wooden dropping on the floor reached their ears a second later. They all looked down to see a small wooden ball had dropped from the puppet's mouth. On the ball was one simple word. Explode. Oh crap! Naruto shouted as he jumped backwards. He wasn't fast enough as the explosion went off and the flames engulfed the entire floor. Fortunately for him, and Hinata Lee was fast enough. He had abandoned his weights and literally dragged them down the nearest flight of steps. Nice one, bushy brow. Naruto was still gasping for breath. He was shocked they had survived that at all. Zabuza-san said their traps aren't meant to kill. If I had to guess, I would say the Suna team is responsible for that. Hinata stumbled up to her feet and took a couple steps forward before shaking her head. This is the wrong way. Sorry, I took us to the closest escape I could. Lee began to make his way back up the stairs, followed by both his teammates. The sound of something massive sifting behind them caught all their attention. Oh, what now? Naruto groaned as he turned and squinted into the thick mist. They didn't have to wait long. A moment later, and a giant wave of sand that took up the whole hallway came crashing into view. Run! Hinata shouted unnecessarily. All 3 of them had already taken off. Hinata and Naruto had dropped their weights in the process. Hinata, lead the way! Lee shouted as he slowed down just a fraction so she was in front. What about the traps? She shouted, not bothering to stop as she slid around a corner and kept on sprinting, both teammates hot on her tail. Screw the traps! Naruto was looking behind them. The sand was gaining on them. We'll just have to be faster than the traps. That sand is gonna kill us. They all began descending another set of stairs. This is the 3rd floor. We are almost done. Hinata shouted as she rounded yet another corner and continued to run. The sand was still roaring loudly behind them. At the end of this hall is another set of stairs. She shouted before just a moment later she ran smack into a wall. She bounced backwards and fell onto her butt. Naruto and Lee did the same thing a moment later. What the hell? Where are the stairs? Naruto's voice came out nasally. He had a feeling he had just shattered his nose. That's not possible. I know we took the right way. Hinata didn't understand what was happening. Could the route have changed? But it was the same all the way up until now. The sand! Lee shouted as he turned around. It was just a second away from smashing into them. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created so many clones that they instantly got jammed together in the hallway and successfully made a barrier between them and the sand just in time. It smashed into his clones and wasn't able to continue any further. Good thinking, Naruto. Lee let out a breath of relief. My clones won't last long before the sand crushes them. We need to get out of here. Naruto stumbled back up to his feet. No, this isn't right. Hinata suddenly shouted as she smashed her hand against the wall. There isn't an exit here at all. Wait, so you're saying we're in a dead end? Naruto asked, exasperated as he began feeling around at the walls. There wasn't an exit on any of the 3 remaining sides. Hinata crumpled to her knees. I'm so sorry. She whispered. She had been so sure she had been leading them the right way. Hinata Naruto took a step towards her to comfort her, and as he did he noticed the sand was beginning to leak through. Hey, do you guys hear that? Lee said quietly. Both Naruto and Hinata quit moving. Yeah, it sounds like gears are turning beneath us. All 3 of them went to move just a second too late. The floor opened and they all fell down into the mist. Ow, my head! Naruto slowly stood up. You guys okay? Naruto looked around. He didn't hear anything. Guys? Bushy brow? Hinata? Naruto felt around to see if they were still unconscious. Stay away from him. Naruto jerked back suddenly. Who said that? It sounded familiar, but it wasn't one of his teammates. Was someone else here? Don't get near my child. You demon! Why are you even alive? Just die. Give back my son. The voices started coming from everywhere. Some were just little whispers, but others were practically shouts. Naruto realized all too well where they came from now. His past. Is that the kid? Yeah, he's the only one who didn't pass. Can you picture what would happen if they let that demon become a ninja? Naruto grit his teeth. Shut up and say it to my face. Naruto, you killed Iruka's parents. You're the Kyuubi no Yoko. That's not true. Naruto whirled around in the mist. No one was there. Run away. It's him. Get out of my store, you little thief. Stop it. He roared while covering his ears. Just leave me alone. The sound of a window shattering could be heard. That's what you get. Just leave already. Naruto hunched himself onto the ground. Please just stop. I don't want to hear this. You have no friends. No one wants you. You don't know what you're talking about. Naruto took his hands off his ears and stood back up. I do have friends. I have people who care for me. People who love me. Everyone thinks you should die. What do you know? Naruto whispered to himself. You're a monster. My life may have been crap at one point, but it's different now. Naruto's eyes steeled as he faced the onslaught of voices. You are worthless. The voices were getting quieter. I have Guy-sensei who told me that he values my struggle to keep fighting. No one would care if you disappeared. Bushy Brow cried for me when he thought I was dying. You're all alone. Haku has shared a pain similar to mine. He understands me. No one loves you. They were barely louder than a whisper now. Hinata does. And I'm glad I found out. I couldn't ask for a better girlfriend. The voices stopped altogether. The room started shifting again and Naruto started feeling incredibly lightheaded. He slipped down to the floor and everything went white for a second. Naruto! Naruto-kun! Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He was still in the mist. But Lee and Hinata were here now. What happened? The sand. He shot up to a sitting position. When we fell, we got caught in a genjutsu. The sand did not follow us down. Lee explained. He and Hinata each grabbed one of Naruto's arms. A genjutsu, eh? Naruto let them each pull him up. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? The boy in question smiled at his girlfriend. Yeah. I'm just thinking about how I have such great friends. Hinata blushed lightly and smiled back. Hate to break this up, but we are on a time crunch here. Lee waved his hand to get their attention. Hinata, do you know how to get out of here? Hinata's smile dropped as she turned to Lee. There are 2 doors on either side of this room. What, but which one is the right one? Naruto looked back and forth. The mist down here wasn't nearly as thick and he could make out the doors on either end. Hinata shook her head. I don't know. That fall completely threw off my sense of direction. Well, what happens if we pick the wrong door? Naruto could just hear the clock ticking in his head. We probably fail and we might even die. Lee rubbed his chin as he also gazed between the 2 doors. That's bull. There's no logic to this last trick. It's just chance. Naruto shouted. Zabuza did say luck was part of being a shinobi. Maybe this is what he really meant. Lee turned his attention back to Hinata. You've gotten us this far. Whatever door you choose, I'll follow behind you without hesitation. And me? Hinata stuttered for the first time in a long time. Bushy Brow is right. It's all up to you, Hinata. Naruto also turned to her. But Hinata looked back between her teammates and the doors. Finally, a look of calm began to settle over her. All right, then I say we do this one. Hinata turned to her left and walked right for the door. Naruto and Lee followed her without question. She grabbed onto the handle and looked at her teammates. When they gave her the nod, she swung the door open. Bright light white poured into the room, destroying the mist and temporarily blinding the group. With their arms held in front of their eyes, they walked forward and out into the street. Just in front of them, they saw a small group of shinobi gathered in front of a podium. Did we make it? Naruto asked as they started to approach a crowd of other shinobi who had passed. 10 seconds left until the last group's time has expired. A voice shouted as if to answer Naruto's question. Group 1. Over here! They turned to see a Chunin waving them over. They did as he asked. Congratulations on passing the first exam. Is it Rock Lee, Hyuga, Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto? He peered at the 3. That's us, Lee said proudly as he grabbed onto his teammate's shoulders. Alright, well, you guys can go over there as you wait for the second exam to start. He gestured to the group of other shinobi who had passed. Alright. Yeah, we pass. Naruto jumped for joy and started running towards the group. Hey, Naruto! Over here! Choji shouted while waving his arms. Naruto made a straight beeline for Team 10. Lee and Hinata of course followed him. Hey, you guys passed too! Naruto shouted as he ran up to the group. What's that supposed to mean? Hino huffed. Of course we pass. All that extra workout your sensei has been giving Shikamaru hasn't been for nothing. We really would have been in trouble if he was in the shape he used to be in. Troublesome was the lazy boy's only response. Okay, maggots. Time is up. Zabuza once again stood in front of all the assembled participants. You have all passed and will be moving on to the second part of the exam. Now before that, let me explain to you what this was really testing. You mean luck wasn't all of it? Came a sarcastic voice that sounded an awful lot like Kiba's. I could still fail your ass if I want, so watch it. Zabuza retorted quickly. Luck was a part of it. But it was also testing decisiveness, ability to use your senses other than sight and to see how well you deal with traps. It was also to test your self-esteem. Do you believe in yourself enough to push forward? Because if you don't believe in yourself, how can others believe in you? That explains the Jinjutsu. Lee mumbled. Naruto could only nod in agreement. Lee and Hinata must have heard some pretty nasty things too. They all had gone through so much to prove themselves. Soon they would show the world their results. Now I shall begin explaining the second exam. Isn't that my job, Zabuza-san? The man in question turned an annoyed eye to his left as an ice mirror formed. Everyone stared in amazement as a boy stepped outside of it. Alright, seriously, what the hell? Naruto roared. He's still a genin, for crying out loud. This behind me is the training ground 44. Better known as the Forest of Death. Haku gestured to the massive gates behind him. It is in here that you will have to take the next part of your exam. Any questions? Yeah, I got one. Haku let out a tired sigh. What is your question, Naruto-san? The blonde lowered the hand he had raised as Haku acknowledged him. I'm not quite sure I understand how the whole forest behind the gate is covered in snow. What Naruto said happened to be the very question on most of the genins' minds. The Forest of Death was indeed covered in a deep layer of snow. Yet it was a warm summer day on their side of the fence. Haku let out another sigh. Are the means important? Instead of asking how, you should be asking why. This exam will test multiple things. The first being how you deal with different conditions. It is a possibility that as a Chunin you will be sent to a land with a very different climate than yours. Normally we would be made aware of where we are going and of the conditions. We don't have the gear necessary for this. Sakura shouted from amongst the crowd. I was getting to that. Sakura slunk back in embarrassment. You will not enter the forest until midnight tonight. That means that you all are expected to go out and buy the necessary equipment before then. Prepare enough for 5 days. That's how long you'll be in there. So what's the objective? Survive? A random Amgenin shouted. Haku rubbed his temple in annoyance. Must you all insist on interrupting me? His question was met with silence. Each team will receive one of 2 scrolls. Heaven and Earth. Your objective is to obtain them both and make it to a tower in the center of the forest. This is a competition against all your fellow peers. Wait a second. That means at best only half of us will pass. Kiba shouted from his spot next to Sakura. That's right. Of the 48 teams that started the first exam, only a meager 15 made it to this one. However, there are plenty of ways to fail here as well. If anyone in your team dies if you open either one of your scrolls before reaching the tower, or if you don't make it within 5 days, you are out. Also bear in mind that some teams may try to collect multiple copies of scrolls. Haku was finally met with silence as the crowd let his words sink in. Show up back here at 11. You will be assigned your scrolls then. Anyone late will be disqualified. Dismissed. A mirror of ice formed behind Haku as he finished talking. As soon as he stepped inside, it shattered. He was nowhere to be seen. Well, I guess we better go and buy some snow clothes. We should hurry so we can beat the rush. Naruto said, already walking in the direction of the village. Yosh! Perhaps they will have white spandex so that I can blend in with the snow. Everyone within earshot visibly shivered at the image. I knew there was a reason I didn't want to proctor for those exams. Zabuza said as he and Haku climbed the stairs to their apartment. Dusk was just setting in and they were just finally making it home. However, Haku had to head back to the forest in just a couple hours. Oh, and what was that? Haku asked as he opened the door. All right, assholes. Start talking. Naruto stood right in the doorway as if he'd been waiting for them the whole time. Zabuza gave Haku a meaningful look. I rest my case. He then walked straight past the fuming blonde and strolled over to his side of the apartment. Hey, I'm talking to you. Naruto shouted after him. Hokage-sama just thought it would be a good way for us to get more involved in the village. Haku explained as he too walked past his friend. You make even less sense than him. At least he's a jonin. Naruto said as he started to follow them. Haku-sama turned around to face him. What he saw caused his face to light up in shock. Naruto-san, get down. He jumped forward and tackled his friend down just as sand pellets flew over where his head had just been. What the hell? Naruto attempted to look at who just attacked him. Because of the way he was on the ground, the vision was upside down. However, Naruto didn't have to switch it right to recognize that face. Gaara, he breathed out. Take this! Zabuza roared as he ran into the room and swung his sword down onto where Gaara stood. To everyone's surprise, sand popped from his gourd and instantly deflected his sword, which chopped right through the floorboards. Do not interfere. Gaara said in monotone. My target is him. Zabuza looked back at Naruto and then at the little redhead before him. Look, I know he's annoying, but wait until tomorrow. You'll get a shot at him then. I want to kill him now. Gaara spoke almost hungrily now. There was a deep intensity in his eyes that frightened even Zabuza a little. If you kill anyone here, you'll be disqualified from the exams. Go home. Zabuza pulled his sword from the ground and hefted it gingerly onto his shoulders. Gaara seemed to ponder the big man's words for a minute. I will wait until tomorrow then. He turned around and began to walk out. Wait, Gaara! Naruto shouted as he quickly stumbled to his feet. The redhead stopped moving but didn't turn around. Naruto took that as a good ahead. Why do we have to kill each other? You said it yourself, we're the same. Doesn't that mean we understand each other? We should be on the same side if anything. We could probably be friends. Gaara stood there in silence. A full minute passed and Naruto was starting to wonder if we was even awake. I have no need for friends. Gaara finally spoke. The only one I need is myself. By killing you who is like me, I will become more complete. I will become a greater existence than even now. Gaara then proceeded to walk out. Naruto could think of nothing to say to stop him. What a screwed up kid. Zabuza said as he began walking towards his room. And where do you think you're going? Did you see what you did to my floor? Naruto shouted. Zabuza turned back to him. The blonde was still trembling quite a bit, and even though he was still capable of yelling, his heart wasn't really in it. Take a nap, brat. You're in for a long week. Day 1. I still can't believe you actually found some. Unfortunately for everyone, that night Lee did manage to find white spandex. His leg warmers and belt were now a bright gray to match with it as well. Yosh! The shop knows exactly how to kindle my burning flames of youth. Nothing will be capable of stopping us now. Despite it, Naruto couldn't help but smile at his best friend's attitude. Personally, he wanted to get the spandex too, but Hinata wasn't budging. He couldn't understand. She could have worn a set too. Instead, he settled for outfit camouflage completely by being white with other gray spots. Hinata herself had fallen back to her old milky-colored hoodie and matching colored pants. All three had similar gloves and snowcaps on as well. Are the two of you sure you want me to hold onto the heaven scroll? Hinata asked her teammates the same question she had been asking for the past 5 minutes. Of course! It is thanks to you we even got this far. Naruto smiled brightly at her and patted her head lightly. You three are strangely relaxed. Although I guess I'm not surprised, it's just like you. All three turned to Haku as he walked up to them. What's up, Mr. Proctor? Naruto smiled brightly at his friend. I'm just here to make sure you guys start on time. Haku looked behind them at the door that would let them inside. It must have taken a lot of chakra to be able to create this. Hinata observed aloud. I was not aware your Kekai Genkai also allowed you to create snow. To be honest, I wasn't either until shortly after I arrived in this village. As for the chakra, I had many other shinobi lending me their chakra through a special seal system. We have similar seals set up all along the gate to keep the forest this way. Naruto let out a low whistle. I thought this was a little out of place here. So much for having any kind of home field advantage. Naruto-san. Yeah, what's up? Naruto turned to see Haku, giving him a look that meant he just said something dumb. You're aware that snow is made up of water, right? You have a huge advantage here. Haku gestured to the inside. Naruto turned his attention back to the forest, his eyes shining like he just received an early Christmas present. No way! That kicks so much ass. Haku dropped his face into his hands. Just then a watch on his hand started beeping. Everyone turned their attention to it. You have 10 seconds. Right, thank you, Haku-kun. Be sure to watch us youthfully pass this exam. The gates swung open just as Lee finished talking. All three of them wasted no time in running in. I'll see it better than you think. Haku called after them as the gates swung back closed. What do you think he meant by that? Naruto yelled as he and his teammates leapt up into the trees. There are probably cameras hidden throughout the whole forest or something, was Lee's response as he landed on his first branch. I don't think that's it. I can't see any. Knowing Haku-san, though, he has a way. Hinata's Byakugan was active and already scanning the trees. What's our plan? Let's go deeper into the forest for now. If we're lucky, we'll run into someone right away. I doubt anything will happen so early, though. All three continued on their way deeper into the forest. Man, how boring. We've been in here for a couple hours already and not a single person has come after us. Tenten landed nimbly on the ground floor next to her two teammates. Are you guys sure you haven't seen anyone? What good are those eyes if you can't find at least a single ninja? You are so noisy. My eyes aren't any good at detecting people. When they're within Neji's range, we'll know it. Until then, just be quiet. Talking will only give us away. Sasuke continued pacing back and forth. Neji sat cross-legged in the snow. He hadn't moved since they had picked a spot to stay. Well, maybe I want to give us away. I mean, seriously. I want to get out of this cold as fast as possible. Sasuke stopped pacing to glare at his only female teammate. Quit being such a child. You're a year older than me, for crying out loud. What the hell is that? Both arguing teammates stopped and turned their attention to Neji, who was quickly getting to his feet. What is it, Neji? What do you see? Tenten spun around to see if she could spot it. She then paused as she felt something. Was the ground shaking? I've never seen a creature that big before. We have to move. Now. Neji jumped skywards. Wait a second, Neji. What do you see? Sasuke looked up to where his teammate had jumped. Snake! Tenten screamed. Sasuke got no farther as Tenten grabbed him by the collar and jumped upwards. They both narrowly dodged out of the way as a humongous snake bowled over the spot they were just at. Without pausing, the snake quickly began to coil itself around the tree in pursuit of its targets. What the hell? Does that thing live in this forest? Sasuke asked as Tenten set him down onto a branch. Not likely, she answered. Do you see the way it's moving? It's specifically targeting us. Someone is commanding it. Who's capable of doing something like that? Sasuke looked back and forth between his two older teammates. Not someone of the genin level. Neji replied stoically. We need to kill it fast before its owner shows up. Whoever sent it after us isn't within range of my vision yet. Right. One of you distracted, I got just the tool. Tenten pulled out one of her scrolls. Here it comes! Sasuke called. He jumped down from the branch. Neji and Tenten both jumped skywards. The snake looked up and down as it decided which group to go after. Katana Zenka no Jutsu. The snake's mind was quickly made up as several fireballs slammed into it from below. Tenten, hurry it up! Sasuke screamed as the snake descended quickly after him. I know already. Tenten ran down the tree as quickly as she could. Take this! She jumped from the tree and swung her unraveled scroll. A spiked ball flew from it and slammed into the snake's head. Sasuke dove out of the way as the snake veered out of control and slammed into the ground. Moving quickly, he joined Tenten on the side of the tree. And what was that supposed to do exactly? And you call me impatient? Just as she spoke those words, the ball detonated. The snake was quickly engulfed in a massive explosion as pieces of it flew all over. The snow in the area was quickly dyed red with its blood. All right, now let's get out of here fast. A dark chuckle suddenly caused both of them to spin around. I'm afraid that leaving will not be an option for the two of you, said a female ninja with a Kusa headband. You see, I'm not sure I like what you just did to my cute little pet. Sasuke sneered. Don't act like you're the innocent one here. You sent it after us. Now Sasuke-kun. Is that any way to talk to someone? Tenten and Sasuke's eyes widened. How do you know my name? Oh, you could call it a hobby of mine. Now if you'll excuse me for a moment. I have a pest problem to deal with. Without missing a beat, the kunoichi spun her upper body around and caught Niji's outstretched arm. How rude of you trying to interrupt our conversation. Can it? Tenten appeared behind her opponent, now a wakizashi poised to cut her head off. The legs of the kunoichi still facing Tenten sprung into action, landing a powerful kick into her stomach and sending her flying downwards. As soon as the kick connected, Neji released his foothold on the tree and launched his own kick. The Kusa ninja easily stepped out of the way and in one fluid motion spun her top back on straight and hurled him down towards Tenten. Your turn! She charged Sasuke, who immediately dove sideways to the nearest tree. The second he hit it, he jumped upwards, grabbed the branch he was beneath and spun himself to the top. Without pausing to see if she had followed, he ran through a set of hand seals. Katando Kaku no Jutsu, he fired a giant ball of fire straight forward just as she flipped up onto the branch. With a shrill shriek, she was set ablaze and fell backwards off the tree. He then ducked low as a fist flew over where his head should have been. Spinning around, he brought his foot in for a low kick. The kunoichi shouldn't have been able to stop it, however her arm bent at an odd angle and grabbed his foot easily. Excellent. Most excellent, Sasuke-kun. Seeing through my mud clone must have been child's play for you even without your Sharingan active. Her free hand slammed into Sasuke's stomach. However, you'll find you may need it to keep up with me. Sasuke let out a dry smirk as the kunoichi's hand sank into his body. What? The answer came a second later as Sasuke dissolved into mud, revealing an explosive tag strapped onto his body. Another second later and it exploded. The real Sasuke stepped around the side of the tree, his Sharingan active. You may find that you're no match for me when I use it. That's what I like to see. Sasuke instinctively took a step back. For less than an inch from his face was his enemy. What the wind did you? The kunoichi chuckled in response. This is no time to be surprised, Sasuke-kun. You've shown me what you can do with ninjutsu, now I want to see your taijutsu. She rose up her hand to beckon him forward. Before Sasuke could even move, a set of kunai flew into the tree around the kunoichi. They all exploded. You're hurting our feelings ignoring us like that. Tenten yelled from a nearby tree. Sasuke watched as the Kusa ninja seemingly rose out of the ground behind his teammate. Tenten, behind you! Too late, the ninja struck. However, to Sasuke's surprise, Tenten fluidly ducked, grabbed the enemy's arm and stuck back with an open palm. The kunoichi bent over slightly and coughed up blood. Ah, I see. I was careless. She wiped some of the blood off her lower lip. You two have been working together for a long time now. That swap was perfect. Tenten popped into a cloud of smoke and Neji stood in her place. Without wasting another second, he pulled his palm back and swung his other one forward. The kunoichi knocked this blow aside and sent a spinning kick aimed to Neji's head, who intercepted the blow with his forearm. Knocking her leg back, Neji pressed on the attack. Sasuke scanned the scene for another second before smirking. "I see you," through the kunai, and then immediately hid. Neji stood there hinged as you, so the enemy thought he was you. "You guys take all the fun out of the surprises," Tenten said as she landed next to him. "You going to be okay?" "Yeah, but shouldn't we help Neji out now?" Tenten shook her head. "If it's taijutsu, we'll only get in his way. You and I are going to act as ranged support in case the enemy tries to put distance between herself and Neji." Sasuke could only nod to the plan as he watched the fight unfold. "You were most skilled." The kunoichi chuckled as she dodged and weaved her way around another set of palm strikes. "It's been a long time since I've seen a genin with as much raw talent as you. Perhaps I should come after you instead of Sasuke-kun." Neji halted for a split second before he continued on with his assault, not something missed by his opponent. "Oh? You must be wondering why I'm after Sasuke-kun to begin with, aren't you?" She jumped up over Neji's sweeping kick. "Well, how about I tell you?" "You see, I'm interested in his eyes." Without warning, the kunoichi suddenly struck, landing a powerful punch into Neji's chest and knocking him back several feet. "Your Byakugan pales in comparison to such strong eyes." Neji stumbled slightly and nearly lost his balance. He then managed a low chuckle. "You are a fool." "Oh. It speaks," she taunted. Neji ignored her and kept talking. "You want the Sharingan? Well, then you're out of luck. Even if you can acquire them, they will never reach their full caliber. No, your fate was sealed the moment you were conceived as something other than Uchiha." The kunoichi said nothing, but Neji could feel her glare burning into him. "And there's one more thing," he said while crouching low and spreading his hands out. "And what would that be?" All good humor had left the kunoichi's voice. "You're within range of my divination." Neji sprung forward and struck before the kunoichi even had a chance to move. 2 strikes. She stumbled back. 4 strikes. Neji pressed forward. 8 strikes. The pace of his attack sped up. 16 strikes. The kunoichi could do nothing as Neji assaulted her chakra points. 32 strikes. His hands became little more than a blur as he struck time and time again. 64 strikes. He delivered the final blow, and without the ability to produce chakra, the kunoichi lost her footing on the trunk of the tree and fell forward. She crashed painfully on a branch some 30 feet below. Neji jumped down and landed next to his opponent. "You will never acquire the Sharingan eyes. Instead, you'll die right here. This is your fate." The kunoichi surprised Neji by letting out a small chuckle that was different from the ones before. This one sounded like it belonged to a man. "What a cruel technique. I actually lost all control of the chakra in this woman's body. Oh, well, I guess this just means it is time to shed my skin." The body gave a slight jerk. Then another. Soon the whole body was convulsing wildly. Neji stepped back in alarm as he watched something begin to slide out of the mouth of the woman he'd just put down. "What the hell are you?" "How rude," responded the man's voice again. "Didn't they teach you manners at the academy? You should be asking me my name." A sickly pale-looking man rose up from the body of the woman. "However, as a reward for doing so well, I'll tell you it anyway." The man opened his mouth and his tongue pulled out a sword. He caught it with his hand, and before Neji could even react, he struck. "I am Orochimaru," the snake Sannin, the pale man said as Neji fell forward, his blood quickly spilling all over the branch they were on. "Do not worry. I left that cut light enough for you to be able to survive. I need your team to pass after all. Besides, now you can watch me have my fun with Sasuke-kun and the girl. Just think of it as your fate." With that said, the Sannin vanished from his spot. "Neji!" Tenten screamed. Before she made even a slight step, Orochimaru appeared in front of her, his sword still drawn. "You bastard." Tenten pulled out the wakizashi she had used earlier and struck. Orochimaru easily blocked the strike. He then flicked it away and spun around. Before Tenten could make another move, the hilt of the sword slammed into the back of her head. She stumbled forward slightly and then fell off the branch they were on completely. "Tenten!" Sasuke moved to jump after her, but a powerful kick slammed him against the trunk of a tree. "Fear not, Sasuke-kun. She will only fall for a little ways. She'll probably break a couple bones when she hits the branch beneath her, but she'll live." Orochimaru spoke as he casually approached his prey. Why are you doing this? You're not a genin. What do you gain from taking this exam? Sasuke leaned up against the trunk of the tree. The kick had really knocked the wind out of him. You're right. I'm not a genin. But believe me, I get something out of this. Orochimaru smiled evilly, revealing his snake-like fangs. Now come here, Sasuke-kun. Just one little bite and this'll all be over. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that. Orochimaru spun around quickly and brought his sword up just in time. A katana met his sword with a loud clang. Oh, why if it isn't the genin proctor? What are you doing here interfering with the exams? This isn't a show of favoritism, is it? He grinned innocently at Haku as they both retracted their swords and stepped back several feet. Drop the act. I've heard everything that you said, Orochimaru. The Sanin's smile instantly dropped from his face. That's interesting. I didn't notice any cameras in here. Perhaps Konoha found a new way to monitor people? Orochimaru's eyes widened as Haku seemingly disappeared into thin air. He brought his sword up and blocked another katana strike from his right. He then knocked Haku back and took a swing at him. Haku rolled out of the way. He then ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke-san, grab onto me and hold on tight. Haku snatched a hold of Sasuke's collar and dove at the tree. What are you doing? Sasuke knocked himself loose before they crashed straight into the solid trunk. To his surprise, Haku seemed to vanish through it. What the hell? I see it now. Orochimaru looked around the forest suspiciously. This whole forest is littered in those ice mirrors you use to get around. Correct. Haku shouted from above his opponent. He swung his sword down and Orochimaru easily blocked it again. The second you all entered this forest, you entered my jutsu. When in the mirrors, I can see and hear everything that is going on. Orochimaru knocked his sword back and struck only for Haku to vanish again. This time though, Orochimaru struck down into the mirror Haku had gone through, shattering it. That is an impressive sword if it is capable of breaking one of my mirrors. Orochimaru turned around to see Haku standing next to Sasuke again. I must apologize, but I will be moving Sasuke-san out of the area as I have already done with his teammates. Don't think I'll let you. Orochimaru ran quickly to off a set of seals. Keton Genki no Jutsu. He inhaled to spit a small orb of fire. A flame so small will do little against my technique. Haku rose his hand and water rushed to meet the orb. You idiot, we got to move. Sasuke tackled Haku off the branch and out of the way of the technique. What are you doing? Haku yelled as they plummeted. You don't understand. That technique, Sasuke was interrupted as a loud bang was heard. They both looked upwards to see what was once the little orb expanding massively. I see it explodes. Haku observed nonchalantly. Hang on tight, Sasuke-san, this is going to get nasty. Haku ran through several one-handed seals. What the hell is that? Naruto said as he felt a massive heat wave wash over them. I don't know, but it sounds like a massive explosion just went off. Lee answered. They were all looking in the direction that the explosion had just come from. Should we check it out? Hinata looked to Lee, who shook his head. Should we flip a coin for it? Lee asked as he pulled one out. Hinata dropped her head in shame, but Naruto's face lit up. Heads means we go for it. The blonde shouted excitedly. Right! Lee flicked the coin and it went flying before vanishing into the brush. The three of them sat in complete silence for a full half a minute before it came back down and Lee caught it expertly. And the coin says he placed it on the backside of his hand and all three of them looked at the outcome. What a powerful technique. Haku stumbled upwards and looked around. They now stood in a huge crater. All around them whole trees had been disintegrated. He was covered in many nasty burns himself. How can you be so nonchalant about this? Sasuke slowly rose to his feet. Haku looked him up and down. He was badly burnt too in many places. All of his winter clothing had been completely seared off and his body was littered with numerous blisters. I can be nonchalant because we survived. Haku began inspecting his sword. It didn't look like it had been hurt at all. How did we survive? I mean, what did you do? Sasuke asked curiously. It was most impressive. Both Genin whirled around. Orochimaru stood there smiling evilly. He formed an orb around you which quickly solidified to ice. Normally that would have just melted, but he kept a constant stream of water flowing into it. The only time you got burnt was at the very end when what was left of the water evaporated. What handy Kekkei Genkai. Konoha sure has found an interesting new specimen. Haku held his katana up and stood directly in between Sasuke and the evil Sannin. Oh, and what do you plan to do here? You have no ice mirrors around and the air here is still quite dry. I doubt you could make any more even if you wanted. Just hand Sasuke over to me like a good little proctor. I will not. You are making a grave error if you think Kekkei Genkai are the only way someone is capable of fighting. Katana Zenka no Jutsu. Sasuke fired off a series of fireballs. He then grabbed Haku's arm and started pulling him away from Orochimaru. What are you doing? Haku asked. Just then he heard a group of explosions. I hit Kunai with exploding tags in the fireballs. We need to make a break for your mirrors. It's our only chance. Orochimaru appeared in front of them before he even finished talking. Not so fast there, Sasuke-kun. Your eyes will be mine. Orochimaru stepped forward. Get away! Sasuke jumped in the air and delivered a powerful kick to the Sannin's face. He disappeared in a poof of smoke. Damn, a shadow clone! Haku spun around and knocked Orochimaru's sword strike away. A sneak attack. As expected by one like yourself. You shouldn't talk, brat. Orochimaru swung his sword forward as did Haku. Several clangs erupted. A sound of chirping birds suddenly filled the air. Impossible that technique as Orochimaru spun to see Sasuke charging him with a blade of electricity in his hand. Haku took advantage of the Sannin's momentary surprise and knocked his sword out of the way. Chidori! Sasuke roared as he plunged his hand through the Sannin's chest. All time seemed to freeze as the three stood there. The only noise was Sasuke's Chidori as it started to fade. Finally Sasuke broke the silence. Damn, you managed to deflect my strike so it only hit your upper shoulder. Orochimaru let out a dark laugh. That's right. Truthfully, I could have dodged it altogether, but now I have you right where I want you. He quickly grabbed onto Sasuke's arms with an iron grip. What? Let me go, damn it! Sasuke pulled and struggled, but he couldn't get free. It'll be over in just a second. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide. Don't think I'll let you. Haku swung his sword right into Orochimaru's open mouth. The Sannin bit down hard and shattered the sword. His neck then grew incredibly long and he head-butted Haku right in the nose. The boy could do nothing as he fell to the ground in pain. Orochimaru's neck retracted and he opened his mouth wide. Now Sasuke-kun, you're mine. Just before he was able to bite down, the sound of footsteps fast approaching caused the Sannin's eyes to go wide. Sasuke felt the palm of someone touching his back and a surge of energy shot through him as a Juken strike harmlessly bypassed his organs. The snake Sannin wasn't so fortunate as the brutal attack smashed into his innards. His open mouth sprayed blood that rained down on Sasuke's neck and shoulder. Double leaf whirlwind. Before Sasuke was able to figure out what happened, Naruto and Lee both appeared as they delivered a powerful spinning kick, Naruto from the front and Lee in the back. Their feet collided at Orochimaru's neck, popping it clean off and sending it flying into the air while spraying blood everywhere. Sasuke easily pulled away from the headless corpse. You guys, he whispered in surprise. He then spun around and was shocked to see it was Hinata that had performed such an advanced Juken strike and not Neji. What's up, Sasuke-chan? Naruto laughed as he extended his hand to help Sasuke to his feet. Naruto! It is not over! Lee shouted suddenly. Naruto spun and to his surprise a dozen tiny snakes had shot out from Orochimaru's neck and head and had attached together. They pulled tight and Orochimaru's head was reattached backwards. Well, well. More pests show up. You three wish to be slaughtered as well? The snake Sannin chuckled as he grabbed a hold of his head and with a sickening sound he turned it straight forward. I must admit I'm impressed by that technique of yours. Could it have perhaps been inspired by Kumogakure's double lariat technique? Who the hell is this guy? Naruto had a disgusted expression on his face as he reached for his chakra knives. You idiots, we have to get out of here, Sasuke said as he stumbled to his feet. Not a chance. We never run from a fight and this guy must have a scroll. Oh, you mean this? Orochimaru asked as he pulled one out of Heaven's Scroll. If you want it so bad, come and get it. The Sannin opened his mouth wide and then did something even more disgusting. He wrapped his tongue around it and choked it down. Was sicko Naruto had just about seen enough. Naruto-san. Lee-san. Hinata-san. We need to get out of here. You no longer have a reason to fight. He ate the scroll. Haku got to his feet as well while holding what looked like a broken nose. Suddenly his face lit up as an idea hit him. The scrolls. We do have a reason to fight though. He heard our friend. Lee said adamantly as he smiled at Haku, apparently missing what Haku had mumbled. That's right. No one gets away with that. Naruto gave him the thumbs up. Hinata nodded firmly to show her agreement. They weren't backing down. How chivalrous. The Sannin chuckled. Now then, who would like to fight me first? He asked as he reached into his mouth and pulled his sword out. The gouge in his left shoulder was bleeding badly, but he didn't seem to mind. How about me? Naruto was already on the snake Sannin, swinging his chakra blades. Orochimaru easily blocked his strike with his sword. What the heck? Naruto shouted in surprise. He had no idea there was a sword out there capable of deflecting his blades of wind. Naruto didn't get to think anymore on this as the wind was knocked out of his when the Sannin kneed him in the stomach. Lee charged next, but the Sannin easily bypassed him and now stood right in front of Hinata. I figured I owe you one for that attack earlier. He sneered as he brought his sword straight down towards her head. Hinata jumped backwards and dodged the attack with ease. Orochimaru's body then suddenly inflated for a split second before he shot a powerful blast of wind. A futon without any seals? Hinata asked in shock as she was suddenly blasted backwards and sent to the complete other end of the clearing. You bastard! Naruto shouted as he and Lee re-engaged the Sannin. However, they were both beginning to understand and terribly outmatched they truly were. Haku's mind was running in overload as he watched his friends battle. He needed to get the scrolls. And if he remembered right, Hinata had the Heaven Scroll while Sasuke in front of him had the Earth Scroll. Sasuke-san, I apologize for this, but I need your scroll. Haku said as he reached and snagged it before Sasuke could say anything. What are you doing? Orochimaru noticed the movement despite being locked in battle with both Naruto and Lee. He slipped past them and took a step towards Haku. Not so fast. They both shouted as Naruto swung his chakra knives and Lee his nunchaku. Orochimaru easily blocked both of them. Haku didn't waste another moment and quickly dashed towards Hinata in a mad sprint. Hey! Where are you going? Sasuke said as he ran after him in a hurry. Orochimaru sneered as he watched them sprint off. He didn't know what they were planning, but he had no intention of letting them pull it off. Get out of my way! Orochimaru shouted as he swung his sword in a powerful horizontal swing. Naruto's blades easily stopped it. You won't make it past us. We are the fastest genin in Konoha, Lee said as he swung his nunchaku at the Sannin's head. Orochimaru dodged backwards and then easily stepped past them yet again. I'm a Sannin. You don't have a chance against me. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. 3 Narutos appeared right in Orochimaru's way. You brats. Hinata-san. Your scroll. I need your scroll. Haku shouted at the top of his lungs as he continued to sprint towards Hinata. He was almost to her now. Hinata looked confused as she slowly pulled her scroll out. You think I'll let you? Orochimaru shouted as he appeared between the two of them. He had finally broken past Naruto and Lee. I'm growing sick of all these games. I'm going to kill you 4 and then Sasuke-kun will be mine. Orochimaru roared in anger as he swung down at Haku. Haku closed his eyes and waited for the blow, but it never came. He looked up in surprise and saw the shimmer of air that meant Naruto's chakra blade was extended. He turned and saw even from far back Naruto had managed to block that strike. Nice going, Naruto-san. Haku whispered thankfully. What a tenacious group, Orochimaru sneered in anger as he knocked Naruto's wind blade to the side. Before he could do anything else, the Heaven Scroll flew over his head and Haku snatched it. I thought I said enough. Orochimaru roared as he swung his sword downwards again. Someone help us! Haku screamed at the top of his lungs as he unfurled both scrolls and a cross in front of himself. A cloud of smoke appeared and a loud clapping noise appeared as someone caught Orochimaru's blade before it could strike Haku. The smoke slowly began to clear and everyone's faces brightened as a tall man in green spandex with a shining smile was revealed. You, Orochimaru sneered at the man who was smiling eerily at him. Gai-sensei. All of Gai's students shouted in joy. Hello, my youthful students. You all seem to be in a bind already. Gai yelled as he pulled down on Orochimaru's sword while bringing his leg up. He delivered a kick so powerful that Orochimaru was sent flying deep into the forest. Leave everything to me, he said brightly as he turned to them and gave them all a thumbs up. Right! Naruto, Hinata, and Lee said instantly. They had no fear there of their sensei losing. Quickly follow me, Haku said as he began running in the other direction. All 4 genin quickly began to take off after him. As they got farther away, Gai let the huge smile he had on slip away. This isn't going to be easy, he sighed as he rubbed his head and turned back towards the forest that a very angry-looking Orochimaru was walking out of. Normally I wouldn't bother taking my time trying to fight someone like you, but I'm in a very bad mood right now, so I'll make an exception. Orochimaru sneered as he struck the sword he had been holding into the ground. You must have been careless if someone of your stature got injured just by fighting a group of genin. Then again, my students are pretty great. Guy rubbed his chin and smiled as he thought about his students. You can't seriously think you are capable of beating me? A man who relies only on taijutsu doesn't stand a chance. Orochimaru ran through a set of seals in the blink of an eye. Katango Kaku no Jutsu. He breathed out a powerful fireball that sailed at Guy with great speed. Guy settled into his stance, and to Orochimaru's surprise punched the fireball with such strength that it instantly extinguished. No humor was left on Guy's face at all. You ruined this exam for those young students. As a Jonin sensei of this village, I'll punish you for taking away what should have been a memorable experience in their youth. Orochimaru sneered. He didn't want to admit it, but he had wasted a lot of pointless chakra fighting all those genin. He had no doubt he could still win, but things were probably going to get gritty and he would probably have to wait a while before going after Sasuke again. All the same, he had no intention of letting the man in front of him walk away in hopes of preserving his own health. After all, this man got in the way of his prey, and that was unforgivable. Seeming as you are a Sannin, I have no reason to hold back, Guy said as he slipped into a wider stance. First gate open. Orochimaru formed another group of seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. He slammed his palm on the ground and a giant snake appeared coiled around him. You think that will protect you? Guy vanished and reappeared in front of the snake and delivered a kick so powerful that it instantly popped out of existence. Orochimaru's body was still in the same spot, but something was severely wrong. His mouth had been yanked wide open as if something massive had crawled out of it, and the body now lay motionless on the ground. Guy instinctively took a step back, and it was lucky he did. If he had remained in the same spot a moment longer, then a perfectly healed Orochimaru would have cut him clean in half with his sword. I see you molted to repair your injuries. That must take quite a lot of chakra, Guy observed aloud. Are you sure you have time to be making those remarks? I am a Sannin. You have no chance of beating me. Orochimaru lunged forward and swung his sword. Guy took a quick step back and managed to dodge the blade. Without even giving him a chance to counterattack, Orochimaru stepped in again while swinging his sword. Second gate open. With an increased burst of speed thanks to the gate, Guy barely managed to dodge this time. As expected of yourself. Even with one gate open, I cannot keep up with you. Guy touched down and launched towards the Sannin, throwing a powerful punch as he did. Orochimaru blocked the strike easily. Not just one gate, but even after two, I am far superior, Orochimaru shouted as he shoved Guy's fist back. He then swung his sword and smiled cruelly as it slashed into Guy's torso, only for him to vanish just a moment later. An afterimage? The 50 years of experience as a shinobi took over, and Orochimaru jumped backwards, just barely dodging Guy's kick from below aimed at his chin. I guess I'll just step it up another notch, Guy yelled as another surge of power boomed from his body. Third gate open. A moment later and he vanished again. He appeared behind Orochimaru, already in the midst of a spinning kick. Konoha Senpu. His attack blasted Orochimaru into pieces of mud, and Guy realized too late he had been fooled as he saw tiny flicks of paper hidden in the mud. A giant explosion set off that seemingly engulfed the youth-obsessed man. Orochimaru stepped out from behind the tree he had hid behind. For 3 gates even I have to use my incredibly drained chakra on ninjutsu. Fortunately, it didn't take a whole lot of it to win. That's what you think? Orochimaru wasn't able to dodge in time as Guy's fist smashed into the back of his head, launching him forward and bouncing his body back into the crater he had created. Fast, you must have opened the 4th gate as well that time. Orochimaru sneered as he got up and turned to face his enemy, only to realize he wasn't there anymore. He once again rolled backwards just in time as Guy's foot smashed into the ground, sending massive pieces of debris flying everywhere. That's right. Guy picked his foot up out of the miniature crater he just made. Energy was visibly swirling around him now, and his skin was starting to grow redder in complexion as his blood pumped at amazing speeds. Guess you leave me no choice then, Orochimaru sneered as formed the ram seal. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A single clone appeared next to the Sannin, and they both began running through more seals. Let's see you get out of a futon and katan combination, they both shouted as one exhaled a blast of fire while the other exhaled a blast of wind. The 2 attacks combined together to form a giant twisting torrent of fire. 5th gate open. Guy, instead of going around the firestorm, charged headfirst into it at such speeds that he actually blasted a hole straight to both Orochimarus. Impossible, the one shouted as Guy cocked his fist back. That word isn't in my vocabulary. You're a wrench. He delivered a punch so powerful that a massive shockwave followed it. Unfortunately, the one he attacked had been the shadow clone. Kuchio's no jutsu. Orochimaru slammed his palms on the ground, summoning 6 giant snakes this time. They all began to slither at the spandex-clad man. Sixth gate open! Guy roared as he kicked off the ground so hard that it splintered apart. He ended up so high in the air he was level with the tree line. The snakes looked up in bated anticipation as they waited for him to couple down. Take this! Asa Kajaka! Guy began to pump his fists at incredible speeds, and with each punch he rained down a ball of fire that smashed into the snakes. After only a few moments of this deadly barrage, they were forced to unsummon. You would go this far against me? You, an inferior shinobi who uses no ninjutsu at all? Orochimaru couldn't believe someone had the audacity to challenge him like this. I told you! Your acts have spoiled the exam for these genin. I cannot allow that to go unpunished. Guy crossed his arms as he continued to fall. Green energy began to leak out of every pore on his body as he went yet another step further. Seventh gate open! Orochimaru smirked. He had been waiting for this. The only thing he had to do was dodge this next attack, and then Guy would be too weak to continue the battle any farther. This battle is mine. Guy cocked his fist back as he began to charge his ultimate attack. The green energy swirled magnificently behind him and took the shape of a tiger head. Here goes nothing, Herodora! He shouted at the top of his lungs as he swung his fist forward. The giant tiger head appeared to roar as it began descending towards the forest floor. Now! Orochimaru said as he began to form a set of seals to swap himself with a log. He never finished as he felt 2 hands grab onto either ankle. A moment later and everything but the Sanin's head was in the ground, and he could no longer finish the seals due to the restricted movement. He looked up in anger to see who would dare do this to him, but what he saw shocked him. Kabuto stood in front of his master, an evil smile on his face and one hand pushing the frames of his glasses up just right so the green energy reflected off of it, making his eyes invisible. Doton Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu success. Have a fun trip in the afterlife. Orochimaru-sama. You bastard. The Sannin realized just now that he had let his surprise cost him. The once giant tiger was now small and compact, but worse, it was just a few meters above him. How my youth! Guy yelled as his attack detonated. Orochimaru could only watch as Kabuto's shadow clone popped, leaving him to be engulfed in the attack. The explosion from Guy's attack was so massive that it doubled the size of the crater they had already been fighting in, and all the trees in the immediate vicinity were bowled over with loud crashes. The shockwave kept Guy well afloat until the attack finally ceased and he landed heavily on the ground. The green energy around him still shining brightly. You think this is over? Orochimaru's body lay twisted and crippled on the ground. A pool of blood had already formed beneath his body. Guy merely looked down at him silently. You may have killed me, Orochimaru coughed and blood went flying. His breath was hard and ragged and his voice was barely more than a whisper. But this wasn't your victory. I'll come back, and this village it will burn to the ground. Orochimaru attempted to lean forward, but he failed miserably. Moments later his breathing finally stopped. Guy looked down with many mixed emotions at the corpse that had once been Orochimaru. He had killed someone trained by the Hokage himself. It wasn't alone though. The genin that had all battled him before had managed to do incredibly well. There was also that person that had just shown up. The same person that was slowly approaching while clapping his hands in a slow, loud manner. That was an incredible attack, sensei. The silver-haired man said as he slowly walked up to the body. Guy eyed him carefully for a few moments in silence. Something wasn't right about this kid. He didn't bother to show his suspicion. Instead, he put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. I appreciate your help. What is your name? I would like to give credit to you as well for having been a part of this great victory for the village. He extended a thumbs up to the genin. Yakushi Kabuto. I am just honored to have been of service. The genin said as he bowed low to the man. Kabuto-kun. Please do not find this rude, but I have but a few mere moments left before my energy runs out. I must use it to go report to Okage-sama at once. Guy said as he turned around. Oh no, please hurry. I am sure he will be most excited by this news. Kabuto smiled happily at Guy. The youthful man nodded as he vanished. He wasn't sure how he knew it, but something about that kid was trouble. Kabuto's smile slowly transformed to one of pure evil as he walked forward. You won't be needing this, he said as he reached down into Orochimaru's open body and pulled the bloody scroll free. Unfortunately, this gives me 2 heaven scrolls. Kabuto sighed as he pocketed it. Oh yes, I just realized I'm the leader of Otogakure now. Kabuto's evil grin remained plastered on his face. Time to really shake things up. Sasuke, Hinata, Naruto, and Lee all sat cozily inside of an igloo that Haku had made for himself as his main base of operations. An unconscious Neji and Tenten also lay in the small circular room. Things had been quiet for a while since Haku had vanished. They were hoping he would come back soon with a report on Dai-sensei. Finally, after what felt like hours of waiting, though it had actually only been minutes, Haku returned through a mirror of ice located in the top of the igloo. So? Did he beat that snake bastard good? Naruto asked excitedly. Haku smiled brightly and gave them the thumbs up. Situation handled. I knew he would do it. Lee pumped his fist triumphantly. Neji and Tenten both stirred slightly, but neither of them got up. Perhaps we should keep it down for them? Hinata whispered. Everyone else nodded in agreement. So what happens now? Sasuke asked after a few moments of silence. Surely my team will be compensated or given a handicap for this. Haku shook his head sadly. As it happens, there is an article pertaining exactly to this type of situation in the Chunin exam guidebook I had to read before I could proctor. It states that while it is unfortunate, it is considered just bad luck, and on the field bad luck can sometimes happen. The fact that we survived by managing to call outside help just happened to be good luck. That's the way the rules look at it. TCH, how stupid. Sasuke already wasn't liking this exam, and they had only been here for a few hours. Well, at the very least give me my scroll back. You still have ours too. Naruto quickly added. Haku scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. About that? Are you freaking kidding me? Sasuke yelled as he slammed his hand on the ground. Why the hell not? Let me explain. Haku held his hands in front of himself in defense. The scrolls have a one-time charge. Once you open it, the seal is completed and can't be used again. The scrolls you had are now useless. You can get us new ones though, right? Naruto asked hopefully. The look on Haku's face told him he wasn't going to like the answer. We prepare the scrolls specifically for the exam depending on the number of people that pass. Not even I can get at the remaining scrolls. Unfortunately, it comes down to the same thing as before. I'm sorry. Do not worry about. We might not have survived if not for your quick thinking. Lee stared at the ceiling of the igloo. What about that guy? He had a heaven scroll. Another contestant took it after aiding your sensei. Since he was a contestant, I had no right to stop him, and he risked his life by doing what he did. Haku sighed heavily. I am sorry. I wish there was some way I could be of help to you. Providing you this base to recover in is about the most I can manage for now. Not like we're hurt anyways. Naruto drummed his fingers on the ground as he thought. We're just sticking around to see if more people show up to attack Sasuke and his team. It'll be a good way for us to earn scrolls if someone actually does show up. Damn it, why did this happen? Sasuke smashed his fist against the side of the igloo in irritation. Why the hell was it us? Perhaps it was fate? Sasuke's eyes widened and he looked up at the person who had spoken. Hinata was staring right at him, a cruel calmness in her eyes. Regardless of what happened, you guys need a plan. Are you just going to sit in this igloo until morning? Haku was looking around at the four conscious Chunin seriously. We will stay here until tomorrow morning. If no one comes by then we shall go searching for our own scrolls. Lee looked at both of his teammates and they nodded their heads in agreement to his plan. Well, I'll leave you all to discuss your plans more thoroughly. I have to monitor the exam some more. Haku stood up and vanished into the mirror. A moment of silence followed before Naruto voiced up. We should split up to cover more ground then. I'll leave a clone with each of you, so just pop him if something happens. They all began discussing their plans until Sasuke suddenly slammed his fist against the igloo again. Are you guys stupid? We're both down to no scrolls thanks to an unjust system. Are you really okay with that? He looked each of them in the eyes one by one. To his surprise, they all seemed completely sure of themselves. He didn't understand. Why are you still whining about something in the past? Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. Was he about to be lectured by the dead lass? Yeah, we lost the scrolls, but we're alive. As long as I can still crawl, I intend to pass this exam. What about you, Sasuke? Those words haunted the last Uchiha the rest of the day and most of the night. What did you say? Sarutobi asked as he stood up and slammed his hands on the table. Orochimaru infiltrated the village and attacked a group of Konoha Genin. Guy said, nimbly sitting on a chair. His whole body felt like it was on fire from opening up so many gates, but he had to make this report. I was summoned into the forest by their scrolls and engaged him in battle. He's dead now. Sarutobi opened and closed his mouth several times, something my guy had never seen before. Finally the Hokage seemed to regain some composure. Bird, rat, dog. I want you to the location immediately. Guy felt the presence of the 3ANBU leave in a hurry. What was he doing here? Sarutobi asked as he slumped down into his chair. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I was too focused on trying to survive the battle. I didn't interrogate him at all. I also failed to spare his life. Guy attempted to stand up to bow, but instead he cringed from the pain shooting through his body. The Hokage shook his head. He never would have talked anyways. Furthermore, it is a miracle you managed to survive at all, let alone kill him. He had been heavily injured before I had shown up. Both my team and Kakashi's had been engaged in battle with him, not to mention Haku had been fighting as well. Guy had a faraway look as he spoke. Yakushi Kabuto. He aided me in landing the killing blow. Do you know him? Sarutobi pulled at his beard. The head surgeon's son, I believe. He was the only one found alive on a battlefield some years ago. That's all I really remember. Compared to his famous past, he doesn't really stick out much. Guy rolled the thought around in his head for a few moments. Eventually he decided against mentioning about the feeling he had when he had been talking to Kabuto. It was probably nothing anyways. After all, he had helped him win the battle. My team isn't going to be able to get a new scroll, are they? Unfortunately, this exam is now the least of my worries. I'm sorry, Guy. Sarutobi tilted his hat towards the youthful man. No, that's okay. They'll pull through. I know it. Day 2. Sabaka-Q. Gaara said impassively as he closed his hands. The man encased in Gaara's sand could only scream as he was crushed to death and his insides were spilled everywhere. How disgusting! Kiba spoke lowly from his hiding spot in the bushes. He looked to his two teammates. Hey, we should get out of here. Shino nodded in agreement, but Sakura didn't make a single move. Instead, she sat there trembling. Hey Sakura, come on, we gotta get out of here. Kiba shook her shoulders slightly. Sakura gave no outward reaction, instead she kept staring at the blood that was still raining onto the snowy ground. Hey, no, stop, don't kill us too. Kiba spun his attention back to the other two AIM ninja. They were now also encased in the redhead's sand. No, please, we'll do anything you want. The two of them were in hysterics as they screamed for mercy. Gaara ignored their pleas as he rose them up into the air. Stop screwing with us. We'll team up with you. We have an Earth Scroll, just take it. Sabaka-Q. Kiba wasn't sure what happened. But 1 second Sakura was laying in the bush next to him and the next she was in plain sight of those crazy Suna ninja. Stop it! Can't you hear them? She shouted too late. They were already dead. Silence followed her outburst on both sides. What the hell? Kankuro finally managed to say. After that, everything sprang into motion. Temari ran forward and pulled out her fan. Kiba and Shino jumped from their hiding places and grabbed Sakura. Temari swung her fan. Teammate jumped out of the way just in time and started making a run for it. Damn it, after them! Temari yelled. She quickly took into the trees after the group. Gaara! Kankuro shouted. You stay here and look for the scroll. You leave that group to us. They might have a heaven scroll which we need. Gaara said nothing, but he glared evilly at his older brother. Kankuro shivered a little before he ran off too. Well. Looks like we lucked out and found us a group of newbies. Wouldn't you say, Yoroi? I think you're right, Misumi. TCH troublesome. Shikamaru said lazily as he stood up from where he was sitting. I told you guys a fire would draw unnecessary attention. Don't you criticize us. It's freaking cold, you lazy bastard. Ino shouted as she too stood up. And Choji, quit stuffing your face. Enemies are here already. Choji quickly finished his bag of chips before he wordlessly stood up as well. Well, this should be fun. The one called Yoroi said as he cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. Wait a second there. Shikamaru said, holding his hand up. If I'm not mistaken, isn't your third teammate Kabuto? With it? Misumi asked. Well, I'm just saying, but I doubt he would want you guys attacking us being first-timers and all. Shikamaru shrugged. Don't think we give a damn what he has to say. Yoroi shouted as he charged with a kunai drawn. He stopped within 10 feet of his opponent, hunched over slightly. Yoroi, what's wrong? Misumi edged forward slightly. I can't move. What kind of jutsu is this? Kage no jutsu successful. Shikamaru let out a small smirk. You bastard. When did you weave this jutsu? When I was still sitting down. I had my back to you guys after all. Shikamaru explained lazily as he watched his free opponent carefully. Unfortunately for you, I now know to attack from a distance. The man pulled out several shuriken. Dodge this. He suddenly froze up too. Then his body collapsed. Masumi! What the hell happened? Yoroi couldn't turn his head to see. Here you go. Shikamaru turned his head for him. Yoroi watched as Masumi slowly stood back up. Well. Looks like I made it. Masumi laughed aloud. Masumi, what are you talking about? Yoroi wasn't sure what was going on anymore. Let me explain. Shikamaru turned his head back straight. You see how my teammate's unconscious behind me? You don't mean... Yep. She's invaded your friend's mind. Now it's 3-on-1, what are you going to do? Yoroi grimaced from behind his mask. I'm going to kill you all. He roared. Suddenly his body started jerking slightly. Shit! Ino Chuji! He's breaking free! Shikamaru shouted just as he lost the jutsu completely. Yoroi then charged at him. Nikuden-sensha! Choji roared as his body inflated. His head and limbs popped inside his clothes and he started rolling at a great velocity towards his opponent. Damn! Yoroi dove out of the way of the ball before he was flattened. When he got up, his hand was glowing blue. Don't try anything funny. Masumi's body roared as he jumped at his teammate. Yoroi dodged his punch and delivered a strong kick to his teammate's chin. Blood flew from his mouth as he stumbled backwards. At that same moment, blood flew from Ino's mouth. Interesting. Yoroi said aloud as Choji came rolling back through. This time when he jumped out of the way, he lightly tapped onto Choji's side. The ball veered out of control a little. On his way back through, Yoroi did the same thing. Choji was wobbling terribly now. Oi Choji! Leave it to Ino! His hand is doing something strange to your chakra. Shikamaru called. Gotcha. Choji stopped rolling and popped out as his normal self, panting heavily. So what are you going to do, Yoroi? You can't kill your teammate now, can you? Ino taunted as she slowly approached her foe. I'm onto your game. Yoroi stood his ground. Any damage my teammate takes, your real body takes. What a disappointing ability. Ino stopped in her tracks. You wouldn't really kill your friend, would you? Yoroi took advantage of her sudden pause and charged. Ino didn't have a chance as he grabbed and twisted her arm and slammed his teammate's body into the ground. I'll tell you now, you chose the wrong body to enter when you chose his. How about I show you why? Yoroi suddenly kicked in his teammate's elbow and snapped the arm backwards. No! Shikamaru shouted as he heard Ino's elbow snap. What the hell? Ino shouted in confusion. That didn't hurt at all. Yoroi let arm go and it snapped right back into place. That's right. Masumi's body is special. Too bad your body doesn't seem to share its attributes. Yoroi grabbed his teammate's leg and gave a mighty twist. Ino, leave the body! Shikamaru shouted as he watched his teammate's leg spin unnaturally. Shikamaru, I'm sorry. Ino shouted before Masumi's body went limp again. Damn it, I was going to go for the neck this time. Yoroi laughed as his real teammate started to stand back up. Took you long enough, asshole. Don't be so rough with my body next time. Masumi cracked a few of his bones. Ino suddenly gave a great cry of anguish as her mind returned to her body. Has serves you right, bitch. Yoroi chuckled. I believe it's 2-on-2 now. Shikamaru scoffed. You'll pay for that. He quickly ran through his hand seals. His shadow then sprang to life and charged the two older genin. Sorry, but we won't be caught by that again. Both of them jumped back. Instead, I think we'll take our time with Fatso over there. What the hell did you call me? Choji screamed. Oops, looks like we hit a pressure point. Sorry, but I won't let you guys escape. Shikamaru said as he neared his opponents with great speed. What the when did he get so fast? Shikamaru's shadow hit them just as he quit running. While those leg weights are usually a pain in the ass, they definitely help for when I need to surprise someone. Shikamaru gestured to a set of weights he'd left in the snow behind him. Gonna have to tell Gai-sensei he taught me something useful after all. Alright, Choji! Nail them good! Definitely. Choji roared, already in his ball form and rolling towards the enemy. No one gets away with calling me fat. Whoa there, big guy! Kabuto suddenly appeared in front of Choji with one hand raised, instantly stopped in his tracks. "Choji!" Shikamaru screamed. He didn't dare move though for fear of releasing his targets. "No worries, Shikamaru-kun. I simply stopped him from crushing my teammates. I'd hate to have to repeat again because they died, you know?" Shikamaru studied him closely. He could have sworn he saw Kabuto's hand glow just a moment before he stopped Choji. Maybe he was wrong? "I know what you mean, however your guys attacked us first." Yes. I apologize. I'll be sure to scold them." Kabuto sent a glare to his two teammates. "You guys are always so overconfident. That's what gets you into trouble. When you're going to defeat an opponent, do it precisely. Like this." With a flick of his wrist, 3 separate kunai plunged deeply into Shikamaru's torso. Shit! Shikamaru stumbled back and dropped his jutsu. "Now don't worry, I kept him quite alive. So you can torture him as much as you want. Although I'd start with the fat one. I cut his voice box with my chakra no mezu, but once he's over the shock he'll be quite capable of fighting." Kabuto continued lecturing his teammates as if nothing had happened. "You bastard." Shikamaru slowly started to sit back up. He grabbed a kunai and began to pull it from his body. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Shikamaru-kun." Kabuto walked up to him and bent down. "You see, if you pull it up the blood will run more freely. How about I help you and put it in a little deeper?" Kabuto grabbed the handle and gave it a slight twist. Shikamaru let out a scream of pain. "Oh, I'm sorry, perhaps I was a little too rough." Kabuto smirked maliciously as he reached into Shikamaru's pouch. "Here it is." Kabuto pulled out his scroll. "On Earth 1 too. Just what I was looking for. Thank you, Shikamaru-kun." Kabuto stood back up and walked over to his teammates. "Don't take too long. Something big has happened. I'm going to meet with Sakan's team now, and I've already deployed Dosus." Kabuto whispered to them before he took off into the trees. Both of them gave small chuckles. "Guess we should start with the fat one then?" Yoroi asked. As if I'd listen to that guy. "No, I'm gonna have some fun with this shadow manipulating bastard." Masumi answered as he made his way over to his target. "Damn it, come on, Shikamaru, think." Try as he might, the lazy boy couldn't get his body to move. Typical, being it was the one time he actually wanted it too. "Take this, dog boy." Tamari shouted as she gave another wave of her fan as she chased after Kiba. Just like before, with each wave limbs of trees were chopped into pieces and sent tumbling to the ground. Kiba again narrowly dodged the torrent of death. "You're crazy, you know that?" Kiba roared as another gale approached him. "Ah shit!" He took cover behind one of the massive trees. "I hope Sakura and Shino are doing better against that cat guy than I am here." Akamaru gave a slight whine from the inside of his jacket. You know what, that's not a bad idea." Kiba responded back to the dog. "I may get a little cut up, but it might work. Don't just talk to yourself." Kiba dropped to his feet as Tamari used the fan like a mallet and slammed it against the tree where his head had just been. As Kiba rolled away, he dropped a couple of smoke bombs that went off. "Are you screwing with me?" Tamari opened her fan and blew all the smoke away with one mighty swing. Kiba was nowhere in sight. "TCH, what kind of man are you? Running away from a girl like this isn't chivalrous at all." "Fine, then I'll face you head on." Tamari turned to see a giant gray drill flying at her. "Gasuga!" Kiba roared as Tamari rolled out of the way. Kiba barely missed, but Tamari still felt her clothes tear slightly. "That's more like it!" Tamari shouted as she readied her fan. Kiba came spinning back around. "Take this!" She gave her fan another big swing. Kiba ran straight into the wind this time. At first he seemed like he was going to be able to drill clear through it. But then he started to wobble and then he veered off completely. Kiba slammed painfully into the ground. "Damn!" Kiba said as he slowly started to rise to his feet. He didn't get far as Tamari's metal fan slammed into his ribs. "Time's up," Tamari said as she brought her fan above her head. Kiba gave a cough of blood. "Yeah, for you it is," he said triumphantly. Tamari had no time to ask what he meant as another drill slammed into her body from the back. She gave a scream of pain as the drill picked her up off her feet and then slammed her into a nearby tree. She fell limply to the ground as the second drill was revealed to be another more feral-looking Kiba. In a poof of smoke, Akamaru was standing there instead. "Nice going, Akamaru," Kiba called while he limped up to his nean dog. The dog gave a bark before it walked up to him whimpering. "Nah, I'm fine. She did nail me good, but nothing that won't heal. She, on the other hand, won't be up for a week." Kiba gave a loud laugh but then quickly gripped his ribs in pain. Akamaru gave another whimper to show its concern. We need to worry about our teammates for now. We'll take care of it later. Suddenly the sound of feet crunching on the snow reached their ears. They both turned their heads up and gave a big sniff. Crap, it's that face paint guy. We gotta hide fast. Kiba limped over to a group of nearby fallen branches and quickly nestled his way inside them. Just as he did, Kankuro came running out into the clearing. Damn it! Where'd those brats go? He scanned around the area for a minute. Then he caught sight of his downed sister. Temari? Temari! He shouted and quickly began to run over to her. As he neared her, he felt something funny starting to happen. Was the world distorting? No, it was more like it was spinning. The hell? Kankuro held his head as the world began to spin faster and faster. Genjutsu Kankuro snapped his eyes shut and focused hard. When he opened them back up, the world was right again. He quickly ran over to his sister, picked her up, and ran out of the clearing. Don't worry, I'll get you to a safe spot. Once I do, I'll take care of those guys. His sister stirred slightly. Kankuro? She whispered slowly. Yeah, it's me. Here. I'm gonna set you down. Kankuro stopped jogging and leaned her up against a tree. You wait right here. I'll knock these bastards out. He turned to head out, but Temari grabbed a hold of his pant leg. Wait. I'll come with you. She slowly stood back up. What? No way. Kankuro turned around to face her. You're hurt. I know you want revenge. Kankuro was cut off as a kunai was run through his heart. What? He stumbled backwards slightly. Temari gave him a small sweet smile. With a poof of smoke, Sakura took her place. Why, you bitch? Kankuro stumbled backwards a little farther. Where's my sister? Sakura shrugged. Beats me. After I threw the genjutsu on you, I hinged and took her place. Shino dragged her real body off somewhere. But are you sure you want those to be your last words? Kankuro grimaced and stumbled back a little more. Gay, I'll kill you. He pulled out a kunai and staggered forward. Before he got more than even a few inches, Sakura threw another kunai into his forehead. Kankuro jerked to a stop. His mouth slowly twisted up into a wicked smile. What the hell? Sakura took back a couple steps as sand began to pour off of Kankuro's body. Soon a wooden puppet was revealed. The mummy on the puppet's back unraveled and the real Kankuro jumped from it. Too bad for you, whore. Now you're mine. The puppet's hand twisted up and several needles flew from it. Sakura jumped out of the way. The puppet dove after her, spike extending from its arm. Sakura rolled backwards and narrowly dodged it. Next, the head popped off. It flew at her with its mouth open and another needle poised to strike. Sakura gave a scream and shielded her eyes. To her surprise and relief, the pain never came. When she opened her eyes, the puppet head was suspended in midair inches from her face. What the hell are these things? Sakura looked past the head to see Kankuro being overwhelmed by insects. I never thought I'd be happy to see a bug in my life, Sakura said as she stood up and walked around the puppet's head. You're late, Shino. Moving a body takes time. I had to ascertain a good location to stow her, Shino said, stepping out from behind one of the big trees. You couldn't just dump her on the other side of the tree? Sakura asked in annoyance. That would be ill-advised. We could use her as collateral. Perhaps we can talk that Gaara into trading the scroll for her life. If I just left her anywhere, there was a chance Gaara or another team would locate her. We would then lose what little advantage we have. Shino's explanation was met with exhausted laughter from Kankuro. Trade? With Gaara? It'll never work. He'd let you kill her and then he'd kill you. Life isn't important to that guy. You might as well run now. You'll never beat him. Kankuro tried to stand up but immediately failed. Just run while you can. Shino took his words into consideration for a moment. His words are disturbing, he concluded. Doesn't matter how disturbing they are. They have an Earth scroll. We got heaven. We'll never get another opportunity like this. Kiba stumbled into the clearing. Besides, it's 4-on-1. There's no way we can lose. Don't be so rash, Kiba. We can't just charge into this. If this guy is as dangerous as he says, we need a plan. Sakura scolded her teammate. There's no time to make a plan, Kiba shouted. And why not? Sakura yelled back. Because he's already here, was Shino's response. Sakura looked to her teammate and then at where he was looking. Her blood ran cold. There he was. The crazy killer who slaughtered people without mercy. Sakura automatically took 2 steps back. Don't back out on us, Sakura. We're a team. We can take this guy. Together. Sakura quit backing up. Kiba, she whispered. She then looked to Shino. He stood at the ready. They were going to fight. She couldn't let them down. She had worked too hard with Kurenai-sensei to do that. Sakura swallowed and steeled her nerves. You're right, I'm sorry. Hey, don't sweat it. That's what I'm here for. Kiba formed a hand seal and Akamaru transformed into a perfect copy of him. You defeated my brother and sister. Gaara spoke for the first time. You should be especially tasty. His sand came alive and flung itself at them. Shikamaru let out another roar of pain as Misumi snapped yet another finger backwards. Choji watched in mute horror from his position on the ground. Yoroi sat on top of him, his foot planted on his face. His hands slowly sucking the chakra from his body. Ino lay unconscious, neither man had touched her yet. Hey, this is too much fun. What bone should I snap next, Shikamaru-kun? Misumi laughed cruelly. Go to hell. Shikamaru said between clenched teeth. What was that, punk? Misumi socked Shikamaru right in the chin, slamming his face into the ground. I was being nice, giving you a few extra minutes in this world. But I'm not so sure you have the right attitude. Maybe I should just snap your neck right here? Misumi grabbed onto his throat. Shirka Choji's voice called out just lightly, tears streaming freely from his eyes and into the snow. Say goodbye. Kanoha Senpu. Misumi was sent flying as a powerful spinning kick connected with his gut. What the hell? Yoroi immediately got off of Choji as the new visitor appeared. A kid in a disturbing white spandex. Lee, Shikamaru whispered. Do not worry, Shikamaru-kun. I will pay these guys back tenfold for what they have done to you. Shikamaru had never seen Lee so angry before. He couldn't help but smile a little. Things would be okay with him here. You knock him dead for me. Sasuke sat alone inside the igloo. Not entirely alone, Neji and Tenten were still there but unconscious. No one had shown up and his planned team guy had cleared out, leaving Sasuke alone to his thoughts. What do I plan to do? He asked himself the same question over and over again. He was beginning to realize how weak of a person he actually was. Tenten and Neji were so much stronger than him. They had fought their all against the Sannin while he had stayed back in fear of the greater foe. Just like it had been with his brother. Now he was again frozen in fear from going out into the forest on his own. The 3 of them had gone separate ways without a fear in the world, but he couldn't take that first step. So he was stuck here inside the igloo waiting for his teammates to recover. Guess I'm on my own if anyone from the exam actually shows up then. A sudden crack alerted Sasuke's attention. He took a quick peek around outside. He had no doubt that his team was well hidden, but he still couldn't take any chances. To his horror, a team stood in the clearing right outside his base. By the looks of things, the team was from Otogakure. Oh, Sasuke. The taller male called. Come out of there. We'd like to have a chat with you. Sasuke ducked down. Shit, how did they find us? We could also hear you talking to yourself a mile away. You shouldn't underestimate our abilities. Orochimaru taught us himself. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. He emerged from the safety of their hideout and approached the Oto team in the clearing. What, your boss too weak to handle me himself? He jeered. The girl laughed. As if. More like he's too busy now. He told us to find and capture you. He doesn't care what happens to your teammates anymore. You must have really set him off. Sasuke smiled slightly. It would appear they weren't aware their leader had even died. Someone else must be calling the shots while taking advantage of their ignorance. The proctor won't be able to help you. We are actual participants in the exam. Sasuke already knew that this time. Afraid it's just you and us. The mummy-like boy charged at him. Sasuke shifted into his fighting stance and activated his Sharingan. The boy swung and Sasuke stepped back, dodging his blow. Sasuke spun around and clocked the boy in the head with a powerful kick. Got you. Sasuke said before his vision started to blur. And I you. The mummy-like boy responded as Sasuke hunched over and barfed. How pathetic. Zaka brought up one of his arms. Suddenly a stream of air fired from it and slammed into Sasuke, knocking him clear into a tree. I don't even see why Orochimaru-sama wants this guy. He's worthless compared to us. Sasuke cursed as he attempted to get up. Why was it always like this? He performed so well in academics, but when he got into the actual field he always seemed to fail. Zaku. Kin! Get down! Dosa roared. Zaku dropped down just in time, but Kin didn't react fast enough. An arrow flew through the back of her head and exited out the front. Her brains were scattered everywhere as her body fell limply to the ground. Dosa rose his arm up and deflected a third arrow that would have taken his head as well. Kin! Zaku roared. Who the hell are you? He spun around looking for the one who killed his teammate. Huh? Show yourself. He fired a shot of air randomly into the trees. Hinata? Sasuke said weakly as he stumbled to his feet. His eyes slowly began to harden in resolve. I'm tired of needing to be saved. Sakura quickly formed a group of seals before she barely dodged Gaara's whip of sand. Gasuga! Kiba roared as he and Akamaru slammed into his sand defense again. They were both easily batted away. What the hell, Sakura? I thought you were putting him in a Genjutsu. Kiba shouted as he stumbled up from where he landed. I did, but it's like the sand has a mind of its own. Sakura cried as she slid around several more sand whips. What about you, Shino? I don't see your insects doing anything. That has got to be taking up chakra. Kiba jumped out of the way of sand that was directed at him. I just dispatched a group of my insects and they were exterminated on contact. There might not be much I can do to aid us in this fight. Shino rolled under a whip that had been aimed to trip him. Damn it, then how the hell are supposed to win this one? Kiba roared. A hand of sand suddenly shot out and managed to grab a hold of him. Disappear! Gaara whispered and closed his hand. Kiba! Sakura shouted as she started to run for her teammate. She wasn't going to get there in time. Fortunately, Akamaru managed to drill through it in time, setting Kiba free. Thanks, bud! Kiba shouted as he jumped away. It is apparent that there is no winning. Shino said as he rolled up next to Sakura. Then what do we do? Sakura asked as she looked at her teammate. We give up. Shino said calmly as he stood up. We surrender, Gaara-san. No more! He shouted across the clearing. All the sand suddenly stopped. What the hell did you just say? Kiba yelled from atop a branch. Don't be an imbecile, Kiba. He is clearly far superior to us. Shino reached into his pocket and pulled out their scroll. Here is our scroll. It happens to be the one you need. We'll hand it over to you along with the location of your sister in return for letting us go. Gaara laughed in response. Shino pushed up his glasses in irritation. I am making a serious proposition. Gaara's laughing immediately ceased. A scary moment of silence rang over the forest. I don't care about your offer. The only thing I want is blood. His sand shot forward and grabbed a hold of Shino. Shino! Sakura screamed as she latched onto him and pulled him back. The only thing left was his arm when Gaara closed his hand. With a sickening crunch and a scream from Shino, and the scroll along with his arm were gone. Damn it! He was trying to negotiate with you, asshole. What right did you have to steal his arm? Kiba roared and charged at his target of rage. Gaara's sand immediately intercepted him. No, Kiba! Someone save him! Sakura cried again. Akamaru wasn't close enough this time. Sueta Mizurapa no Jutsu. A wave of water suddenly rose up and before anyone knew what was happening washed away Gaara and his sand. Kiba, you okay? Naruto said as he landed next to him. Naruto? What are you doing here? What does it look like? I'm saving your asses. Naruto said as he smiled triumphantly. Who said I wanted to be saved by you? Kiba put his forehead right up against Naruto's. What was that dog breath? Naruto returned Kiba's glare. Idiots! Move! Sakura yelled. Huh? They both turned to see a giant tree branch flying at them. Oh shit! They both jumped in an opposite direction to get out of the way. How interesting, so we actually did meet here today. Naruto's blood ran cold as Gaara slowly walked back into the clearing, a huge deranged grin on his face. This makes me so happy that I get to kill you today, Uzumaki Naruto. What the hell is this guy talking about? Kiba looked back and forth between Naruto and the red-headed maniac. Did you do something to piss him off? Naruto managed a tight-lipped smile. Something like that. He glanced briefly over to where Shino and Sakura were. He then looked back to Kiba. Get your teammates and get them out of here. Kiba gave him a furious stare. Don't tell me what to do. You think I'm just gonna leave you to fight this guy on your own? Before Naruto could respond, another giant log slammed into his body and carried him off. Naruto! Kiba stared at the spot the boy had been with huge eyes. You bastard. He spun to the redhead. He wasn't even paying attention. What's your problem? I'm not interested in your talk. I want to kill him now, Gaara said impassively. That does it. You've hurt too many people. Kiba went to take a step forward, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Calm down, Kiba. I'm alright. He spun around. Naruto stood right next to him, completely unharmed. To further Kiba's surprise, he was holding Kankuro's semi-conscious body. Wow. Kiba fumbled for the proper words. Just 1 second, I'll explain. Naruto walked past Kiba and looked straight at Gaara. He then held up his hand with only his index finger extended. 1 minute, Gaara. I'll fight you in 1 minute. Silence rang across the clearing. Kiba was baffled. This guy couldn't be reasoned with. Why would he listen to anything Naruto had to say? You have 50 seconds left. Kiba's mouth hit the ground. Gaara was giving him the minute? Naruto wasted no time. He spun around and gave Kiba a hard look. It was a shadow clone. I have another one next to your teammates. Kiba spun back to see another Naruto talking to Sakura. He's telling her to take Shino and run as we speak. They'll need someone to keep them safe. Naruto looked purposefully at him. No way! I can't let you fight this maniac by yourself. Do you have any idea how strong this guy is? Kiba shouted in exasperation. I do. Naruto's blunt reply shocked Kiba silent. But you have to trust me, I'm the only one who can take him. We understand each other. Kiba gave him a baffled stare. Understand each other? He said skeptically. How can anyone understand that guy? Just leave it to me, Kiba. Naruto ignored his question. Take care of your team. Kiba! They both turned to look at Sakura. Don't listen to Naruto. Just stay with him. The two of us will be okay. Without waiting for an answer, Sakura hoisted Shino by his one arm and started running out of the clearing with him. Kiba smirked and turned to see Naruto staring at his teammates with his mouth agape. I understand your good intention, but we won't let you take this guy by yourself. Naruto turned an annoyed glare back to him. Then you and your mutt take care of this guy. Naruto threw Kankuro to a surprised Kiba. Kiba barely caught his heavy body. What do I look like, your luggage boy? I don't want him to get caught up in this. I know it's hard for you to think about right now, but I think this guy was just as afraid of Gaara as you are. Kiba stared hard at Naruto for a few seconds. If things start to get messy, we're jumping in without hesitation. Kiba jumped up to a nearby branch. Akamaru was right on his tail. Sounds like a plan. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly turned back towards his opponent. Gaara stood there patiently. If you had any second thoughts about what I said yesterday, now's your chance. We don't have to do this, Gaara. I already gave you my answer and your minute's up. The sand from Gaara's gourd sprang to life. Naruto began running through hand signs. Suiten Suiben no Jutsu. The snow around Naruto's feet instantly turned to water and a stream spiraled around his body. It's your move. Gaara said nothing as a whip of sand shot forward. Naruto's water whip adjusted accordingly. Gaara's whip slapped into it with brute force. Water splashed everywhere, but the sand was halted in its tracks. Naruto's water knocked it out of the way and then fired forward. More sand rose from Gaara's gourd and blocked the water before it was able to reach him. Neither combatant had moved even an inch. Interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. You plan to use that water the same way I use my sand? Gaara continued to stare impassively at his opponent. Naruto shrugged. If you can't beat him, join him. Gaara again didn't respond as 3 whips of sand shot forward from his gourd. Naruto ran through more seals. 2 can play at that game. 4 whips of water flew from the snow. 3 intercepted Gaara's whips and 1 continued forward. A wall of sand stood in front of Gaara, blocking it. Soon a shuriken. Blades of sand began firing in rapid succession. Naruto ran through more seals. Suiten Suijin Hiki no Jutsu. A wall of water rose in front of himself, but Naruto didn't stop there. Suiten Mizu Shuriken no Jutsu. Water pellets to match Gaara's sand were fired off from the wall. Sand and water slammed into each other relentlessly. Meanwhile, Naruto was already running through more hand signs. Suiten Suiben no Jutsu. More whips rose up and traveled forward, skirting the outside the range of the shuriken fire. They both went to strike Gaara from either side. To Naruto's irritation, more sand rose to deflect them. Gaara's sand immediately went on the offensive and copied Naruto's trick. Naruto grit his teeth and rose his whips back up to block the quickly flying whips. This was getting him nowhere fast. He was going to have to improvise to gain any ground here. Naruto took a quick chance to glance around to his surroundings. Something immediately caught his eye. This'll work. One of Naruto's whips grabbed a splintered piece of wood from one of the massive branches. It then hurled it towards his opponent. Just before it hit, the sand blocked it and let it fall uselessly to the floor next to his feet. Naruto! You're running out of water. Look out! Kiba's warning came too late as Naruto used up the last of the water in his current vicinity. What was left of his wall fired off into shuriken and his whips dribbled out of existence. Now nothing stood between him and an array of firing sand. Naruto wasn't given a chance to move as his body was torn apart by the razor-sharp blades of sand. Pathetic. Who's pathetic? Gaara's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't have a chance to turn to the voice as a fist slammed into his face. Gaara rose his arm up to get his sand to defend him. Don't even try it! Another fist slammed into his stomach. Naruto then jumped and delivered a spinning kick to his opponent's face, cracking and knocking him down and pushing him back away from the protection of his sand. However, Naruto was still in the middle of it all. It rose up in a dome around him and compressed inwards. Gaara stared at the dome for a second. No blood or screaming came from it. He slowly stood up. I see, that's how it is. He turned back to where Naruto had been standing when their duel began. He was still there as if nothing had happened. Kawarimi no Jutsu. That's right. Naruto grinned happily. It worked like a charm. You let that log sit right next to you inside your guard. I swapped and knocked your ass around and then swapped right back out. Pretty genius if I say so myself. Gaara stared at him silently. The cracks in his face were slowly repairing. I guess that armor of sand you were wearing meant you were prepared for it though. It hurt like a bitch to punch you. Naruto shook the hand he had used to punch Gaara with. Naruto, behind you, you idiot. Spikes of sand pierced Naruto through the torso before the boy could even turn around. He stood there gasping for air for a few moments before bursting into smoke. Don't think I'd pick the same spot to stand. Gaara turned to his right. Naruto was charging right at him again. His sand instantly rose to his defense, but Naruto dodged and rolled out of the way. He made it within Gaara's guard and landed another punch on the boy's chin. Naruto then backflipped away before the sand struck him from behind. How? Gaara asked as he stumbled back to his feet. More cracks were present on his face. Come on, Gaara! Don't tell me you're surprised? Naruto rolled out of the way of the sand and into Gaara's guard again. With two quick jabs to the chin, Naruto dove out of the way again. Gaara's armor broke away completely now. You weighed the sand down with your water. Gaara spat out. Yep, normally I wouldn't be fast enough to run around it like this, but with your sand this heavy there's no way I'm going to get caught. Naruto slipped back into the guard and aimed another punch at Gaara's chin. The boy managed to raise his arm just in time to block the blow, but he was still sent spinning to the ground. Oh, so you know how to block a punch after all? Naruto laughed as he danced backwards through the sand again. Without warning, his feet suddenly sunk into the ground. Gaara smirked evilly as the sand slowly rose him up. You can use that stuff to fly? Naruto tugged as hard as he could, but he couldn't get his feet out. Instead, he began to sink deeper. You will sink down 50 meters where the pressure will without a doubt crush your body. Gaara said. Even if you do escape before that happens, you will be forced to fight from the trees, as I have turned all the ground in the immediate vicinity to such a substance. Let's see your fist reach me now, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grit his teeth at his opponent. Damn you, Gaara. So which one of you should I beat to a pulp first? Lee asked as he finished cracking his knuckles. You bastard! Masumi slowly leaned himself up from the tree he had been slammed into. I'm going to kick your ass. Now Masumi. Why don't you let me have a go at this one? Yoroi stepped in between his partner and the spandex-clad Jinin. No freaking way. I owe the bastard one. Let me have him. Masumi walked up next to Yoroi. You got to have all the fun torturing Pineapple Head. It's my turn to torture someone. Yoroi glared at his partner through his shaded glasses. TCH, fine, just make it fast. Masumi walked over and plopped down on top of Choji. Get off of him, Lee said as he settled into his stance. What was that, punk? You want to make me? Masumi taunted from his spot. I shall. Lee went to move forward to Yoroi was instantly upon him. Lesson number 1: never take your eyes off your opponent. Yoroi swung and Lee easily caught his fist. Lesson number 1: never hurt my friends. Lee bent Yoroi's hand backwards with such force that his wrist broke with an audible snap. Yoroi let out a howl of pain as he attempted to stumble backwards. However, Lee wasn't done just yet. He pulled the masked shinobi forward and drilled his knee right into the man's stomach. A powerful backhanded fist to the face later, and he was sent painfully to the floor. Your turn, Lee said to a still confused Misumi. He took a step forward but paused as a hand grabbed onto his ankle. He turned his head and saw a glowing hand that belonged to Yoroi. I got you now, punk. I'll have all your chakra gone in a matter of moments. How do you plan to fight me then? Yoroi let out a small chuckle. Lee stared at his still downed opponent for a moment, pity obvious in his eyes. It is most unfortunate for you. I am the worst kind of enemy you could possibly come up against. Huh? Yoroi looked up at him, clearly confused. I do not make use of chakra. I only use taijutsu. Your technique is just wasted effort on me. Why, you're lying. Yoroi slowly stumbled back to his feet. I'll prove it. I've taken enough chakra now that there's no way you'll be able to fight back. Lee stared at him for another long moment. First gate open. Die! Yoroi charged at his opponent. Lee vanished from his sight, and a second later a foot slammed into his chin from straight below. Yoroi was launched high into the air. As he reached the arc of his fall, Lee appeared behind him, the bandages on his arms already spinning around and ensnaring his opponent. You bastard! Yoroi struggled to break free, but to no avail. He could do nothing as Lee grabbed onto him when they began to descend. Omote wrench! Lee cried as they began spinning violently fast. Yoroi was powerless to do anything as his head was slammed into the ground, crushing his skull and shattering his neck. Lee meanwhile landed nimbly next to his corpse. He settled back into his stance and stared straight at Misumi, who still had yet to move. Show yourself! Zaka roared as he continued to fire randomly into the trees. You'll pay for what you did to Kin. I'll rip your throat out. Zaka, you fool. Get down! Dosa tackled his teammate into the ground just as an arrow flew over their heads. Zaka looked up to see another 2 arrows flying towards them. He shot 2 streams of wind at the arrows, shattering them before they got anywhere near them. Now I got you. Zaka settled into a crouch, his hands pointed at the ground. Firing his wind cannon, he was launched high into the air. Zaka fell into the trees and landed on the branch he thought his opponent was at. No use hiding anymore. Zaka cautiously walked along the branch he was on. A small whistling sound reached his ears and Zaka stepped back just in time. An arrow struck right into the branch at his feet, an explosive tag attached to it. Shit! Zaka used his cannons to launch himself skyward again. The explosion was hot on his tail. As he ascended, he finally caught sight of the person who had killed his teammate. Zaka turned his cannon and fired at her. Hinata nimbly jumped out of the way, firing another arrow as she did. Zaka pointed his hands behind him and launched himself towards her, dodging out of the way of the arrow as he did. Zaka flew with frightening speed towards his opponent, and Hinata had little time to do much other than drop her bow and guard as he rammed into her with all his might. I got you now, you bitch! Zaka shouted with glee as he and Hinata rocketed away from the tree and out into the clearing. He brought his arm around and prepared to fire his cannon, but Hinata's palm strike was faster. Zaka gave a cough of blood as they both began descending towards the forest floor. Hinata pushed away from her opponent and landed on the ground with a hard roll, instantly jumping back to her feet. Zaka fired his cannons again, allowing him to gently touch down. Dosu was on her before she even had her bearings. Take this! Dosu swung a fist towards her. Hinata began spinning instantly. Kaiten! Dosu was blown off his feet and knocked back several feet before his fist got anywhere near her. Zaka pointed his hands at her just as her rotation began to lose speed. Let's see you block this. A foot slammed into the side of his face, knocking him down and keeping him from firing his cannon. Don't forget that there's 2 of us, Sasuke said as he lowered his foot. You bastard! Zaku wiped the trail of blood from his lip as he slowly sat up. He stood back up. You're both gonna pay. He flung his arm up and fired a cannon. Sasuke was blasted into pieces of mud. He then felt a tight grip on both of his ankles. Doton Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu. Zaku's body was pulled underground until only his head was sticking out as Sasuke appeared from the earth. Zaku struggled for a moment to get free. Get me out of here, you asshole. You just stay there while we deal with your teammate, Sasuke said as he took off towards where Hinata and Dosu were dueling. Quit spinning! Dosu shouted as his attack was deflected again. Hinata slowed her spin down again and continued to stare at Dosu. I'm going to break that barrier yet. Dosu panted in exasperation. Your attack is quite fearsome, however there is not way that those sound waves will ever be capable of making it through my rotation. You are just wasting your time. Hinata said as she stepped cautiously around her opponent. Oh, then why don't you try something other than defending? Dosu taunted. Too scared to drop your guard? He ran forward again, his arm poised to strike. Hinata jumped to the side this time, and when she moved an array of fireballs came into Dosu's line of sight. Crap! Dosu dove to the ground and just barely avoided the deadly volley. Hinata jumped back in an instant, swinging her palm forward. Dosu rose his shielded arm to block. He was unprepared for the pain spike he felt as Hinata's strike connected. He let out a yelp of pain and stumbled backwards, nursing his slowly numbing arm. He didn't even see Sasuke's fist coming until it was buried into his face. Dosu was again ripped from his feet and sent flying to the ground. Sasuke-san, out of the way! Hinata ran forward and pushed Sasuke out of the way. She then quickly stepped back herself just before a wave of air went flying through. She whirled and stood so her body was facing an already freed Zaku. Sasuke jumped into place and stood with his back to hers, so he was facing Dosu. So you stuck around in case something happened, huh? Sasuke turned his head slightly so he could see the back of Hinata. I didn't do it for you, Hinata said without moving an inch. Thanks anyways. This is the second one we owe you for, Sasuke said, turning back towards a slowly rising Dosu. Hinata didn't say anything for a few moments. You sound surprisingly humble, she said after finding the right word. A day in this forest can do that to some people. Hinata didn't respond, but Sasuke could swear he heard her nod her head. He's firing his cannon, can I leave the bandaged one to you? Hinata asked as she stepped out of the way. Sasuke ducked below the blast of air. Yeah, we'll talk more when this is done. He charged towards his opponent. Talk to you then. Hinata mimicked his action. Hang on, Naruto. I'll have you out of there in just a second. Kiba prepared to jump from the branch to go after Naruto. No! Don't come down here. You'll just get caught too, Naruto said as he continued struggling to get free. Well, how do you plan to get out of there without help? Kiba shouted back down to him. I'm working on it. Naruto was already buried up to his breast and he was sinking faster. His face dawned in realization. I got it! He formed his favorite seal. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A string of clones popped up into existence, each one holding the ankles of another all the way up to the branch Kiba was on. Okay guys, go! Naruto shouted as he locked arms with the clone at the end of the chain. The Naruto on the end of the branch jumped backwards off of it. The rest of the clones were yanked backwards and Naruto was instantly pulled free. Each clone slowly popped out of existence until only 4 Narutos were left standing on the branch. Whew! That was close, the original said as he wiped his brow. I really thought I was a goner there. He turned back to Kiba, who was staring silently at the blonde. What's up? Do I got something on my face? Naruto looked down and realized half his body was still covered in mud, easily distinguishing him from his clones. How did you do it? Kiba finally asked. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto turned his attention back to the dog owner. How did you get so strong so fast? Last time I saw you were the dead last in class clown. Kiba got angry as he spoke. Now you're fighting toe-to-toe with a guy that my whole team couldn't even get close to. A guy that ripped Shino's arm off without even blinking. Kiba stepped forward and grabbed Naruto by the collar. How the hell did you do it? Naruto stared darkly at Kiba for a minute. He grabbed his arms and stepped Kiba away from himself. How? I worked my ass off, Naruto said calmly. I train nearly every hour. I've been awake for a couple months now. I put every ounce of my being into becoming stronger. Now I won't let anyone ever look down on me again. I'll make the whole world acknowledge my existence. Kiba couldn't respond to that. For just a brief moment he saw the same look in Naruto's eyes that he saw in Gaara's. Loneliness. We gotta move. One of Naruto's clones picked up Kankuro and jumped to another branch. Meanwhile, the rest of the clones took off to their own separate branches. Kiba quickly took off after the original, and just in time too. The branch they were on was obliterated by a wave of sand. That guy doesn't mess around, Naruto said as he slowly pulled out a couple of trench knives. Kiba observed each of his clones pull out copies of the exact same weapon. How do you plan to reach that guy with those knives? You can't even touch the ground. Kiba eyed Naruto's new weapon curiously. I plan to fix both problems in one go. Naruto nodded to all his clones. They each gave him a similar nod. You might want to hold on to something, Naruto said as he jumped down. Wait, what are you going to do? Kiba shouted after him. Akamaru let out a small whine as he took Naruto's advice and latched firmly onto the tree. What are you attempting now? Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara said with mild curiosity as each Naruto turned to the trees and rose their arms into slashing position. Eat this! All 4 Narutos slashed in a wide arc just before they reached the bottom. They then stuck themselves to the tree just a couple feet above the ground. Kiba stared at Naruto as if he'd grown a second head. What the hell was he playing at? Did he go blind or something? Suddenly a strange creaking sound echoed across the whole area. Without warning, all the trees began tipping forward. What the Kiba couldn't even finish his sentence as the tree he was on picked up speed in its descent. He quickly scampered topside to the tree Akamaru right behind him. Gaara's eyes widened in surprise as all the trees descended upon him. He could only raise more sand at his defense as they all piled on top of him. After a full minute of creaking and crashing, the trees finally grew silent as they sank partially into the quicksand that Gaara had made earlier. Each Naruto jumped up on the top side of one of the downed trees. One of them was still holding onto Kankuro. The original walked up to Kiba and gave him a nice pat on the back. Told you I had this, Naruto said cheerfully. Did you beat him? Kiba asked in astonishment. He didn't even care what Naruto had done as long as it finally did the trick. Of course not, Naruto said as he began walking towards the center of the toppled trees. Suddenly they all started rumbling. Sand burst violently from the center of the trees and Gaara slowly emerged from his protective barrier laughing maniacally. Fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara's laughter slowly died, but a truly wicked grin remained on his face. Killing you will without a doubt transform me into a perfect being. I can hardly wait. Sand fired in violent whips towards Naruto. Naruto raised his chakra knives and slashed at the sand. It split apart and fell uselessly around him. Don't be an idiot, Gaara. You've seen what these knives can do. No matter how tough your guard, there's no way it'll withstand a slash by these. The sand that lay around Naruto turned into spikes and shot upwards. Naruto ducked and swung his blade again. The sand was again split apart. Gaara, please. Can't you see I want to be your friend? You don't have to be lonely anymore. Gaara's sand whipped outwards again and Naruto was forced to roll out of the way and onto a different tree. What would you know about being alone? Gaara yelled. I've seen you surrounded by all those people. By teammates who don't tremble at your very existence. The only thing we have in common is the burden we carry of being a human sacrifice. Sand continued to whip wildly, forcing Naruto to roll closer to Gaara to avoid being struck. You're wrong. I do know what it's like. I was alone most of my life. It is the worst feeling in the world. Naruto rose up and stood completely still. Sand slammed down next to him, but he didn't flinch. But it changed when I got a team. I found people who care. A whip of sand slammed into his head, causing blood to run down his face. You can be accepted too. I can help you. Gaara's sand stopped and it all slowly retreated back into his gourd. It's too late for me, Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara said quietly. My hand has been long stained by the blood of others. The sand in his gourd sprung back into life. You hear me, Uzumaki Naruto? It's too late for me. TCH damn. Naruto dove out of the way as sand again began flinging wildly about. If I can't get you to see reason by talking, then I'll just have to beat the shit out of you and shove it in your face. All 4 Narutos began sprinting towards Gaara, each one rolling and slashing their way through the sand attempting to get to him. Die already! Gaara roared as a whip made contact with one of the clones, slamming it into the ground and dispelling it. Each Naruto was now only 30 feet away. A couple feet closer and another clone was popped out of existence. Only 2 Narutos remained as they dove closer to their target. Gaara's sand nailed the last clone, popping it as well. Just you and me. All of Gaara's sand switched towards the remaining Naruto. I guess this is gonna have to be close enough. With a great roar, Naruto swung his blade at Gaara. All the sand stopped at once. Time seemed to stand still for everyone. Gaara stared at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto peered at that sand looming over him. Kiba watched in horror as Naruto appeared to be moments from being crushed to death. Finally, the sand fell harmlessly to the ground around Naruto. The boy let out a sigh of relief as a red slash appeared across Gaara from his right shoulder to his left hip. Blood sprayed forward and Gaara fell to his knees, still staring at Naruto in shock. What was all this? Gaara's eyes slowly shifted down to the blood around him. What is this strange feeling? Don't worry, I cut you just enough to immobilize you. As long as you don't move around, this won't kill you, Naruto said as crouched down in front of Gaara. It's fortunate I managed to get so close, though the farther away the harder it is to control the exact length of those wind blades. Naruto, you got him, Kiba shouted as he jogged up to the two of them. Akamaru, still shaped like Kiba, was right next to him. Naruto turned slowly to Kiba and gave him a small smile. Yeah, I got him. So what now? You don't intend to let him live, do you? Kiba had heard most of Naruto's pleas, but wasn't really sure what to make of them. Before Naruto could answer, a blood-curdling scream caused them both to spin around and look at Gaara. He was holding his head, shaking violently, his eyes transfixed on the blood around him. Blood! There's so much of my blood! The sand around them sprang back to life and began to wrap itself tightly around Gaara. What the hell is going on? Kiba said as he took a couple nervous steps back. I don't know. Naruto rose to his feet. Gaara! Calm down! It's going to be okay. More incoherent screams was the only answer Naruto received. Without warning, a giant poof of smoke filled the area. When it all cleared, a giant tanuki of sand stood where Gaara had once been. What is that? Kiba whispered as he stared up in horror at the thing that stood as tall as the trees around them. It couldn't be, Naruto said, not even hearing Kiba's question. He transformed into his demon. The giant monster's head shifted slightly to look down at them. Uzumaki, Naruto, the creature spoke with Gaara's voice. You'll pay for hurting me in such a way. Die! Gaara roared as he punched at the ground where Naruto and Kiba were. You do not look all that surprised that I just killed your teammate, Lee said as he watched Misumi. Nor upset. He added after a moment of thought. If that idiot was dumb enough to be killed by a single kid, then that's his fault. Misumi said as he got up from off of Choji's back. It has nothing to do with me. Lee's eye twitched slightly. Nothing to do with you, Lee repeated slowly. He was your teammate. How can you be so cold? At the very least, you should realize that you cannot pass without him. Misumi laughed out loud when Lee finished his outburst, something that only infuriated the Jinin further. Pass the exam? I don't give a damn about these exams. I only entered under orders. With that idiot dead, I don't have to worry about passing anymore. I can just go crazy and kill all of you little shits as slowly as I want. You make me sick. Lee cleared the distance between himself and his opponent in a single step and punched him hard in the face. Misumi's head spun around several times and stopped facing backwards. Lee stepped back in surprise. Misumi's head spun back around and his face was facing Lee again. If I recall correctly, you told Yoroi how unfortunate he was having to fight someone his ability had no use against. Lee grit his teeth and took another step backwards. Now you are in the same position. Your taijutsu will have no effect against my body. I can dislodge my bones that will allowing me to bend my body any way I want. Misumi charged at Lee, fist raised. Lee brought his arm up to catch his fist. To his surprise, Misumi's fist bent and his arm spiraled around Lee's arm. It then constricted, keeping Lee from putting distance between himself and his opponent. Misumi threw another punch that connected with Lee's face. Lee stumbled backwards. Where do you think you're going? Misumi tugged him back and threw another punch. Lee caught his fist this time and sent a strong kick into Misumi's gut, knocking him backwards. Lee gave a tug of his own, pulling Misumi back to him. Two can play at that game. Lee jumped in the air and delivered a spinning kick to Misumi's head. His head bounced sideways and then straightened immediately back out. Bastard, we'll see how you like it when I break your wrist. Misumi constricted his grip more, but nothing happened. What the hell? You cannot break my wrist when I'm stronger than you are. Lee punched Misumi in the face again, knocking his neck completely backwards. Misumi uncoiled his arm and let himself stumble away from Lee. You broke my nose. Misumi's voice came out nasally as he held his hand below his chin. Blood dribbled down into his open palm. So at the very least your cartilage can be broken, Lee said with interest. In fact, if I recall, you never said anything about your bones being immune to damage. You just said you can just disjoint them. Misumi sneered from under his veil. Oh, did I guess right? Lee asked as he stretched his arms. Even if you were right, it'll do you no good. You'll never be able to break them when I can simply stretch out of harm's way, Misumi said as he slowly approached Lee again. We'll see about that, Lee said as he reached into his back pouch and pulled out his nunchaku. He gave it an experimental swing before he settled into a stance with it. You think that toy will help you? Masumi laughed as he charged towards Lee again. I know for a fact that you're just acting tough. Even if you don't use chakra for ninjutsu, everyone needs chakra to survive. You open the gate to hide your own weakness. That may be true, but I still have enough strength left to defeat you, Lee said as he met Masumi's charge. He swung his weapon and Masumi swung his arm like a whip. The two clashed into each other and bounced backwards. Masumi's legs stretched behind Lee and pulled forward in an attempt to trip him. Lee backflipped and landed expertly on his feet. He then made a series of quick jabs into his opponent's chest with his nunchaku. Masumi swung his arm, wrapping it around Lee's waist. He hoisted Lee into the air and swung him over his body. He then slammed Lee painfully into the ground. He picked him up and did it again. He repeated the process several times until he released his grip. Lee lay motionless on the ground, bleeding profusely from the massive beating he just received. That's what you get for using one of the inner gates against Yoroi. Your normal dexterity and agility was greatly weakened thanks to your ignorant usage of Masumi was interrupted as he vomited up a heap of blood. Masumi bent over and coughed up more. Looks like you did not notice, Lee said as he sat up. When I made those series of jabs, I broke all of the ribs in your body. So what? Masumi's nasally voice came out breathlessly. Breathing was quickly becoming difficult for him. He put his hands against the floor and hurled more blood. So I punctured both of your lungs multiple times with your own ribcage, Lee explained. Your lungs are slowly filling with your own blood. In just a matter of moments you will drown in it. Lee shakily rose to his feet. He put his nunchaku back into his pouch. You bass. Masumi hulked up more blood and collapsed completely. Your arrogance and your ability cost you this fight and your life, Lee said as he walked over to Shikamaru. He hoisted the shadow user up slowly. Are you okay? PG. Shikamaru said as he let Lee gently move him back over to where Ino and the campfire was. We owe you one. Now I know you would do the same for me. Lee laid Shikamaru down as gently as he could, but the boy still hissed in pain. Lee, once you get Choji over here, just leave us. The third teammate could come back soon. You won't be able to beat him. These wounds are nothing, Shikamaru-kun. I was simply putting on a good show. Lee flexed his muscles and gave Shikamaru a toothy smile. No, it's not that this guy he isn't normal. There's no way he should still be a Genin. Something is up here. Those guys didn't enter the exam to get a promotion. They're here under orders. I think they infiltrated the village. Shikamaru shifted slightly from where he lay. Those are some serious accusations, Shikamaru-kun. Lee stared at him for a long moment. But I agree with you. Lee gave a small whistle. The shadow clone Naruto had made landed down next to him an instant later. Dispel so the original knows what happened here. I'm going to take these three back to the igloo, Lee ordered. You got it! The clone saluted and then vanished in a cloud of smoke. You're dead! Zaka shouted as he continually fired bursts of wind that Hinata was easily dodging. Jukin! Hinata charged with her hands ready to emit chakra. She swung her arm just as Zaka fired a shot of wind. The two forces collided in a violent blast of energy. A minor explosion knocked both of their arms backwards. Hinata recovered first and swung hard with her other arm, catching Zaka right in the chin, sending him flying with the strength of the blow. Ketongo Kaku no Jutsu. Sasuke inhaled deeply and then breathed out a giant ball of fire. Dosa rolled out of the way and made another attempt to get close to Sasuke. The Uchiha ran through more hand seals but wasn't fast enough as Dosa got within range and swung his arm. To his annoyance, Sasuke dissolved into mud right in front of him. Katana Zenka no Jutsu. Dosu turned tiredly towards a volley of fireballs approaching him. Damn it, that hurt! Zaka rubbed his chin as he slowly stood back up. You're really going to pay, he said as he angled his hands back at Hinata again. As I thought, Hinata said, causing Zaku to lower his hands a little. You and your partner are both one-trick horses. You both rely heavily upon your weapons to do anything. Zaka clenched his teeth. Let's see you say that to me when you're laying dead on the ground. Zaka fired his cannons again. You keep making these threats. Hinata stepped to the side, easily avoiding the wind blasts. Yet you make no show of backing them up. Why, you cocky bitch? Zaka fired another round of blasts. Hinata slipped easily in between them again. Jukin! Hinata yelled as she thrust both arms forward and into Zaku's stomach. The boy was lifted off of his feet and fell unconscious before he hit the ground. Dosa jumped out of the way as Sasuke's hands erupted from the snow beneath him. You won't get me with that technique like you did Zaku. Dosa looked over just in time to watch his last standing teammate collapse from the assault Hinata just dealt him. He sighed in annoyance. There was no winning at this rate. Stop! I surrender. Dosa yelled as Sasuke began running through more seals. Dosa pulled out an earth scroll and laid it down on the snowy ground. I'll give you this in exchange for me and my teammate's life. I can also promise you that we won't attack again during the remainder of this exam. Sasuke eyed him carefully, looking for some kind of trickery. Let him go! Hinata said as she approached the two of them. His scroll is real. They can't pass anyways, so they have no further need to attack you. Sasuke looked towards Hinata and then back at Dosu. He lowered his hands and gave Dosu a small nod. Dosa bowed down to them. Thank you for your kindness. He then got up and walked over to Zaku. After hoisting him onto his shoulders, he wordlessly jumped away. You think he'll be back? Sasuke asked as he walked over and picked up the scroll. Hinata shrugged. For now I'll let you hold onto the scroll. Lee-senpai and Naruto-kun should be back in a couple hours at most. If all goes well, they should have a scroll. Sasuke shrugged and pocketed the scroll. You have a lot of confidence in your teammates. They are both strong. It is thanks to them I can even fight like this. Hinata picked up a couple of the arrows she had fired and slipped them back into her quiver. You killed that girl without hesitation. Is that your first kill? Sasuke caught sight of the bloody arrow that had killed Kin. He was beginning to wonder what happened to the shy girl back in the academy. What happened to the clan loser Neji always talked about? No. On our first C-rank mission I was forced to take the lives of others. Hinata began cleaning the arrow that had gone through Kin's head. I've learned that if it means I can protect those important to me, I cannot hesitate. Sasuke stared hard at the back of Hinata's head for a few seconds. You mean Neji? He finally said after much deliberation. Hinata stiffened slightly. She then got up and turned towards him. Neji-san may resent me for the past, but I cannot bring myself to hate him. We are family. She slipped the last arrow into her quiver. Sasuke stared at her hard for a few minutes. Her reason didn't settle well with him. After all, he wanted nothing more than to kill his own brother. Instead of saying anything about it, he decided to focus on the topic at hand. Anyways, we owe you one. If there is a way we can repay you later, just let us know. Hinata stared at him for a few seconds. It's appreciated, but I didn't do it expecting anything in return. Before Sasuke could say anything more, she turned and cupped her hands over her mouth. Clone-kun! You can come out now. As she said that, Naruto came flying from the trees and landed down in front of Hinata, her bow in his hands. Oh, Clone-kun, you found my bow. Hinata took it from him and gave the clone a quick kiss on the cheek. Thank you. Now let the original know what happened. The clone nodded and poofed out of existence, a visible blush still on his face before he did. Naruto landed at that base of where the trees had been cut down by himself. Kiba and Akamaru were tucked under one of each of his arms. Phew, that was close. Naruto said as he dropped the two to the ground. Close is what you call it? It's a darn miracle we escaped at all. Kiba looked up at Naruto and all the annoyance drained from his face. Naruto? Why are you covered in red chakra? That's not important. Kiba, before that thing figures out that we aren't underneath its paw, you gotta get out of here. Naruto watched as the giant tanuki continually slammed its fist into the spot where they once were. What? I thought we told you already. Kiba! Naruto interrupted him. He then turned to face him and Kiba felt his knees weaken at Naruto's glare. You're in the way! I can't fight and protect you at the same time. Normally Kiba would have a comeback to that, but his mind had temporarily frozen at the moment. The only thing he could do was nod in agreement. Akamaru slowly stood up and put his hand on his master's shoulder. Kiba seemed to snap awake at that moment. Naruto, you better not die. Kiba said before he and his dog took off away from the battlefield. Idiot, I can't die yet. I haven't become the Hokage. Naruto tightened his grip as his chakra knives. At that moment, Gaara finally realized that Naruto wasn't being crushed to death by his fist. He quickly began to scan the area, but it didn't take long to notice Naruto's glowing red form. There you are, Uzumaki Naruto. So it would appear you can tap into your demon's chakra like I can the Shikakus. Is that what that thing is called? Naruto said, although he doubted Gaara could hear him. What an ugly name. Although I guess it fits. Tell me how ugly it is when the life is being squeezed out of you. Gaara roared. He spread his arms out wide and an armada of sand shuriken began spewing from the demon's stomach. Damn, that thing would have good ears. Naruto jumped backwards into the trees in an attempt to take cover. Unfortunately for him, the trees stood no chance as they were assaulted by the storm of shuriken. The trees were shredded like paper and soon Naruto found himself having to dodge a countless number of them anyways. There were too many for him to keep up with though, and soon Naruto was pelted by half a dozen of them, sending him crashing into the ground. How do you like that? Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara's laughter echoed across the forest. Naruto slowly stood himself back up, his wounds already beginning to seal back up. The snow around him was melting from his demon's aura. Why don't you tell me how you like this? My own version of my first water jutsu. Naruto threw his knives into the air and began running through a set of seals. Sushin Dezuiban no Jutsu. The water all around Naruto rose up and began to form a massive stream. Naruto used the water to pick up a downed tree. He then flung the tree right at Shikaku's body. The giant demon was easily able to catch the tree without much difficulty at all. However, it left it open for the whip to smash with great force into the unprotected monster, knocking it over and down into the ground. Naruto dropped the whip immediately after using it. Water rolled everywhere and a massive wave, parts of it washing over him. The red chakra around him disappeared and he fell to the ground panting. His chakra blades hit the ground around him. That's not enough. I have to keep going. Naruto closed his eyes and focused hard. More of the red chakra instantly began wrapping around his body. Naruto felt all his fatigue disappearing. This is going to get dangerous if I keep doing this. Naruto said aloud Yamato-sensei's warning of suffering from something called severe chakra burn if he used the aura more than twice in a day ringing in his head. I'm going to have to take it out with this next strike. At the very least I have to immobilize him. If I could just figure out where Gaara was in that massive thing. Naruto surveyed the massive creature as it clumsily got back to its feet. It was clear that Gaara was not used to controlling the massive body. He probably rarely if ever entered this state. Still, the fact that he could was quite humbling to Naruto. If he ever took too much chakra from the Kyuubi, he could end up like him too. Naruto picked up his knives and started moving carefully behind the tree line. The closer he could get before being spotted, the better chance he had at pulling this off. Unfortunately for him, it appeared as if Gaara could sense him now. He must have been picking up on his demonic aura. You can't escape from me. The demon raised its giant arm into Naruto's horror. Sand began rising from all around him. Naruto dove out from behind the trees and into the open clearing so he could see the sand better. He landed nimbly on a downed tree and began sprinting towards the towering demon. That's when Naruto noticed it. The demon was breathing incredibly heavily. In fact, it looked like it was in intense pain. Could Gaara still be bleeding inside that thing? Hey Gaara! You need to stop fighting now. The more you move about, the more you're going to bleed. You'll die if you keep fighting. Naruto stopped running as sand whipped up from all around him. He spun in a circle, his blades activated. The sand broke apart around him and Naruto charged straight through. Gaara! I know you can hear me. Stop this! Do you want to die? Shut up! Don't act like you are actually concerned about me. Gaara yelled as he turned around and swung his massive tail towards Naruto. Naruto dropped low and hugged the surface of the tree he was on. Shikaku's tail flew over him by mere inches. He slowly stood back up. But I'm concerned about you. I don't want you to die. I finally found someone exactly like me. I already told you. We are nothing alike. Gaara rose his massive arm and swung down at Naruto again. This time the boy was forced to jump out of the way as the hand tore the tree he had been on to splinters. The demon's breath was getting heavier and more ragged. I have no choice then. To stop you from moving, I'm gonna have to knock your ass down. Naruto pumped all the chakra he could into one of his blades and swung hard at Shikaku's leg. It slammed into the leg and halted after barely getting a quarter of the way through. No way! It didn't cut! You're annoying! Gaara swung his cut leg outwards in a kick. Naruto had no way of dodging this time and he was flung well across the clearing of fallen trees right into a still standing one. Naruto let out a small groan as he slid down into the soft snow beneath him. I'm so glad this aura is on right now. I really think that would have killed me if I had been normal. Naruto stumbled back to his feet in time to see another barrage of shuriken flying at him. If that's how you want to play it, Gaara, I'll just have to defeat you so I can save you. Naruto gave a bestial roar and charged straight into the storm of sand. He jumped, ducked, rolled, and weaved his way through all the sand with great speed, every step bringing him closer to his goal. All right. 2 blades this time. Naruto stuck both blades on one hand and focused what was left of the red chakra into them. Take this, Gaara! Naruto swung again, this time the blades slashed straight through what was left of the leg like it was butter. Gaara could do nothing to maintain his balance and began to fall forward. Not good! Naruto had to backpedal fast before he got flattened by the falling tanuki. He just barely got clear when the thing hit the ground, the massive shockwave from the force sending him flying. Damn you Uzumaki! Naruto. Gaara rumbled, his breath coming in short gasps at this point. I'll kill you yet. The beast itself was no longer speaking as Gaara slowly emerged from its forehead. He was bleeding profusely from his massive cut. Gaara! You must understand by now. We have to stop. You don't have the blood left to go on, and I'm pretty much taxed on chakra too. Naruto said as he stumbled back towards the now visible redhead. This can't be. How can I lose to someone like you when I'm so close to perfection? Gaara's head slowly drooped over and he shut his eyes. Gaara. Hey, that's not funny. Gaara. You're alright, aren't you? Gaara. Each time Naruto said his name, his voice got a little louder. Suddenly the Shikaku started breathing again, but that didn't make sense. Gaara was still visible. Then Naruto noticed something troubling. Before, the demon's eyes had been a faded and dull yellow. Now they seemed vibrant. They seemed alive. Hoo-hoo! Finally! A voice that wasn't Gaara's roared as the beast slowly started to rise itself up. It's been forever since the kid has fallen asleep in this form. Hot dog! The wind feels fantastic. Is that the real Shikaku? Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing. If the beast was alive though, that meant Gaara had to be too. So that meant he still had time. Shikaku started to stand up but immediately fell over. Aw damn! That kid got reckless and lost me a leg. The tanuki stuck its tail underneath itself and then stood back up to his full height. Yeah, this'll work just fine. Shikaku gave a great big laugh. Naruto swung his chakra blade with all his might. Only the very tip of the blade cut into the demon's other leg though and lacked any force to slice the sand at all. Naruto stumbled down to one knee, panting heavily. Damn it! I guess I really am out of chakra. I may have no choice but to pull on the fox's power again. Yow! Who the heck's poking me down there? Shikaku peered down and caught sight of Naruto instantly. Oh? Just a wee little feller? I know, how about we play a game? The beast said while it clapped at the idea. Naruto ignored the beast and focused hard on pulling out more chakra. Here's how the game goes. I try to kill you and you just stand there and die. You got it? Shikaku didn't wait for a response. Okay, then here we go. The tanuki inflated his stomach and then slammed down on it with one of its fists. Futon Rankuden. The beast spit a giant air bullet straight at Naruto, who disappeared just before it hit. Sorry, but I don't want to play your game. This time the fox's aura will only last a few seconds, enough for one slash. Naruto swung his blade at the demon's neck this time. Don't be such a meanie. The Shikaku used its tail to launch itself straight into the air. Naruto's blade missed completely. No way! Naruto's eyes followed the beast as it rocketed into the air. It can jump! It was much more coordinated than Gaara had been when he was in control. Futon Rankuden. Naruto realized too late that he let his surprise cost him. The air bullets slammed with full force into his body, rocketing him downwards towards the still mushy ground. Pieces of mud were flung everywhere as Naruto's body formed a massive crater in the ground. Just as he finally stopped moving, the fox's aura disappeared. Ha! Looks like the damn thing saved my life again. Although this time I think every bone in my body is broken. Naruto couldn't bring himself to move at all. Not even to wipe away the blood that was leaking into one of his eyes. Aw man, you ain't dead yet? Shikaku landed on the ground outside of the crater, causing a miniature earthquake as he did. Well, I'll just have to fix that. Shikaku was cut off as an explosion hit it in the face. What? Who? Naruto tried to turn his head but couldn't. Naruto, are you okay? A strand of pink hair came into his view. Sakura? Naruto asked in surprise. What are you doing? Get out of here. Not without you. When Kiba showed up without you, I immediately came back. There's no way I could live with myself if we let an idiot like you die for us. Sakura bent down to pick him up. Where the hell do you think you're going with my toy? Sakura whipped around in surprise. Shikaku was completely unharmed. Sakura, you have to run. Naruto yelled. You're no match for it. Sakura turned back to Naruto and smiled sadly at him. No way, she said adamantly. She then turned back to the Shikaku and spread her arms out. You'll have to blast through me too if you want to kill him. Sakura. No! Don't do this! Naruto propped his elbows and attempted to lift himself back up but fell down immediately. The Shikaku laughed happily. Yes! Now I get to kill 2 of them. He inflated his stomach back up. Futon. Sakura, run. I won't! Both genin closed their eyes and waited for the wind blast to kill them. They waited a few moments but nothing happened. They both opened their eyes back up and slowly looked up at the Shikaku. To their surprise, he was crumbling. No! The beast roared. How is this possible? I can't be dying. I just finally got free. It's not fair. The Shikaku kept shouting unintelligibly as its mouth fell apart. Soon the giant beast was no more. Complete silence rang across the forest. Not a single creature dared to make a noise. Finally Sakura slipped down to her knees. She was shaking hard. Did it say it was dying? Sakura. The pink-haired girl quickly turned back to the broken blonde. You have to get me up to Gaara. Sakura gave him a questioning look. Please, any doubts in Sakura's mind fled as she saw the seriousness on Naruto's face. All right. Sakura gently helped Naruto up, his arm wrapped around both of her shoulders. They slowly but surely, one foot in front of the other, began their ascent from the crater and up towards Gaara. When he finally came into sight, Naruto didn't like what he saw. Gaara lay there motionless in a pool of his own blood. To their surprise, Kankuro was already there, standing just a few feet away, his eyes wide. They both ignored him and Sakura stopped moving just outside of the blood. Naruto broke off from her there and stumbled up to the redhead. He kneeled right down, his clothes instantly covered in his opponent's blood. Gaara. Naruto knew he shouldn't be crying. He'd only known the guy for a little while, and all the time they'd been trying to kill each, yet Naruto felt like he'd known him all his life. And so tears slid down, falling onto the redhead's face. How strange. Gaara slowly opened his eyes, surprising everyone there. Gaara! Naruto was the only one of them to say anything. You're alive. Not for much longer. The beast inside me has already perished. I will soon follow it. Gaara looked skywards, his eyes glazed over. No, Gaara, you can't die. You're not supposed to die. Naruto said as more tears fell down and hit Gaara's face. It's funny. I didn't think anyone would cry for me when I died. Naruto's eyes widened. He had said the exact same thing to Lee when he thought he was dying. Thank you, Uzumaki. Naruto. Gaara's breath became almost non-existent. I believe that if I would have just given you the chance, we would have made great friends. Gaara closed his eyes and all breath left his body. Gaara! Open your eyes. Gaara! Naruto violently shook the redhead that laid on the ground in front of him. You can't die. Not like this. If you die like this, that means that I killed you. Gaara didn't respond. Naruto slowly began to realize that he would never be able to respond. He was dead. Naruto. Sakura took a slight step closer when the other person there started chuckling. She looked up in surprise at Kankuro. Naruto did the same. I can't believe it. Kankuro said quietly. I can't believe someone actually managed to kill Gaara. Kankuro burst out into complete laughter. You're amazing. You Konoha genin are truly something. Kankuro had to hold his side to catch his breath. Finally, that bastard is dead. He wheezed out. You asshole. Naruto stumbled forward and slugged the older genin right in the face. Kankuro stumbled backwards and Naruto lost his own balance, still greatly wounded from his previous fight. What the hell? Kankuro asked. I don't want to fight you. He nurtured his wounded cheek. Well, I want to fight you. Naruto roared from the ground. He was your teammate, damn it. He was part of your village. Don't you dare laugh at him because of this. He was no teammate or brother of mine. Kankuro shouted back. Brother? Naruto whispered in shock. That's right, even if we shared parents, I will never recognize that creep as a blood relative. He deserved what he got. Naruto was prepared to shout at him again, but Sakura instantly cleared the distance and slapped Kankuro for him. What the hell is with you people? Kankuro now held his other cheek. No! Sakura shouted. What the hell is wrong with you? You are the worst kind of scum in the world. How could you say those terrible things about your own brother? Naruto looked at Sakura in shock. If you knew about his history, you would know why. Kankuro brought up his arm to hit Sakura back. I do know, Naruto said, causing him to stop. I know exactly the kind of past he had. Being hated by everyone in his village. Receiving looks of disgust for something he had no control over. Having all the other kids' parents tell them to stay away from him. Sakura stared sadly at the blonde boy. You have one too? Kankuro finally started to fit the puzzles together. That's right! Naruto glared up at him. I have the Kyuubi no Yoko sealed inside of me and everyone in the village hated me for it. Sakura let out a small gasp and Kankuro's eyes widened. I always used to wonder what it would be like to have a family. Naruto continued on. To have an older brother who would look out for me and protect me from everyone. A mom and dad who would actually love me. Sakura felt tears start to form around her own eyes. Meanwhile, Kankuro's face became more and more impassive as Naruto spoke. But now I'm starting to wonder, would they have treated me like you guys treated him? Naruto slowly got back to his feet. Would they have laughed if they knew I was dead? Naruto asked his unanswerable questions. Like hell I'd know. Kankuro spat. Look, I don't care anymore. He's dead and there's nothing you can do. But you can take the earth scroll that he has. Kankuro gestured to Gaara's body. We have no need for it anymore. I'm going to go find my sister. Kankuro turned away from the two genin and his dead brother and began to stroll off. Where the hell do you think you're going? Naruto took a step after him but stumbled. Sakura caught him before he could hit the ground. Get back here so I can kick your ass. Naruto just let him go. You can't fight him in this state. Sakura whispered gently. Why do people have to be that way? Naruto said so only Sakura could hear. Kankuro was getting farther and farther away. Sakura said nothing and slowly led Naruto back towards Gaara. You should be thankful. Both turned to see Kankuro standing still and looking at him. Without Gaara you ruined the plans of our village. Otogekyur won't dare make a move now either. Having said that, he turned back around and left. What do you think he meant by that? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto shook his head. He didn't know either. Sakura set him down gently and then began shifting through Gaara's belongings looking for the scroll. Naruto sat there in silence as she did. Finally Sakura cleared her throat. Naruto made no reaction, so she decided to talk anyways. Did you mean it? Sakura paused before gathering the courage to press on. Do you really have the Kyuubi sealed inside you? Naruto nodded slowly. His eyes never left Gaara's lifeless face. Sakura didn't say anything again until she had the scroll. She pocketed it in her pouch and walked over to stand in front of Naruto. I am sorry. Sakura said. About what? Naruto asked bitterly. About a lot of things right now. But mostly for the way I treated you in the past. I didn't know. Sakura paused. There was no point in finishing that sentence. You're not the only one. Naruto replied. Then he sighed. Not like it matters, it's in the past. Besides, it's hard to know when they'll kill you if you tell anyone. He slowly struggled to stand back up. Let me help you. I know where my teammates are heading. Sakura stepped forward to give Naruto a hand. You can stay with us until you're strong enough to move. Naruto shook his head. I'm not going anywhere just yet. Not until I dig Gaara a proper grave and pay him my respects. Naruto pulled out a kunai and stumbled up to a part of the ground that wasn't destroyed or covered by trees. The ground is mostly hardened back up now, but it still should be soft enough for me to dig through. Naruto started stabbing his kunai into the ground and began picking clumps of dirt out of it. Sakura watched him sadly before she walked over next to him and stuck her hands into the still soft dirt. She pulled out a big amount and threw it to the side. She continued this multiple times until she noticed Naruto had stopped. When she looked up, he was staring at her, confusion evident on his face. Aren't you worried about your hands getting dirty? Or breaking a nail? Naruto finally asked. Sakura smiled slightly before setting back to work. Idiot, I'm a kunoichi now, not some pampered princess. She heard Naruto give the smallest laugh before he threw his kunai aside and began digging again. Sakura had long since lost track of time before they finally got done digging. She knew they must have at least spent a couple hours at it though. The ground had been much harder the lower they had gone, working had soon become strenuous labor. Very little conversation had passed between them the whole time as well. Nevertheless, they had finished and were now throwing the dirt back upon Gaara, whom Naruto had laid into the pit already. That should do it, Sakura said as she patted the mound of dirt down a little. I have to say though, it's a miracle nobody attacked us while we've been here. Anyone who was close enough to see the Shikaku probably turned tail and ran. I doubt anyone will be coming by this part of the forest the rest of the exam, Naruto said as he ripped off a decently sized piece of bark. He stuck it in the front of the mound. Sorry Gaara, I know it isn't much, but this is going to have to do for you, Naruto said as he scribbled the boy's name on it. He then kneeled down in front of it and clapped his hands together. Sakura mimicked his action and they both silently prayed for the boy. After a few moments of silence, they both opened their eyes. Let's get going, Naruto said as he slowly stood back up. When he went to walk, he stumbled forward again. Idiot, Sakura said as she caught him. There's no way you are going to be healed enough to move on your own. Let me help you. Naruto nodded silently as Sakura began to help him walk away. There you guys are. Both Sakura and Naruto looked up to the trees to see Kiba and Shino standing there. Akamaru rested happily on Kiba's head. We thought you were both goners. Kiba shouted, relief evident in his voice. They both jumped down to the forest floor next to Naruto and Sakura. Shino made it with Kiba's assistance. Naruto spoke first. Naruto fumbled for the right words. Are you alright? He finally asked. He couldn't take his eyes off of the spot where Shino's arm was supposed to be. If you are asking if I feel any pain, then I'm alright, Shino answered in monotone. My Kakashi secreted a special formula to stop the bleeding and numb the pain the second my arm was taken. I will be capable of surviving in this forest for the remainder of the exam, but my ability to contribute to getting the scroll will be nil while I am on the drug. Naruto took a couple seconds to process what Shino had said. But can you still be a shinobi? His eyes still hadn't left the spot. Shino adjusted his glasses slightly. As an Aburame, I have always relied on my Kakashi rather than normal shinobi methods. While I will be slightly stinted, my clan's jutsu do not require any hand seals. Therefore, I will not be forced to halt my career. Naruto nodded slowly as his brain ran through Shino's words to hear. Finally, he smiled. I'm glad that you don't have to quit, Shino. You may be a weird guy, but no one should have their goals taken from them. Shino pushed his glasses up again. Moving on. What are you guys still doing here? That guy isn't still alive, is he? Kiba tried to move the topic to safer ground, but quickly realized his mistake as Naruto's face fell. Oh, I see. Kiba recalled Naruto's words during the fight. If he looked like this, that meant only one outcome was possible. I noticed you built a grave with his name on it, Shino observed, making Sakura and Naruto cringe. Do not be alarmed. I am not upset. I am just making observations to determine the outcome of the battle. I also noticed that his sister is not where I hid her, so I can assume that the other brother found her and carried her off. Yeah, but he let Naruto have the scroll before he went off. Sakura pulled the scroll out of her pouch. Shino nodded again. Is that the scroll you need, Naruto-san? I suppose, yeah. Naruto looked at the scroll and then all of the people present. Then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and take it. Kiba gestured to it. Are you guys sure? Naruto asked as he skeptically reached for it. It is only logical. You are the one who defeated Gaara and you are the one in need of the scroll, Shino said as Naruto grabbed onto it and slipped it into his own pouch. So what are we going to do from here? Kiba asked while looking at his teammates. I doubt there's much we could do to pass anymore. We're down to no scrolls and Shino isn't in a state to be fighting. Our best move would be to head to the edge of the forest by the fence. Most teams will be heading inwards to get closer to the tower, not the other way, Shino said matter-of-factly. That's not a bad idea, but we need to make a detour. Everyone turned to Naruto. Trust me, you guys are going to want to come with me. Hinata paced back and forth in anxiety as she waited for her teammates. They were late. The sun was beginning to set and they were nowhere to be found, and she was starting to get nervous. What if they had been hurt? They'll be fine, you know? Sasuke shouted towards her, attempting to calm her nerves. It apparently didn't work as she showed no signs of slowing her pacing down. Sasuke was going to say more, but a sudden groan from inside the igloo caught his attention. He ran up to it just as Tenten was emerging from it. She was holding her ribs tenderly as she stood completely straight. Sasuke? She asked in surprise. And is that Hinata I see over there? Just what is going on? When Neji wakes up I will explain. I don't like having to say things twice, Sasuke responded, getting a sharp glare from his older teammate. I'm awake, Neji's voice said from inside the igloo. Although I'm too hurt to move on my own. Just go ahead and explain. Sasuke quickly jumped into an explanation of everything that happened from the moment Haku showed up to their present situation. Tenten and Neji listened silently for the whole explanation. So my ribs are broken and Neji's in no condition to fight either. Tenten summed up. We're now in debt to Hinata and her team and you're the only one we can rely on. We don't even have any scrolls. It sounds to me like Hinata-sama is letting us keep that earth scroll. Neji corrected Tenten. We can't keep it. She won it. Tenten slapped the top of the igloo as she berated Neji who was still inside it. Let's wait and see what Naruto and Lee come back with. They may have a scroll or two themselves. Sasuke said, attempting to defuse the situation. Speaking of which, Lee just entered into my eyes range. Neji said, and a moment later Hinata began running to the side of the clearing, having seen him herself. He's with 3 others from your graduating class. He added. Don't tell me they saved another team, Sasuke grumbled as he ran over towards Hinata. Just as he arrived next to her, Lee and Shuji appeared in the clearing. Lee was carrying Shikamaru and Shuji was carrying an unconscious Ino. Hinata! Lee half shouted, half panted. They were attacked by a group working for that Orochimaru guy. Sasuke furrowed his brows and Hinata looked even more worried. Just how many teams does he have entered in this tournament? Hinata asked as she placed her hand on her chin. We were attacked by a team working for him too. It's not really working for him if he's dead. Shikamaru pointed out the inconsistency. Trying to avenge him then? Sasuke said flatly as he glared at the pineapple head. I actually do not think they knew, at least it did not seem like they did. Lee said skeptically. Hinata nodded in agreement. The ones that attacked us didn't know yet either. They clearly thought they were under orders, though, so someone else is controlling them for sure. Lee looked around and noticed someone was missing. By the way, where's Naruto? Hinata shook her head. I was really hoping you had heard something. The worry in her voice was strongly evident. No worries, we got him. A new voice shouted as Team 8 emerged from the brush. This time Kiba was gingerly helping Shino along while Sakura was letting Naruto lean on her. Shino-san, your arm. Chuji gasped loudly as he looked at the spot where Shino's arm should have been. What the hell happened? Sasuke asked as he gazed at Naruto, who was drenched in blood. I fought Gaara, Naruto mumbled, his eyes locked on the ground. Sakura gave him a sideways look, clearly feeling sad for him. You what? Hinata and Lee asked at once. They couldn't believe he had been so reckless. How did that happen? How did you get away? Lee continued after he and Hinata shared a look. It's my fault. Sakura interjected. I got my team caught by his and Naruto showed up to save us. It's just a team of freaking heroes. Sasuke threw his arms in the air in disbelief. Just how many people were these guys going to save? At this rate, they were going to help half the participating teams pass. You still didn't answer what happened, Hinata pressed quietly. I killed him. Naruto spat out. Lee and Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. There's more. Shino spoke up now as he looked from Naruto to his teammates. We believe Tsunagakure is somehow in with Otogakure. They may even be planning an invasion against Konohagakure. Sasuke, Hinata, and Lee all met each other's gaze. Are you thinking the same thing? Sasuke asked. They both nodded, but Hinata answered. That means Suna was also working with Orochimaru. It sounds like we have a lot to discuss. Maybe we should build a fire? Shikamaru suggested. The sun had set and he was starting to freeze. 15 minutes later and all 12 of the genin were now conscious and gathered around a big fire. They had no fear of being attacked since there was 12 of them. So where do we go from here? Choji nervously broke the silence that had settled over the group of gathered genin. First we need to deduce how many scrolls we have between the 4 teams. Shino responded in a flat tone of voice. Well, ours was crushed by the Gaara kid, but Naruto retrieved an earth scroll from him. Kiba was prodding the fire with a small branch he had found while he talked. Kabuto took ours and still has the one that belonged to his team. Shikamaru was staring straight upwards, probably imagining that he could see the clouds. Does any of this even matter? The now conscious Ino asked in annoyance. The exam has been invaded by a group of evil genin or stronger that are working for a now dead Sannin. It does matter. Sasuke said vehemently. I want to pass this exam no matter what. He's right. Neji nodded in agreement. It had been a pain for him to get out of the igloo into the fire at all, and he found the conversation incredibly irritating at the moment. It was just our fate that things ended up this way. However, the fact doesn't change that we came in here knowing we were going to be surrounded by enemies. Neji is right. Lee's shout was in stark contrast to everyone else's hushed voices. We came here to fight anyone that got in our way. No matter who the enemy or how strong. I don't want to hear that from the guy on the team that's just saved 3 teams, Tenten said while chuckling. It was really just like Lee to do something like that. Back to the topic of scrolls. Hinata steered the conversation back on course. Sasuke-san and I retrieved an Earth Scroll from the Otogakure team after both our teams lost our original scrolls in the fight against Orochimaru. So we have 2 Earth Scrolls between 4 teams, Naruto mumbled as he produced the one he had and set it in the wet grass in front of himself. Sasuke, who was right next to him, placed a scroll next to it. I think we should withdraw ourselves. Sakura raised her hands slightly into the air. We can't fight with Shino in his condition, and Naruto deserves one of those scrolls. Shino and Kiba both nodded solemnly while Akamaru made a small whimper. We should withdraw too. Shikamaru turned his gaze away from the tree line. Ino can't even walk and my injuries are too much for me. He looked at his team expectantly and they only too gladly nodded, having been thinking the same thing, but glad Shikamaru had been the one to say it. Shall we proceed to the edge of the forest tomorrow at first light? Shino asked, his gaze directed at Shikamaru and his team. Yeah, it'd be a great help if you'd let us stick with you guys since we're both retiring. After all, we aren't even allowed to leave until the 5 days is up. Shikamaru nodded to Shino. Well, that's that. Kiba smiled sadly as he patted Akamaru. I guess that makes this one ours. Naruto grimaced as he reached forward and picked his scroll back up. Hinata rightfully got this, but if you don't mind, we'll take it. Sasuke also picked up the other one. Hinata nodded to him. Our 2 teams should travel together as well until we can retrieve 2 Heaven Scrolls. And just why would we agree to that, Hinata-sama? Neji spat coldly. Neji Tenten whispered harshly. Now isn't the time. Sasuke is the only one we can rely on. We need them. It would be most excellent to have Sasuke-san aid us as well, seeing as Naruto can no longer fight due to his chakra burns. Lee hurriedly chimed in. So what are we going to do tomorrow? Naruto asked, suddenly sounding bitter. You're going to ditch me with Tenten and Neji while you guys and Sasuke go retrieve scrolls? It's the best way, Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered quietly to him. Lee-senpai, I want to see you hurt any more than you are. She gently touched one of the whiskers on his cheek as she said this. Naruto looked between Hinata and Lee for a couple moments before finally nodding. I guess I'm trusting my team to you, Sasuke. Don't mess it up. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort, but Lee beat him to it. So you 3 agree as well, of course? Tenten began nodding while Neji spoke. I leave the decision in the hands of the only one in our group that can still fight. He gave Sasuke a hard look. Sasuke interlaced his fingers in front of himself. It's the only way. I can't back down here. He looked at Hinata and Lee. I look forward to fighting with you, Lee-san. Hinata. Hinata and Lee both smiled and said something similar in return. So with that decided, we have to figure out how to let the Jonin know as soon as possible. Shikamaru spoke up again. We won't see any for another 3 days at most, and there's no guarantee you'll see them any sooner. Haku's watching. He'll report it. Naruto said flatly. It was a statement that confused everyone aside from his teammates and Sasuke. Haku-san is the proctor of this exam. Hinata quickly began to fill them in. With his Kekkei Genkai, he is able to monitor everything that is happening at once. And he didn't help us when a freaking Bijou attacked? Kiba half yelled into the forest, hoping Haku could hear him. Gaara was a genin just like us. Naruto turned harshly on Kiba. He was likely just being used as a weapon for whatever the hell it is they're planning. That's all they thought he was good for. Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered sadly. She looked over to him before meeting Sakura's gaze. She too was looking at him in sympathy. It was then that Hinata realized she must also now know his secret. Sorry, I didn't mean any offense. Kiba for his part quickly retracted his statement. Silence rang over the group after that for almost a full minute. If that's all set, can we go to bed now? Ino yawned tiredly as she said this. Everyone else nodded solemnly, and after decided the order for watches, they all turned in for the night. Kabuto sat inside the crater that had been created in Orochimaru's fight. Dosu and Zaku were staring at the corpse of their former leader with looks of horror on their faces. His body had been left in the forest to rot by the ANBU themselves. What are we going to do about this? Zaku suddenly asked as he shouted at Kabuto. We can't possibly let this go unpunished. We won't, don't worry. Kabuto sighed while adjusting his glasses. I've got just the team in mind to take revenge for this. Who? Dosa lifted his masked face up and attempted to make eye contact with their new leader. Orochimaru didn't enter into the tournament without a team. Those twins that share a body should be here soon. Dosa's eyes lit up in realization. Of course Tayuya-chan's team passed and got into this round under the guise of Kanagakure Shinobi as well. The 5 of them will be perfect. Just as Kabuto finished speaking, 4 forms broke free from the trees and landed in front of Kabuto with one knee on the ground. "Who was it?" asked the biggest member Jirobo in a voice that did nothing to hide his anger. "Who's the shithead that killed Orochimaru-sama?" the red-headed Tayuya screamed. "We'll kill him nice and slow." The 6-armed Kadamaru seethed out. "They'll wish they were never born." Sakan and Yukon's voices rang out together, one from the head on front and the other the head and back. Kabuto chuckled evilly as he pulled out his shinobi cards and began playing with them. After a while he threw one card down. My guy's figure and stats were featured on it. "This is the man that killed him. We'll set out right away." "Not yet," Kabuto interrupted Sakan as he threw down 3 more cards. Rock Lee, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto. He said the names of the 3 people who appeared on the cards next. Dosa's eyes widened as he realized the implications. "So what? You saying these shit for brain genin had a hand in Orochimaru-sama's death?" Tayuya and the rest of the Sound 4 didn't yet get the connection. "Yes, and then some." Kabuto ran his hand through his hair as he looked them all in the eyes. They were the ones that summoned their sensei who proceeded to kill Orochimaru-sama. They're still here in the forest as we talk. I shouldn't have to spell it out any further, should I? No, we've got it. A sadistic grin appeared across all of their faces as they plotted their revenge. Day 3. Sasuke, Hinata, and Lee jumped from branch to branch at top speed as they hurriedly attempted to locate an enemy of any kind. "You see anyone yet, Hinata?" Sasuke yelled to the Hyuga heiress impatiently. He wanted to hurry and find a scroll fast. Hinata shook her head. Not yet. She too was in a rush. Naruto and Neji barely tolerated each other for just a couple moments. Now the 2 of them were alone with Tenten inside of a hollow tree. Things weren't likely to end well if they took too long. "Keep going, you can find them, Hinata." Lee was the only one oblivious to worry. Hinata stopped short suddenly, and it didn't even take Sasuke or Lee a second later to mimic her. "You got something?" Sasuke asked excitedly. "Yes, 3 of them, but it isn't right." Hinata was incredibly tense. "What do you mean?" Lee perked one of his bushy brows in curiosity. 3 is a team, right? They just appeared in my range as if they were summoned, and they aren't human. Hinata shouted in realization as 3 giant humanoid monsters descended from above towards the 3 young genin. They all jumped out of the way and just barely dodged the attacks by the 3 giant summons. "What the hell are those?" Sasuke's Sharingan was already activated. One of them had no arms and was covered in bandages, another was bald and ripped with muscles, and the final with long flowing hair held a giant club. "Enemies," Lee answered plainly as he settled into his stance. "There's more!" An arrow was coming straight at us and another enemy entered my vision from below. Hinata yelled hurriedly. Lee turned just in time to see the arrow coming at him at an astounding speed. He dove off the branch he was on and began plummeting towards the forest floor. "I shall get the enemy below," he shouted back up towards them. "My Sharingan has got a lock on the guy who fired that arrow. He's mine." Sasuke grinned wickedly as he jumped off in the direction that the arrow had come from. Wait!" Hinata shouted in exasperation. They had left her with the most troublesome seeming opponent. Unfortunately, she didn't have any time for self-pity as the 3 giant Doki attacked her. Meanwhile, he landed nimbly on the forest floor and turned to where he believed the opponent to be coming from, settling into his stance as he did. He waited patiently as the ground began to shake violently as his opponent charged out of the brush. Lee's eyes widened in surprise as he caught sight of the size of the opponent he was fighting. "You're dead trash!" Jirobo roared in fury at guys many look alike. He would take revenge for his lord right here and now. He thought this evilly as he raised his fist into the air and swung with all his strength. "First gate open!" Lee held his hand up and to Jirobo's surprise caught his fist and stopped his momentum clear in its tracks. "What?" Lee grit his teeth as his feet slowly slid backwards into the grass. His face was slowly turning redder as the effect of the gate fully kicked in. "Think you're clever, huh?" Black energy began pouring off Jirobo as his whole body began covered in dark marks. "Well, take this." He pushed Lee's hand out of the way and swung with his other hand. "Darn!" Lee shouted as he brought his forearm in front of himself. It did little to shield him, however, as Jirobo's fist smashed into him and launched him backwards and straight to the closest tree. He hit it so hard he sent hunks of bark flying in every direction. "I ain't done yet." Despite his massive size, Jirobo closed the distance quickly and swung a powerful kick that caught Lee in the gut and once again sent him flying until he finally collided with the snowy ground. Lee slowly slid to a stop right in front of another big tree and began riding on the ground. As he did, he heard Jirobo's thundering steps as he charged towards him again. No choice then, Lee struggled to his knees and turned in the direction of Jirobo. Second gate open! He kicked off from the ground and met Jirobo's charge in midair. Jirobo wasn't able to stop in time and Lee's knee smashed right into his chest and knocked him slightly backwards. Lee landed on the ground and spun around, now swinging his leg high in the air. His foot connected with Jirobo's neck but stopped there. You think that hurts, punk? Jirobo's face was completely enraged as he knocked Lee's foot aside. Lee stumbled back and leaned up against the tree in fright. Eat this! Jirobo swung his fist and Lee vanished from sight. Jirobo hit the tree with such force that it splintered the whole base apart. The tree began falling towards him, but he paid it no mind. Where is he? He looked left, right, and backwards, but didn't see him. Down here! Lee shouted just as Jirobo looked down. Lee's foot crashed into Jirobo's chin and knocked him a couple feet off the ground. Not yet! Lee, still upside down, went into the air after him. His foot collided with Jirobo's chin again and again, rocketing him higher and higher into the air with each kick. Meanwhile, the tree was slowly descending towards them at the same time. Third gate open! Lee gave one final kick that sent Jirobo right into the falling tree as he propelled himself to safety. He landed on the ground just as the tree crashed down, crushing Jirobo with it. Phew, too close. Lee let out a sigh of relief as he defeated his opponent. Wait! He suddenly shouted in horror as he realized he had forgotten something important. What if he had the scroll? I have to get him out. Lee began running towards the tree but stopped short as it began violently shaking. A blast of dark chakra erupted from underneath the tree as it slowly began to lift higher and higher into the air. Only a couple seconds later and Lee could see a transformed Jirobo was the one lifting the tree. You trash! Jirobo took a step forward and hurled the tree with all his might. Not good. Lee jumped high and over the tree as it sailed underneath him. Just as he began to descend, Jirobo appeared in front of him. I'll rip you apart. Jirobo swung his fist and Lee performed a midair front flip in order to dodge. As he was coming back around, he brought the heel of his foot down on Jirobo's head, but the big man didn't even flinch as he swung his fist again. This time it caught Lee straight in the back and Lee was sent flying once again. Lee collided into another tree, but with such force he broke completely through it, sending it tumbling to the ground like the last one. Fourth gate open! Lee quickly opened yet another gate so he could keep up with the incredible power of his opponent. He landed nimbly on the ground despite the pain he was in. Just stay down. Jirobo was completely furious now as he charged at Lee and swung again. The attack hit Lee straight on, but instead of being sent flying he only skid back a couple feet. I will not stay down. Lee shouted as he took a step forward and smashed his fist into Jirobo's face, causing him to stumble back slightly. Trash! Jirobo regained his footing and swung his fist at Lee again. Lee matched his punch and their fists collided into each other. They both swung their left hands this time and their fists collided again. They swung at each other again and again, their fists colliding each time. You can't keep this up forever. That gate is going to close. Not if I open another. Lee clashed fists with Jirobo once more before resorting to the last gate he could possibly open. Fifth gate open! He swung faster than ever before, but to his shock Jirobo stepped out of the way. Lee had no way to slow his momentum and carried forward, leaving himself completely open. Too bad for you. Jirobo kneed Lee right in the stomach, rocketing him straight into the air and towards the branches of the towering trees. He could feel his consciousness fading in and out as he flipped and flopped higher and higher into the air until he started passing by branches. I cannot let it end like this. Lee mumbled quietly to himself as he reached the height of his ascent and began plummeting back towards the ground. He angled himself so he was completely upside down and extended his right fist straight forward. I am going to win this fight. He shook the blackness from the corners of his vision out. He was falling faster and faster straight towards Jirobo. Have it your way. Jirobo smirked as he looked straight up at him. He had no intention of matching fists with Lee with that momentum, though he would just step to the side again at the last second. Lee would kill himself with the impact when he hit the ground. Lee was getting closer and closer with every passing second. Jirobo figured there was only another 5 seconds until impact and he would step away at 1 second. 4 seconds until Lee hit the ground. 3 seconds. At 2 seconds something unexpected happened. You're a wrench! Lee bellowed at the top of his lungs. The speed of his fall doubled all at once as he kicked off of thin air. Jirobo had no way to react in time as Lee smashed full-on into him, creating a giant crater with the two of them at the center of it. After a few moments of nothing, Lee literally crawled out of the hole. "Ha, I won!" He pumped one fist into the air before dropping it. He lay face down in the snow. Jirobo hadn't had a scroll and he definitely wasn't getting back up. "Sorry, Hinata. The rest is on you and Sasuke-san." Lee mumbled into the snow. Sasuke jumped from branch to branch as he chased after the source of that first arrow. Just as he could tell he was getting close, a second arrow fired off. Sasuke stopped on the branch he was on. He could see the arrow was attached to a thread filled with chakra, meaning the arrow was probably being guided. Using his Sharingan, he was able to easily predict its path and dodged it at the last second. He then quickly followed the string right into the thick leaves that were concealing his opponent. He landed on the branch where the thread ended and was surprised to see no one was there. He had been tricked. Just as he thought this, he heard the sound of multiple clicking sounds. All around him, golden kunai were being fired off all at once. Sasuke ducked and weaved his way around the deadly barrage as his Sharingan scanned for any sign of his attacker. "There!" Sasuke shouted in excitement as his eyes finally locked onto him. He lost focus on the kunai for just that 1 second, and it cost him as 2 kunai buried themselves into his back. Sasuke gave a cough of blood as 3 more struck him from the front. Another couple buried themselves into his right leg and a final one struck him in the head. His corpse collapsed to the ground. "Got you!" A transformed Kidomaru with 3 eyes said excitedly as he pumped his fists. "You sure about that?" All 3 eyes widened as a foot smashed into the side of his head. Kidomaru was knocked off his branch and sent falling to the forest floor. A living, breathing Sasuke jumped after him. "How?" Kidomaru shouted in shock as he turned to see a log where the dead Sasuke had just been. Substitution. That's right. Sasuke was falling with his opponent. He spun around and delivered a spinning kick to his opponent's gut, followed by an elbow to the cheek and then a punch in his upper arm. Kidomaru howled in pain and swung blindly back at his falling opponent. Sasuke easily dodged all 6 arms with the use of his Sharingan and continued with his onslaught of punches and kicks. "Now take this!" Sasuke pulled a kunai out, and just as he was about to plunge it into his opponent, they landed on something soft and sticky. "What the hell?" He like my spiderweb?" Kidomaru asked as he easily stood up on the web. He was completely unharmed from the viscous series of punches and kicks he had just taken. "How the hell are you okay?" Sasuke struggled as hard as he could be. He was completely bound to the web. "You mean your pretty eyes can't see my armor?" Kidomaru chuckled as he held his hand out. A thick golden armor that was similar to the kunai was being created as he showed it off. "This armor is pretty thick. It's going to take a strong piercing jutsu to crack something like this." He walked around to Sasuke's head. "Let's see you substitute your way out of this." He snarled before giving a swift kick to Sasuke's cranium. Instead of screaming in pain, Sasuke burst into a cloud of smoke. "What the A-Shadow Clone 2? Katana Zenka no Jutsu." A barrage of fireballs ripped apart the web Kidomaru was standing on, and he was once again falling towards the forest floor. Sasuke appeared behind him, falling parallel with him. "I told you you can't get through my armor with just punches and kicks." Kidomaru laughed carelessly, unafraid of Sasuke. The last Uchiha merely smirked as the sound of chirping birds filled the area. "I know," was all he said as he plunged Chidori into the back of his opponent, piercing his heart and killing him instantly. He pulled his arm out and flipped himself right before landing neatly on the ground. Kidomaru hit the ground hard, sending snow flying everywhere. "Now let's see if you got a scroll." Sasuke began rummaging through his opponent's pockets. "Got it!" Sasuke exclaimed as he pulled out a white scroll. "It's heaven too. This means we only got 1 scroll to go." He paused as he noticed his blood-stained hand. He then looked back down at Kidomaru. "This was my first kill," he said before giving a slight deranged smile. "I'm 1 step closer, brother." Hinata jumped off of the now destroyed branch as she dodged yet another swing from the giant Doki. Dodging 3 opponents was a tricky task in of itself. But dodging 3 giant monsters while also trying to find the one controlling said monsters was a whole nother ballpark. She could only assume her opponent was masking herself with a Genjutsu, since she had to be in range of her Byakugan to be controlling the Doki through music, but Hinata didn't have the time to disable a Genjutsu. This meant she had to get off the defensive and fight the Doki head-on. She landed on a nearby branch and kicked off right towards her opponents. None of them were capable of flinching in surprise, so naturally they didn't. Instead, they swung at her as she came into range of their attacks. "Kaiten!" Hinata began spinning incredibly fast and deflected their strikes and then backwards. All the doki flew into different directions before each crashed into a tree. By the time Hinata stopped spinning, she had her bow out and 3 arrows ready to fire simultaneously. She let all 3 arrows fire into the doki with a club. A moment later and the exploding tags attached the arrows went off and the doki was completely annihilated. That's 1 down. Hinata turned towards the other 2 doki that were already jumping towards her again. 2 to go. Hinata's bow disappeared in a poof of smoke as she returned it to the scroll on her hip. She waited for the doki to be on her before moving. She jumped over the one that had to swing its head to attack and placed herself right in between the 2 of them. The other doki swung its fist forward and Hinata ducked beneath it. The doki punched its companion in the head, knocking it off the branch they were standing on. Double jukin! Hinata stepped inwards and swung both hands forward, catching the remaining doki in the gut, also knocking it off the branch. She then brought her hands up and formed a single seal. Kai! She shouted as she disrupted her own chakra flow, breaking any genjutsus that might have been placed on her. Just as she did, someone became visible within her range. I found her. Hinata took off after the transformed Tayuya, who was on a branch just several meters above where Hinata had been. Damn, what the hell? Tayuya shouted in irritation as she realized she'd been found. Hinata said nothing as she drew 2 kunai and swung at her opponent. Tayuya deflected both strikes with her flute. She then swung her float forward and clocked Hinata in the side of the temple with it. Hinata stumbled forward and Tayuya tackled her onto the branch so Hinata's head was hanging off the ledge. Not so cocky now, are you, shithead? Tayuya sneered as she straddled Hinata and pulled out a kunai. She held it up to the young Hyuga's throat. I'm going to enjoy butchering your pretty little face. I'm going to be sure to take my time. This battle isn't decided yet. Hinata groaned from underneath her opponent. She lifted her legs and flipped Tayuya, who immediately tumbled off the branch, taking Hinata along with her. As the 2 of them plummeted towards the earth, Tayuya made to stab Hinata in the throat. Hinata grabbed the kunai just centimeters away from its target. Tayuya smirked down at Hinata. At the way they were falling, Hinata was going to strike the ground first. You're going to die one way or the other, princess. Just let me stab you in the throat and end it now, or you can live a couple more seconds in fear. You can't attack me with your jukin if you have to hold my hand in order to survive. Whoever said I needed my hands to use jukin? Hinata asked as she smiled. A moment later, Tayuya gave a cough of blood as Hinata sent a body-wide jukin strike into her body. With her opponent's guard down, Hinata took this chance to get the kunai away from her throat and swap their positions. Just a couple seconds later and they hit the ground. The kunai Tayuya had been holding buried itself into her own gut. Hinata had used Tayuya to absorb most of the shock, but she still could do nothing more than roll painfully off of her. Thankfully they had landed in a thick patch of snow, but it wasn't helping Tayuya much at this point. Hinata! Lee was leaning against a nearby tree. Lee-senpai, are you alright? Hinata attempted to get up, but it still hurt too much for her. Lee smiled painfully and gave her a thumbs up. I am fine, but I may have overdone it. I opened the 5th gate. The 5th? Lee-senpai, you aren't like Guy-sensei. It'll take you at least a week to recover from going that far. Hinata scolded as she attempted to sit herself upright. He wasn't an opponent I could go easy against. Lee stumbled his way up to Hinata and nearly collapsed in front of her. Hinata let out a tired sigh. Did he at least have a scroll? Lee shook his head. I got the heaven scroll. A third voice said as Sasuke landed right next to them. Lee and Hinata's faces both brightened as they seen the thing they'd come out for. Hey, you idiots still worried about scrolls? Tayuya spoke raspingly. Blood was leaking out of the corner of her mouth and where she had stabbed herself, turning the snow completely red. We beat the 3 of you. There's nothing more for us to be afraid of. Sasuke sneered down at her. Tayuya chuckled but instantly began coughing up more blood. When she was done, she still smiled up at the 3 of them. You shitheads might not know, but the 3 of us were once Orochimaru-sama's elite guards. The 3 of them widened their eyes in surprise. And there was 4 of us, not 3. I'd be more worried about your teammates than a scroll right about now if I were you. Damn it! Sasuke yelled as he turned and immediately began sprinting off towards the place they had left their teammates. We have to hurry. Hinata stumbled to her feet and hoisted Lee up so he was draped over her shoulder. Just leave me, you have to help them. Lee urged Hinata on, but she shook her head. You won't be able to fend off an attacker in your condition, we're going together. Hinata shouted as the 2 of them vanished into the thicket. Tayuya gave another small chuckle. Run as fast as you want by the time you get there. They'll already be dead. Are you always this much of an idiot? Neji asked coldly. You want to ask that again? Naruto grabbed the Hyuga genius by the scruff of the heavy jacket he was wearing. It may hurt like a bitch to pull out my chakra right now, but I think it might be worth it to put you in your place. Come on guys, you know we are supposed to be in hiding, right? Tenten gently chided both of the genin she was stuck with. The three of them were inside the hollow base of one of the many massive trees that covered the entire forest of death. This asshole started it. Naruto screamed in indignation as he turned towards Tenten. And I'm about to finish this. Neji stiffly rose to his feet, easily towering over Naruto, who still held onto his jacket. Let's take this outside and I'll show you where you truly belong. Have fine by me. The two badly beaten genin ambled their way towards the entrance to the tree and both almost stumbled on their way out. You got to be kidding me. Tenten rubbed her forehead in irritation. She really hoped the others got back soon. Naruto and Neji both seemingly just appeared out of the tree as the entrance had been covered by a basic genjutsu. The flaw with the genjutsu was it made it impossible to peer outside without the aid of enhanced vision, and when they stumbled out they both immediately saw a single boy with grayish hair and green lips smiling at them. How nice of you to come out to greet me, I've been looking for you. Naruto and Neji stared at him for a moment before they both turned back to each other. Naruto pulled him in close. I thought you were monitoring the area with your Byakugan. He whispered not so quietly. I made a point of shutting it off when arguing with you. I intended to kick your ass without it. Neji whispered back in just as loud a voice. Well, that's just great, we're screwed now. Neither one of us are in any shape to be fighting our own. Naruto had been intent on fighting Neji, but that was because he was just as injured as he was. Then we'll just have to kick his ass together. Even a loser like you should be able to win when paired up with a genius like me. Neji pulled back and turned to look at Sakan. He was slowly walking towards them, the same creepy smile on his face. Naruto smirked. I don't like the way you worded that, but for now let's just kick his ass. Naruto also pulled back. You two done quibbling and ready to fight? Sakan asked as he stopped walking just 10 paces away from them. Now? Naruto asked as he also turned towards him. Now! Neji verified. With a loud battle shout from both genin, they charged straight at Sakan, hoping to catch him off guard. What the hell? Their tactic worked as Sakan took a step back in surprise. It didn't take a doctor to see that these two were in no condition to fight at all. They both looked like the wind could knock them over. So when they charged at him, he was definitely more than a little surprise. Take this! Naruto shouted as he swung his fist. Juken! Neji also attacked with his outstretched palm. Neither one anticipated what happened next. 2 extra arms extended from Sakan's shoulders and they caught their own arms before they got anywhere near him. What's going on? Naruto shouted in surprise. Sakan, you idiot. A deeper voice said from the back of Sakan's head. It was then that Naruto and Neji took notice of the second head on his back. Are you really going to allow yourself to be blindsided by a couple of idiots? Sakan gave a small chuckle. Sorry, brother. I wasn't taking these kids seriously. I won't make the same mistake. Are you two really fighting? Tenten shrieked as she stepped out from the inside of the tree. She had heard their battle shouts and immediately made her way out. As her eyes met with everyone else's, time itself seemed to stop. 10 whole seconds went by as she stared at him and they stared back at her. Tenten, get out of here. Neji was the first to regain his composure. After his shout, everything else sprung into motion. Tenten reached into her pouch and pulled out a couple shuriken. Naruto took another step towards Sakan and raised his other fist. 2 additional legs came out of Sakan's torso, aimed at the blonde, while the arm holding Neji lifted him off the ground. Tenten let the shuriken fly. The feet crashed into Naruto and Neji was thrown straight up into the air. Sakan, get out of the way! Yukon shouted, but Sakan's body was already moving. He ran forward and ducked under all of the shuriken. He then continued to charge straight at Tenten. Damn! Tenten reached into her back pouch and channeled chakra into a scroll resting on top. A bow staff appeared in her hands. Just as Sakan got within range, she began to swing it but stopped and flinched. The movement had jolted her broken ribs. Too bad! Sakan yelled as he swung his fist forward. 2 more fists extended from it as well, and Tenten took all 3 of them to the cheek. Tenten! Naruto yelled as he stumbled up to his feet. A moment later, and Neji hit the ground on the shoulder that his massive cut heart started from. He let out a loud scream in pain as he instantly grabbed onto it with his other arm and began to roll around slightly. Damn, what a mess! Naruto took off running, weaving his favorite seal as he did. Sakan. The kid behind us storing up a lot of chakra. Sakan spun towards Naruto and slid into a stance. Kagebunshin no jutsu. Naruto shouted only for nothing to happen. He skid to a stop. You got to be kidding me! Sakan broke into laughter. That's hilarious. You're suffering from chakra burns, you dumbass. Your chakra points have sealed themselves so you won't damage them permanently. You can't possibly fight me like that. Naruto grit his teeth together as he glared Sakan down. Just watch me! Naruto broke into a dead sprint right at Sakan. Well, what do you say, brother? Sakan asked in delight as Naruto got closer and closer. Let's do it. This brat killed the Jinchuriki. I'll make him suffer good before I murder him. Yukon's head sunk into Sakan's body as he talked. You're always such a sadist, brother. Sakan chuckled as he took a step towards the charging blonde. Bring it on, kid. You asked for it. Naruto got only a step away before he vanished completely. He's fast. Sakan didn't get a chance to wonder where he had gone before Naruto's fist smashed into his cheek. As Naruto's fist drilled him, he felt Yukon's presence leave his body and couldn't help but smirk. Naruto completed his punch and Sakan hit the ground so hard he bounced before landing again a couple feet away. How do you like that? Naruto asked while smirking. I could ask you the same thing. Yukon's voice whispered into Naruto's ear. Naruto spun around ready to take an attack, but to his surprise no one was there. Looking for me? Naruto again wheeled around, but he couldn't see his opponent at all. Naruto! On your shoulder! Tenten yelled as she slowly struggled back up to her feet. My shoulder? Naruto turned just his head and saw Yukon's head sticking out of his shoulder. Gah! What the hell? Naruto gave an awkward swing at the face, but it quickly shrunk into his body. Oh no, that won't do. The head rose out of Naruto's stomach this time and Naruto stared straight down at it. I know this is a Jinjutsu. Naruto brought his hands up in a sign and began to focus his chakra. Without warning, Yukon's hands shot out from Naruto's shoulder and stopped Naruto from forming the seal. I'm afraid this ain't Jinjutsu. I'm actually inside of you. It's part of my Kekkei Genkai. Sakan smiled evilly as his head vanished into Naruto's stomach. Yukon's voice then came from right next to Naruto's ear. Now that I share your body with you, I can end your life in any way I please. He then began to chuckle loudly. Naruto began to chuckle himself, which immediately caused Yukon's to cease. Share this body? You just made a big mistake, pal. You see, there happens to be one other thing that I have inside my body. Naruto grinned wickedly as he turned his head to face his opponent. What? Yukon didn't have to wait long for his answer. He closed his eyes for just a second and it seemed like his whole world changed. Where am I? He spun around to take in the contents of the room. It was dank, dark, and there were pipes everywhere. Naruto was also in the room and they both appeared to be standing on water. To his left was a giant cage with the word seal written on it. I asked, where am I, damn it? Yukon turned and charged at the blonde. Naruto, what is this that you brought me? Yukon froze when he heard the huge voice. Perhaps an offering? It's been forever since I've had a meal. Yukon turned and slowly looked at the giant cage. A giant fox was glaring out at him, a hungry look in its eye. KQB no Yoko. Yukon actually took a nervous step back. How did this happen? Why are you here? The fox glared down at the man before it turned his attention back to the blonde. Naruto, the fox whispered. Yeah. Go ahead and eat him. Naruto set his hands on the water and it suddenly rose up around him in a violent wave that shot towards Yukon. No! Stop! What are you doing? You can't even use ninjutsu. Yukon was still too shocked to react and was swept away by the giant wave. That wasn't ninjutsu. We are inside my mind so naturally I can control the water in here without chakra. Naruto said while smiling at his opponent. The water carried Yukon past the bars and into the giant cage. Please no! Yukon finally got moving, but it was too late. You're mine! The giant fox roared as its head descended on the Odo shinobi. The boy gave one final yell before the fox swallowed him whole. There. Now don't ever say I don't feed you. Naruto grumbled as he turned away. I'm afraid leaving won't be an option for you, Naruto. What did you say? Naruto immediately spun back towards the QB. He didn't like what he saw one bit. The strange purple chakra that his opponent had been emitting now swirled around the giant demon. Crap, Naruto muttered as he realized he just messed up. On the outside, only a couple seconds had passed that Yukon had disappeared into Naruto's body and Sakan was making his way over to Tenten. Neji! Tenten! Sakan swung around to see Sasuke break free from the foliage as he ran into the clearing they were all fighting in. He skid to a stop as the scene came into view. Sasuke! Tenten yelled. You have to help Naruto. One of those things went inside. Right! Sasuke took a step towards the blonde, but Sakan got in his path. Not a chance, asshole. Sakan settled into a taijutsu stance and Sasuke did the same. Before either of them could move, red and purple chakra exploded from Naruto's body in a tornado that caused everyone present to stumble back in surprise. What the hell is going on? Sakan held his arms in front of his face defensively as he turned around to face the malevolent storm of chakra. Brother! Brother, where are you? His brother gave no response. You bastard. What did you do to him? Sakan roared at Naruto as the chakra around him began to settle. A dark chuckle came from Naruto's mouth, but it didn't sound like the blonde at all. Brother? That look-alike of yours? I ate him. When Naruto raised his eyes to meet Sakan's, the older boy instinctively took a step back. Naruto's eyes were a deep red and his pupils were slit. You're not the same brat we were just facing. Who are you? Sakan's fear was quickly replaced by anger as he took a step forward. Who am I? Sakan's eyes widened as he realized the voice came from behind. Before he could turn around, he was blown off of his feet by a powerful punch to the face. He hit the ground so hard that his body skipped and came down again. This happened several times until he rolled to a stop. I am the Kyuubi no Yoko. Strongest Bijuu in existence. Naruto roared. Naruto Sasuke stared in shock from where he lay on the ground. He still couldn't bring himself as he watched what happened. Naruto-kun! Hinata shouted as she ran into the clearing, Lee still draped around her shoulders. What happened to him? Lee asked as he watched the dark chakra spin viscously around his best friend. How is the chakra getting through? His chakra points are being ripped apart by whatever it is that's happening. Neji was struggling against the chakra so he could stand up. Sasuke continued to stare at Naruto for a few seconds before he took a deep breath. Give me just a moment, I'll get him. He then took off running towards Naruto. Sasuke-san. Wait! Lee shouted, but Sasuke wouldn't listen. Kyuubi no Yoko, don't make me laugh. Sakan stumbled up to his feet. Even if you have gotten stronger, you've gotten awfully full of yourself to be saying something like that. Oh, would you like some proof? Naruto tilted his head a little as he spoke. Maybe I should kill you with just my chakra? Try it! Sakan began running straight at the blonde who now had a huge smile on his face. Just remember you asked for it. Naruto stretched his arms out in front and two whips of red and purple chakra shot forward. What the Sakan stopped for just a split second, but it was long enough for the chakra to reach him and wrap itself around his neck. He gave a choked cough as he tried to talk. His body was hoisted into the air as he was being strangled to death. Naruto! Stop it! You don't need to go that far. Sasuke was nearly at the blonde. Naruto's head turned towards Sasuke curiously. An Uchiha, interesting. With an audible snap, the chakra around Sakan broke his neck and let his corpse fall to the ground ungracefully. I'll enjoy killing you next. Sasuke wasn't sure what he was doing, but he charged at Naruto with all his might, the tomo of his Sharingan spinning wildly as he stared into the blood-red eyes of the blonde. Then everything changed. Sasuke blinked a couple times to adjust his eyes to the new scenery that he was seeing. A giant cage was in front of him with a strange stream of chakra leaking out of it. It was made of the same color that had enveloped Naruto. He followed the stream down to what looked like a cocoon of chakra. What is that? Sasuke took a couple nervous steps towards the giant ball. Oh, what an interesting day. I'm getting all kinds of visitors. Sasuke spun his attention towards the cage. What he saw made his knees go weak. A giant fox was glaring down at him. I'm impressed your Sharingan is at a level that would let you enter here. Kyuubi no Yoko, Sasuke whispered. He had heard Naruto call himself that, but now it made sense. The Kyuubi was in control of Naruto's body. Sasuke turned his attention back to the cocoon of chakra. That means Naruto was in there. With newfound determination, Sasuke walked towards the orb. Just what do you think you're doing? The fox roared. I'm freeing this idiot. Sasuke knew he should be surprised that he was talking to something that wasn't even supposed to be alive. However, the fact that it wasn't dead and what's more sealed inside Naruto, it made perfect sense to the last Uchiha. I'm afraid freeing him is impossible. The Kyuubi chuckled as Sasuke stopped right in front of the giant cocoon. You see, my chakra will burn anyone who touches it. Naruto is the only exception to this. I have to try. Sasuke didn't even hesitate. He sunk both his hands into the cocoon of chakra. A quiet hissing sound reached his ears and Sasuke grit his teeth, but he ignored the pain. You fool! Don't you dare! Kyuubi shouted in anger now. I have waited 13 damn years for this moment. I won't let you ruin it. As the Kyuubi yelled, whips of red chakra fired out from behind the cage. Sasuke spun his head to the chakra and glared at it with his Sharingan. As if by magic the chakra streams withered out. No! The red chakra that had been mixed in with the cocoon also withered away and now only the purple chakra remained. I see, Sasuke said as Naruto became partially visible. He appeared to be sleeping inside. You were using this purple chakra as a catalyst to sneak your chakra through that seal. I bet normally it is impossible for you to force it past. You bastard. Kyuubi rammed into its cage, which rattled heavily from the force, but Sasuke ignored it. He grabbed a hold of Naruto's arm and gave a giant heave. Naruto flowed out of the chakra like it was made of jello. When Naruto's head broke free of the chakra, his eyes shot open. Sasuke? He asked in confusion as the Uchiha ripped him completely out and they both tumbled to the floor made of water. Naruto coughed as he pulled his face out from the surface. Sasuke! How did you get in here? I don't know. Sasuke said in between coughs himself. He pulled himself out of the water, so he was sitting on it. I just did. Naruto sat across from him and both boys stared at each other for a minute before they broke out laughing. Quiet! Kyuubi roared as he rammed his cage again. Remember this, Uzumaki Naruto. I'll be free one day. That Uchiha won't always be around to suppress my chakra. Man, what a loud mouth. Naruto got to his feet. What do you say, Sasuke? Let's get out of here. Sasuke nodded as he also got to his feet. Yeah, our teams are waiting for us. Both of them blinked and suddenly they were back in the forest as if nothing had happened. Naruto-kun! Naruto was nearly bowled over as Hinata ran straight into him and engaged him in a huge hug. Can I ever get a normal hug from you? Naruto asked while laughing. He returned the hug before he felt his body start to ache all over. What did you do? Lee asked as he appeared next to Sasuke. The Uchiha shook his head. I just entered his mind. I don't know how. He gazed down at his hands and recoiled at the sight. They were burnt badly. Lee followed his line of sight and frowned. I take it whatever happens in his head happens outside as well. Yeah, it was a surprise to me too. I wouldn't have let Kyuubi eat that guy if I would have known he'd actually get eaten. I was just going for a scare tactic. Naruto rubbed his head in embarrassment as he butted in on their conversation. You let what eat who? Naruto cringed as he slowly turned towards Tenten. Neji was also staring at him for an explanation. The village's biggest secret was quickly becoming less and less secret. Off in the distance, Kabuto was staring at the group through a set of binoculars. He let out a cruel smile. That went exactly as planned. Perfect. He lowered the binoculars and formed one seal. A moment later and he burst into a cloud of smoke. On close to the opposite end of the forest, the original received the memories of the clone he had sent out. He was surrounded by 5 corpses, 3 of them with a Kiri headband, the other 2 with AM1. Dosu and Zaku were sitting on the 6th and still barely living shinobi. Kabuto suddenly began chuckling, causing Dosu and Zaku to look up at him. Did the sound 4 get them? Zaku asked with a huge grin on his face. Kabuto turned towards them while adjusting his glasses. The light reflected off them, making it impossible to see his eyes. The sound 4 are dead. What? Zaku was on his feet only a second later. How is that possible? They were Orochimaru-sama's elite guard. They were fools and underestimated their opponents because they were genin. The same fate that befell Orochimaru really. Kabuto slowly began to walk towards them. Besides, this is perfect. Now they have 2 Earth Scrolls and only 1 Heaven. Odds are they'll kill each other before this exam is over. Speaking of scrolls, with these guys' scrolls we now have 3 Heaven and 2 Earth ourselves. Zaku proudly pulled out the scrolls he had received from the 2 teams. Let me see those. Kabuto held his hand out and Zaku obeyed immediately. The second they touched Kabuto's hands, they lit on fire. What are you doing? Zaku asked as he took a step back in shock. Dosa meanwhile watched in complete silence. He was beginning to see a pattern to Kabuto's behavior. We don't need those. Take these ones. Kabuto then handed Zaku another Heaven and another Earth Scroll. I need you two to head to the tower and pass this exam. If all goes well, Kimimaro will be the one to retrieve you when you present the scrolls. What about you? Dosu asked, although he already had a feeling. I am going to kill off anyone still in possession of a scroll. The less teams passing the better. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, making his eyes visible now. There's a problem. Zaki yelled suddenly. Kin is dead. How can we possibly pass? Kabuto smirked as he gestured towards the barely living Aim Jinin. Allow me to show you a forbidden jutsu. Day 4. So what is our plan now? Tenten asked as she leaned against the trunk on the inside of the tree. Morning was just coming up and the two teams had yet to decide anything. We have less than 2 days and our situation has only gotten worse. Neji responded as he looked around at everyone. How has it gotten worse? We have a heaven scroll now. Naruto shouted as he glared at Neji. We are down to only one capable fighter on each team. Neji shouted as he stomped the ground. Not to mention having that scroll is more of a curse than a blessing.
Go support me on Patreon for more fanfiction that includes adult content as well. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel. Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you.